Now, PepsiCo is apparently recalling roughly 300,000 Starbucks vanilla Frappuccino bottles because they might have glass in them.
Frap. They might make you
Sucks
frap.
for people who drink Frappuccino.
Think about all the middle class white bitches.
I'm thinking.
Now
Yeah, why'd
imagine
they do the recall again?
there's glass shards apparently in them or something.
That'd
No,
be
but I mean,
hilarious.
Oh,
it's nothing but middle class white
well, that's
bitches.
why.
Yes, but I'm not seeing the issue.
The fallout of Karen's storming Starbucks, their main revenue stream.
It's making a joke.
It was a good joke.
All right. It's time to do things that are not breeding Quintars.
I don't think it is. I think it's time for you to breed some Gwentars.
You can't make me. In fact, I'm going to go get my revenge on a Medusa.
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 Medusa these nuts.
Oh,
What do you mean, Medusa?
I mean Medusa.
In what game?
It's Crystal Project. There's a Medusa mob.
Where? Whence?
Like off the southern coast of the Jungle Island.
Did I fight her?
Uh,
She a boss?
no, it's not a boss or anything.
Oh, okay. Made me think I missed out. Mining 51.
Here it is. She's like guarding this chest with a freaking deep sea scrap in it.
Deep sea scrap.
Yeah, map scrap.
Talon's not wrong. What YouTube video do I even watch now?
I have to craft 46 of these. Jesus Christ. The funny part is, I think the most expensive part is going to be the materia.
Materia.
Alright, I have made a mistake.
Here's a YouTube video that might be interesting. I've never heard of the person. How hard is it to beat Factorio when you put everything on the same belt? It's the thumbnail has "It's great" from some sushi chef. Yeah, let's see.
Link. Let's see what monstrosity this has spawned.
Sushi belts are named after those restaurants in Japan that serve different kinds of sushi all in a rotary belt, so you just grab what you want. In Factorio, it refers to any sort of design that doesn't dedicate one or both sides of a
Is it one belt or is it a super bus? There's a difference.
I don't know. I'm assuming whatever he is, he just randomizes it, even if there is multiple lines. Probably just, you know, meld stuff into all of the belts.
On top of everything else, I'm going to have a conniption. Also, I just don't think it would add anything interesting to the challenge. And so here we embark on our quest to create the ultimate sushi restaurant. To maximize suffering, I'm not allowing the use of belts for any purpose outside of the sushi belt or feeding the sushi belt. And no filter splitters either.
No filter
Before we can
splitters.
do any of that, we need to get all the preliminary stuff out of the way. So put your hands together for the heroes of the early game.
What about filter
Directly
arms?
into furnaces
I
and
mean, I
coal
assume you
chambers.
have to
At
be
this
able to
stage
use
of the
filter
game, moving
arms.
things by hand is
Some, you have to use some sort of
built into
filters.
primitive automation, which is just as well, seeing as I'm not allowed to
The only filter you're allowed is an arm grabbing and putting into the building that requires the ingredient.
No.
Like I said, I'm not using belts
Good
yet,
luck
so
trying to
I'm
untangle that mess.
relying on direct
And
inserts.
resetting
We
arms
can
all
do
the
a lot
time.
with just inserters and chests. Like this arrangement for setting up super simple belt automation. All you gotta do is throw iron into the center chest and you get belts out. I'm gonna need a ton of these, so it's best we start making them early. It also helps if you make stuff like gears and circuits to speed up your handcrafting. This gives us a slow but steady trickle of science. Emphasis on slow, because ordinarily I'd be working on setting up a proper furnace stack right about now. But this isn't an ordinary run. And even though it looks like I'm doing nothing right now, my brain is hard at work formulating ideas on how in the world I'm going to make this thing work.
Okay, so early game looks like me when I have weird turning arms, where you just put machines into other machines.
The other problem is that if I have any hope of beating this game, I'm going to need several lanes of belts, which comes with its own challenges. But here's how I've devised to load the sushi bus with ores, which will work for any number of lanes. So if you just put everything onto a sushi belt all willy-nilly, it would invariably get clogged up with too many of one item, and that's where circuits come in. What we want to do is have something that keeps track of how much of each item is on the belt, and also know when to stop adding more of that item. To do this, we're going to rely on the classic memory cell, which is just a decider combinator with its output wired back in as input. Whatever signal we put into this thing will remain in memory forever, and that means whenever we put an item onto the belt, we can add it to the memory cell, and when we take one off, we can subtract it. That way we'll have a constant updating record of everything. But that just tells us how much stuff we've got. To actually limit it, we're going to use these constant combinators to set up a value corresponding to the maximum amount of each item we'd like to allow on the belts. Then we can multiply the actual count from the memory cell by -1 and add that to the output from the constant combinator. And if we had, say, 501 iron ore in the memory cell and 500 as the set limit, then we'd end up with a final signal of -1 iron ore, which we can then use to turn off the belt that adds iron ore so long as the value isn't negative. You know, just normal Factorio stuff. And as you can see, the belts supplying stone and coal are cut off before the iron and copper lanes since their limits are much lower. Also, I set up electric miners on all the ore patches while you weren't looking. We've got ores on the belts, but actually forging them is its own challenge, seeing as forges can take iron ore, copper ore, stone, and iron plates as input. The easiest solution would be to use filter inserters and dedicate each furnace each to a specific resource, but we can do better. Also, I just realized that I didn't leave any space for the power poles, and now I need to rip this whole thing up. Instead of enabling and disabling the inserters, I'm going to use circuits to set their filters, so when we're low on copper, they'll allow in copper ore, and likewise with iron
Oh
ore.
my god, I already hate this. This is hurting me.
I really want
The memory cell?
Yeah,
it
that makes sense, but
the glaring issue is
dying.
that unlike iron or copper plates, making steel takes 5 iron plates. That means if the need for steel appeared and an inserter added an iron plate to the furnace, that furnace can then only accept iron plates from then on, and will only sit idle until it has enough to make steel. Then if the steel request disappeared, it would never be able to get enough iron to make the steel and free up the furnace. I tried for hours to find something that worked and came up empty-handed, so the steel and brick furnaces will need to be dedicated, but the iron and copper furnaces can share. Also, I need to add in a constant combinator that always adds in coal as a filter so they can fuel themselves. Now you can see that if I add in that I want 500
What
copper
now?
plates on the belts, suddenly the filter for copper ore appears on the inserters. Also, it's easy to forget, but all of my resources are coming from handcrafting, because I don't have a real base. And I really wish I had construction robots right about now, but for some reason I feel like that's pretty far away. It's been 2 hours and we're only now getting furnaces.
I don't want
But hey, it works.
some spam Masubi.
Some what?
Spam Masubi.
This guy loves spam.
Love spam.
I'll sign you up for some spam lists. That way you'll get all the spam you can read.
It's not edible.
If you print it out, you could eat it. Download more
Okay.
spam.com.
Fuck it.
I I just need to repeat this process for every
Hit me.
single furnace stack I want. Regardless, the beginning of our sushi base has begun to manifest, and it already looks horrible. All of these inserters are set to read contents mode as a pulse, which is carried along the green wires and fed into the memory cell. But we need to make sure to multiply the pulses from the inserters that take things off the belts by -1, so it knows that the item was removed. If we want to see all the items on the belts, we just need to mouse over the memory cell. And you might have noticed that despite my best intentions, some of these furnaces have iron plates stuck inside of them, and that's because to set the filters I used the red wire, and to read whatever was picked up I used the green wire, but the item pulse also gets sent along the red wire as well. So whenever the steel furnaces picked up an iron plate, for one frame iron plates were added to the filter of the iron and copper forges, which allowed them to get stuck trying to make steel. I can fix this by putting in a negative value for iron plates in the red wire using a constant combinator, which should drown out any errant pulse of data since only positive values can set filters. As if there weren't already enough of them, but another major issue with this design is that if for any reason an item is taken off of the belts without first notifying the memory cell, it will forever exist as a ghost in the system, and the only way to get an accurate count again would be to completely empty the belts and reset the memory cell. Boy, I really hope I don't need to do this more than once. Watching this, however, has given me the premonition that once this thing is running, adding anything to it will be a major headache. And outside of belt upgrades, it's pretty much impossible to increase throughput, so I've decided to up the number of lanes from 4 to 6. We'll also need a new 6-lane balancer, since it is very important that all the items are evenly distributed across all 6 lanes. Well, we're approaching the 4-hour mark, and I'm yet to place an assembler that isn't hand-fed, but I've got some steam engines feeding off the coal on the belts. It only has access to 1/3 of the total coal since only 2 belts go by it, which is less than ideal, but it'll work for now. But now we need to actually get things into assemblers, which isn't as straightforward as it sounds, since we have 6 lanes and at most our assemblers can only pull from 3 lanes per side. There is a way to get 4 lanes per side, and even 5, but it requires splitters in a way that won't work with sushi. I could split the bus in half and run 3 lanes on either side, but I decided to mirror it instead and let each see only half the total belts, since it leaves me more space for chests and eventual fluid shenanigans. This is the interesting part of this design. Because all of the belts are totally equivalent, adding more belts is the only way to increase throughput, but it also makes it harder and harder to effectively pull stuff off of them. If our sushi bus was 15 lanes wide, any given assembler could only access 20% of the resources on the bus. Which isn't so bad when it's a fairly ubiquitous resource like copper or iron plates, but since we're going to be putting everything on these belts, it's possible by pure chance for certain resources to just totally miss an assembler just by getting balanced on the wrong side of the belt. All I can really do to counteract this is by mirroring the recipes on each side. Also, I only have access to 4 inserters with this design, and if 3 are dedicated to picking off 1 lane each, that means I only have 1 inserter left over to actually place things back onto the bus. This whole thing relies on the bus being balanced and space being available, but if everything is getting placed in the exact same spot, not only will it be unbalanced, but it will also block later inserters if that lane is too full. The best I can do right now is add another balancer every so often. The inserters feeding into the assemblers just need to notify the memory cell of whatever they took off, but the ones putting stuff onto the belt also need to have an enable condition to only add stuff to the belt when we don't have enough. Originally, I tried having 2 inserters taking stuff off the belts and 2 putting stuff back on, since I was afraid of the copper wire clogging everything up if it was restricted only 1/2 of a lane. But eventually I decided that the other 3-to-1 design is much better. And with the lanes fully saturated now that I had to stop the belts for construction,
Visually, the sushi bus looks
assemblers can't even make circuits
stunning.
There's no room to drop the wire.
Yeah, I'd agree.
After a while, the clog starts separating, and you can see some circuits starting to circulate. And seeing the first of many processed resources floating lazily around the belt, it hits me just how dumb this base is. I kind of want to vomit already. At least after 5 hours, I can finally start fully automating supplies like inserters, assemblers, and power poles. And surprise, surprise, it sucks. This doesn't bode well for the future. Also experience a nice power outage from not enough coal getting to the boilers.
So when are we playing space exploration like this?
I'm not playing anything like this. It's very entertaining to watch, but I will not play it.
But why?
So you guys would make me do the circuits.
And?
I'm not doing it.
least we get to watch it fill up again, assuming YouTube's compression algorithm doesn't turn it all into cubic visual sludge. Another problem with this design, yeah, there's another one, can you believe it? It's that unlike a regular bus where you can use splitters to ensure that everything gets at least a little bit of the resources, here it's very much first come, first served. You can see the steel furnace is eating all of the iron plates until there's nothing left over to make green circuits with, at least until the steel reaches its limit. But after standing around for a couple minutes, it's back to a reasonable distribution. It feels weird actually having automated supplies now. I think it's about time we actually tried to make some science.
It's gonna be the best quality of life he's ever going to have is when he gets solar panels. He can be like, yes, I don't have to do boilers at least.
This should be enough for the science assemblers up until the end game. Editing the bus is a little dangerous, since removing any of the belts means removing the items on top of it and dooming them to forever exist as ghosts in the memory cell. But fortunately, we can just rotate them instead. Over here's the labs, with the same design that allows them to pull from 3 lanes and ensures that all 6 lanes are covered. I'd say this number of labs is pretty optimistic, but what can I say? I'm known for my optimism. This thing sucks so much, oh my god. Regardless, after 6 hours I can finally start researching the early game stuff. Very slowly. Luckily, red and green science aren't that difficult to produce. There's no biters, but I'm getting military too, just so I can make grenades to blow up trees.
Yeah, if we were to do this, I would mandate that we start out with robots.
Cars, since replacing all of my belts with
Yeah, that seems relevant.
at this point. Unlike a regular design where you can selectively speed
We wouldn't even be able to power the robots at that stage.
upgrading some of the belts, but not all.
Well, you're
Well,
talking
yeah,
about
you could.
construction robots.
I guess, I
Yeah,
guess if
construction
you put a bunch of personal stuff on that,
After driving around for a bit, I
with
found
it,
that
yeah,
I
it'd work.
There's a robot start
for the next
mod
step,
that gives you like nuclear power and a roboport and construction robots.
Yeah, personal. It's just personal stuff, yeah.
The first step is automating some oil refineries and pump jacks and
I
chemicals.
think SpaceX did that, didn't
It
it?
would probably be faster
I remember
if
having
could
construction
handle
robots
it,
real
picking stuff
early,
up off the
personal
belt, and that would
ones.
screw up the memory cell.
I
Those
don't think you had them
are
that
rows
early.
and rows of assemblers. Hopefully this will be the
You
last
didn't.
time I need to do this without construction robots.
SpaceX might let you get them earlier than normal, though.
And there it is. I'll hook it up later, but if it's not doing anything, all it means is a longer round trip. And you're going to love what these assemblers are for. Now it's time to start extracting that black sticky goo. It's just like you'd expect, and all I'm going to do is run a giant pipe all the way to my base. I doubt this base will ever need another oil patch, since I expect our final science per minute to be around 5. Then we just gotta plug it into some refineries. I considered putting crude oil on the sushi bus as well and sending it to the refineries that way, but I decided for the sake of my sanity that fluid-to-fluid recipes shouldn't go on the bus. As usual, even though I don't have the recipe unlocked yet, I set it up for advanced oil processing as well, since I'll
Yeah,
be researching that pretty
I
much
don't. I think barrels would take this series to a standstill. I'm glad he's not.
No, I don't think anyone should
no.
actually do this.
Oh no, he's doing the products to the bus though. Oh no, he just said fluid to fluids, not on the bus.
The main thing we need this for is plastic, which takes
Oh no.
petroleum gas. The gas comes in on a barrel and will be unbarreled right next to the plastic plants as the empty barrel is put back on the bus to be filled again. The plastic will be used immediately to make red circuits, and anyone who's played Factorio before has doubtless experienced their base being permanently starved for these things. And for all my 2,000 hours of playtime, I expect my base to end up much the same. That's 1/3 of the ingredients for chemical science out of the way. Next up is engine units. And for all the problems I've been pointing out, I'd like to mention the only advantage to the sushi bus. No matter where I put down an assembler or what recipe it has, it will eventually make the item I need. Keyword, eventually.
Stochastic
Now all we
base
need is
design.
sulfur, and that takes water, but our sushi bus has us covered. And don't forget, we need to manually put in a limit for every item we want to add onto the bus. Since my main goal right now is construction robots, I wanted to start making some sulfuric acid ahead of time.
He recirculates the barrels.
Of course he does.
Almost feels like cheating, but what are you gonna do? These are annoying because they output fluid as well, and I need to make a bit of space to actually get it out, but then it's straight into barrels. I'm just gonna assume that I only need one of these. Isn't it beautiful? I have no idea how long it takes to make a round trip on these belts. Probably like 5 minutes. Without further ado, here's chemical science.
My god,
And
he's
again,
got blue
thanks to the
science.
power of sushi, I just need to set the recipe and eventually they'll make it.
That aspect is pretty nice. You just put the assembler anywhere.
So now I research advanced oil processing and wait for the
Literally
science
does
to
not
come
matter
along.
where it is
There's not
located.
much for me to do right now.
It'll
I
get
would
it.
really prefer to just go AFK for an hour, but
I
forgot
can't
to
wait to
enable
put the
research
science
Q&A at
packs on the
start of
belts.
game, and for some reason the only way to enable it mid-game is a console command. Well, whatever. At least now I can leave and hopefully come back to fully researched construction robots. So I'm back, and you may have noticed something off about the belts. That sure is a lot of sulfur and copper wire. What's more, our research didn't even finish, presumably because of the aforementioned sulfur incident. Upon closer inspection, it seems that this green wire was never hooked up, which means that this whole row wasn't updating the memory cell at all. Well, it's colorful, I guess. But you know what that means. Time to purge the belts for the 4th time. Yay! You would not believe how much garbage can fit on 6,000 belts. You can see the negative values in the memory cells from assemblers that were picking up items that were never added into the system digitally. Well, I guess we get to watch this again. It takes forever for the belts to even out. And finally, construction robots are finished, but I'm not even close to being able to build them yet. Our starter iron patch is finally running dry, so we need to get another one. Fortunately, there's a nice one right below us. It takes a couple belts to get there, but it works. I'd love to use red belts, but I'm currently saving those all up for the actual base. I upgraded the ore inputs and the balancer to red belts so I can get some more iron throughput. Because the ore only comes in on 2 lanes, if it can hit the balancer faster, it'll spread out across all 6. So even if the rest of the belts are yellow, it still helps us input more iron. Also, upgrading all of the furnaces reduces coal consumption. Now, if you still don't realize how bad this base is, I'm bottlenecked not by chemical science or green science, but red science, simply because my red belt assemblers are eating all of the gears further upstream. Since I don't have enough assemblers to actually make construction robots, I get to experience the joy of building another one of these assembly lanes by hand. I made sure the green wire was connected this time. So now to actually make robot frames, we'll need lube and some batteries. I've said it before, but the best part about making robots is that it means you're already 1/3 done with yellow science, and you got robots. I'm cheating a bit and borrowing the sulfuric acid from the other side. And that should theoretically make robots. I look forward to having enough of them in 2 hours. I replaced even more of my belts with red belts, and you can see what I mean with them all bunching up. And kudos to my steam engines for lasting this long, but we're finally starting to have power problems. Luckily, now that I have batteries, I can actually start making a trickle of accumulators.
Why, you don't have to put the petroleum in a barrel.
Early game robots are
But thou
kind of
must.
slow, though. Still, as long as there's a roboport in our tileable solar blueprint, and we have some bots in the network, it'll get built eventually. This base doesn't use much power, mostly on account of it being really bad, so as long as I occasionally slap down another 100 solar panels, we should be able to keep up with demand.
Well, that's a pretty design for
This will
solar
also
fields.
ease up the coal demand a little bit. For some reason, we have a negative value of iron ore in the memory cell. I have no idea how that happened, but I'm just going to ignore it. Look at me, I don't need to upgrade these things by hand anymore. Well, upgrading the straightaways by hand is still faster. Might as well while I'm waiting for purple science to research. And there we are. Everything's been upgraded to red belts. Now instead of taking 10 minutes to make a round trip, it only takes 5. I should probably get around to making purple science, but thanks again to the power of sushi, all I need to do is set some recipes and a few assemblers. This base really is the jack of all trades, master of none. Then I just append some purple science to our science lane, and eventually... You know, I've been saying that
It's an interesting solar panel design.
Yeah. Looks cool.
Well, in the fullness of time, purple science will appear. Hey, it only took 7 minutes. There's not much stopping us from making yellow science either. I've got some extra circuit assemblers to try and compensate for that whole first come, first serve thing I mentioned earlier, considering these processor units take 20 green circuits. My expectations for the yield are pretty low. Also, we'll need some sulfuric acid.
Glorious, glorious sushi.
These structures have a very long crafting time, and seeing as we'll need them to launch the rocket as well as the yellow science, I'm squeezing in a couple more assemblers to make them. I've been playing this for so long that this torrent of garbage is starting to look normal. Well, that's everything we need to make yellow science, and at some point in the future, we'll get some. Can't forget to actually add the item into the system, though. Alright, now I can theoretically research the endgame science as long as I wait around enough. So that's what I'm gonna do. Seriously, there's not really much left for me to do here. With a design as great as this, any attempt to improve it would just take longer than waiting. The later game sciences require a ton more copper, and my starter patch is finally running out, so time to secure another patch. And why use our expensive red belts when you can just run twice as many yellow belts? 2 yellow belts side-loading into a single red belt is enough to fully saturate it. I also set up another coal mine.
Use electrical furnaces. It's not going to.
It's going to take forever to research, but if I start stockpiling the components to make a rocket hours in advance, it won't be as painful. Hopefully. On that note, we're making some rocket fuel. And the stuff to make military science, because might as well. Ever notice how I call half the sciences by their names and the other half by their color? Weird. Here's a new stone mine, too. With no risk of my resources running dry, now I can AFK in peace. These belts are kind of like a train wreck. You just can't look away. I forgot to set up rocket control units, but it's not like any spare red circuits were getting past the chemical science assemblers anyway. After doing this for a year, you can tell I'm really good at getting cinematic shots, like messing around in menus when the game-winning research completes. No matter, now I've got to make the rocket silo, which is a lot harder than usual because I need to make concrete from a sushi belt. Also, it's going to be about 1 million years before we get enough processing units, since we'll also need them for the Tier 3 productivity modules. Trust me, you do not want to make a rocket without Tier 3 modules, especially under circumstances such as this. While we were waiting, all of our belts magically turned into blue belts. That's amazing. Also, our silo's done. Might as well put it right here. Now all that's left to do is wait, and I've gotten pretty good at that during this run. Seriously, this one's worse than that explosive ore video I made. So at this point, I just left to go do something else. After coming back, we seem to be averaging a mean 6 RCUs per minute, which is enough for about 4 rocket sections every 5 minutes. Some bases can be measured in rockets per hour, and I'm proud to say that this one is measured in hours per rocket.
He launched the Mad Lad. How's the video only half over though?
Secret ending?
What's gonna happen?
And there it is. 18 hours to
He did it in 18 hours. That's surprising.
Now, some channels might be satisfied with that, but here, we like to do things a little differently. So let's take sushi to its logical conclusion, shall we? This base served us well, but I've got better ideas.
He's gonna mega base it? Oh, yeah.
Playing around with ideas until finally settling on this design. It still pulls from 3 lanes per assembler, but its output is on a separate belt that feeds into the lanes via a priority input splitter. So now they'll never get stuck trying to drop something onto a full belt again. I also staggered the splitters so they'll output onto the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd lanes and hopefully keep everything balanced, which should mean I need way less balancers. Also, shockingly, there's room for beacons. The best thing about this design is that it's also infinitely stackable. My furnace setup is mostly the same, except upgraded to fit electric furnaces and beacons, as well as taking advantage of the extra width of the electric furnaces to add in another long inserter, which will help keep the belts equal on both sides. But designing it in the lab and building it in-game are 2 completely different things, especially with a base this bad. It's going to take forever to get the supplies to build anything even close to the scale I'm looking for, but we'll have several hours to stockpile them while we sort out the resources. At this point, it feels weird setting up a proper train network. This, so far, is the only normal part about this run. But don't worry, this is just a short trip before it all gets sushi-fied. If only setting up mining outposts was really this fast. But we can do our best with some good blueprints. Well, that should be enough mines for now. Time to actually make the unloading stations. While I've been busy for the past 3 hours, one messed up inserter has slowly been dropping 2.6 thousand rail signals onto the belts. Really goes to show just how fragile this whole design is. Well, here's the unloading stations. The trains are all 6 cars long, so I can get 6 lanes off of them. I'm also going to set up oil processing up here since there's water. This time we've got beacons, and we're actually going to set up oil cracking instead of just deleting the fluids whenever they get backed up. I designed this to fit in the same footprint and be somewhat tileable, but even at the scale I'm planning for, 20 refineries is probably enough. So what kind of scale are we talking about here?
How come our trains don't look like
This
that?
kind of scale.
Nice, we don't use
It's
blueprints.
a 30-lane wide sushi bus.
Hmm.
That's almost 900 underground belts in one blueprint. It's like our other ore input design, except scaled up a little bit.
My god.
Shoutouts to my sponsor for this video, the Shadow Government. Now allow me to introduce you to the Moab, the mother of all balancers. It takes over an hour to make the blue belts
The
for just
Moab.
one of these bad boys, which is why everything is using yellow belts for now. Time to paste that big furnace blueprint we made. This thing can handle 6 lanes, and it's got room to route another 6 through by the beacons, so I can put another furnace array right in front of it. This thing's pretty tall, and stacking 5 of these things on top of each other would have been annoying. And from here, the construction bot should be able to handle everything else.
30 lanes.
30 lanes. Why not?
Unfortunately, the iron is right where I'd prefer to build stuff, so I'm gonna need to route it right through.
I think ideally,
Why?
or this is surely ideal because he's using the resources in game. It's not like he just went to some infinite, you know, ore source to mega base it. It's just like, no, I'm going to use my practical resources.
Little base to supply us is a little ambitious. But with how I designed this thing, I don't need to make all 30 lanes at once, since all of my designs stack vertically. I wish I remembered to wire this thing up when I was making the blueprint. Anyway, it's the exact same system as the original furnaces. I am being very careful with this. I am double and triple checking all of the wire connections I make and all of the inserter settings. You've seen what happens when one inserter is out of whack, and I'd really prefer to avoid that. So now we've got to set up the memory cell, which isn't hard, but it's got me thinking. The way I was setting limits with a constant combinator works, but it's a little bit annoying, especially considering how often I need to fiddle with the values. This sushi is highly volatile, and finding the right number of an item to have on the belt requires a lot of trial and error. What I'd like is something that lets me track and fine-tune certain values, and so I decided to build one. All of this might look complicated, and I guess it kind of is, but not conceptually. It's just a bunch of latches hooked up to push buttons from the push button mod, and whenever I press one, it kicks out the previous value from the memory cell and puts itself in instead. This stuff in the memory cells feeds into 2 arithmetic combinators that multiply any value that passes through by that value. Then after sanitizing the output, that is fed into another memory cell which will ultimately contain all of the limits we've set, and that is shown on these displays from the Santa's Nixie Tube mod. What that all boils down to is, I can choose to add or subtract certain preset values from the limiter's memory by pressing the buttons, then the buttons corresponding to the item whose limit I want to increase or decrease. I've decided to call this contraption the Chef, since it controls the sushi. The actual amount of stuff on the belts will be displayed too, just as soon as I can actually put things on the belts. On top of all the ores, we've got to deal with putting all the fluids in barrels as well. And it's a bit against the spirit of the sushi, but I've decided to add these filter inserters that grab all the empty barrels off of the main line and put them onto another belt. Those get sent up to our oil refineries to be filled before being routed back in sushi style. If the empty barrels don't get filled, they'll just get routed back in anyway, so it's still completely circular. We've got the resources, now we just need to do something with them, and that involves several hours of copy-pasting our assembler blueprint that I designed. I'm going to be making a ton of these assemblers, and I can't really think of anything interesting to say anymore, so have a montage.
My favorite part is whenever he puts down another Moab, he's only got like 1/3 of the belts. The support robots are like, give us, we'll do the work. It's like, no,
But give belt.
no belt. No have belt. Only think about belt. So anyway, Snake 1, Prague party tonight? I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Well, that's the basic structure.
We need to make
done,
Prinny
but
have an
before I
actual
start pasting on the
aneurysm.
extra tiers, I've got to set the recipes, since they're all going to be the same for each stack. I'm treating each lane of assemblers as its own factory, and so I chose a rate of science that I thought I could sustain with 6 blue belts of resource input and tried to ratio that as a guideline. But I probably could have cut the number of assemblers in half just because of how inefficient moving resources like this is. The sulfur and sulfuric acid took some nightmare piping, but it's good enough. This time I'm going to make sure we actually have enough circuit production.
Oops.
Like I said, the only advantage to this base is that at this point, all I need to do is set recipes and circuit conditions. Once I've set up all the recipes, I decide to extend it a bit so I can have some extra assemblers for making things not used in science, like belts. I'm going to be making a lot of belts, because don't forget, this thing is still entirely
My
made
god,
of
he's
young
on top of
belts,
the uranium.
and despite having 30
His
lanes,
science
its
is gonna have
throughput is only
radiation
1.7
poisoning.
times greater than the old base because it's got 6 lanes of blue belts. But after 15 hours, we've got at least 1/5 of this thing done. Now I get to set all the limits on the chef, which I expect to tweak quite a bit. But that's why I made this thing, and now you get to easily see the limits at all times. There's one last thing I need to take care of, which is the labs, and I decided it would be cool if I took the science off one sushi belt and put it onto another sushi belt. Same concept, subtract from the main belt, add to the new belt, compare the memory cell with a constant value, and activate the inserters if we're below that value. Unfortunately, a filter inserter can only have up to 5 filters at a time, and there's 7 sciences, but it only gets the filter applied if there's a deficiency of that item, so I'm just going to assume that it'll work. Alright, now let's turn this baby on.
It's beautiful.
It's going to take quite a while for
I can't wait for one inserter to be out of whack.
It's got like a 20-minute round trip on the belts. So let's start expanding it.
I guess conga belt of empty barrels.
And this is why we spent the last 20 hours stockpiling materials.
I like the barrel snake.
Yeah,
Zigzag.
that's good. It's a good snake.
The chef.
It cooks the sushi.
That only took 3 hours, and you can see my sushi chef is working flawlessly. Not only can I see the limits, but I can compare the values to see if there's a deficiency of any item. That being said, this thing's just warmed up and I'm already getting some lag. The time usage debug menu lets us see how much computation time everything takes, and the main one to look at is update time. Factorio runs at 60 FPS, and this shows how long it takes the computer to process each frame in milliseconds. The longest it can take to process without losing frames is 16.6. The causes are obvious.
Jesus Christ. It's like LA traffic.
Considering all the conditions, but transport lines is especially egregious. It's anywhere between 4 and 7 milliseconds. I have never seen it anywhere near this bad. Yeah, we've got like 60,000 belts, but that's still way too high. And I can tell you why. If you're curious about the specifics, you can read their blog post, but the Factorio devs are smart and they heavily optimized belts so long as there aren't gaps in the belts. Yeah, so guess what we've got across 30 lanes and 60,000 belts as an integral part of the sushi design. Not only that, but we have about 5 times as many assemblers as we actually need to cover the whole bus, as well as 5 inserters per assembler with constant circuit connection. This might just be the most unoptimized way to play Factorio possible. This is way worse than the no belts run. There is no contest. That one at least managed a cool 100 signs per minute flawlessly. But this one is 5 times the size, uses my whole CPU, and still barely manages that. I've really got to hand it to myself. I've made the worst base ever. The primary evidence is that despite being this huge, this whole base has been running on nothing more than 5,000 solar panels, which means that the vast majority of these buildings are just idle. It's only now starting to strain the power grid when I'm doing research, and so I've actually got to set up nuclear power. I was putting this off because getting the sulfuric acid required to mine the uranium ore off of my
Oh
sushi
no!
belt-
Oh no! Don't use nuclear power. No. No.
And in 10 years, I expect to have enough sulfuric acid to fill a wagon. If I was doing this at the start of the run, I probably would have put this raw uranium on the sushi belts, but it's been almost 40 hours and my soul hurts. I'll just leave this running while I set up the reactor. I stole this modular reactor from someone else. I don't really know how it's set up, and I don't really care to know. I just want it to make power, and I'm nearing my breaking point. And would you look at that, we've got enough uranium to set up Coveracts. Unlike the raw uranium, I actually am going to put this on the sushi belt. Nuclear power, yay. Now I can actually consider using beacons and productivity modules. My belt-making enterprise leaves much to be desired. And I'm going to choose now to mention that I have some modded-in upgraded belts that seemed like a good idea at the start of this video, but are too expensive for this horrible atrocity of a base to actually produce in a quantity that I'd need. But I am making the upgraded underground belts. Also, doesn't it look like there's way too much copper ore on the belts? Yeah, this definitely looks a little over the limit of 10,000 that I set. I couldn't find it in this 5-hour video file, so I'll just tell you that one of the copper lanes was set to enable and disable properly.
I know that modular reactor design.
Slowly introducing undocumented copper every time there was copper demand. There is no way I'm draining all of these belts.
It
so the best I can do
tessellates.
is manually enter like 20,000 copper ore into the memory cell and assume it's close enough to the real value.
Though I find it hilarious that he tessellates it the wrong direction.
Of the time. The rest of it was
Don't worry
spent
about
sitting
it.
around like this, but at least it's fun watching the belts go by. Ultimately, this base is still slow because of the yellow belts, and I've mostly been waiting around for more belts to be made, so I added some Nixie displays and wired them up to the Roboport to display how many belts are in the network. As you can see, we're up to 1/6 of the total blue belts we'll need to convert everything. There's still some stuff I can do while they build up, like setting up more mines. It's a good sign that I'm actually using up all of my ore now. It means something's getting built. Then I can use the very convenient module inserter mod to add productivity and skill
Undocumented
modules to
copper.
everything. Only tier 1s though, but considering we have nearly 2,000 assemblers that can take 4 modules each, even a good base would struggle to fill that with tier 3s. I've also managed to make enough of the higher tier underground belts to let me do this. Blue undergrounds just weren't long enough to span an entire rocket silo, and I could have done this completely vanilla, but I like this solution more. Again, setting filters with signals, and when there's a demand for space science from the chef, the satellite signal gets added. We need filter inserters because while it's possible to build a rocket from the bus with regular inserters, the moment it gets built it would shove something random in it like an iron gear wheel and launch that into orbit. This is legitimately the only time I've ever encountered this issue. Let's see how long it takes this time. Wow, only an hour. And to be fair, we were building 3 rockets at once, and they finished shortly after. Now we just need to wait for a satellite to pass by. Any second now. Supposedly there's some in the system, but like I said, 20-minute round trip. Oh, and there we go. Fully automated sushi rocket science. And it seems the other one found a satellite too. God knows I couldn't see it. And correctly, satellites have disappeared from the filter now that we've got enough space science on the belts, which are being reserved onto the science sushi belt. And there we have very colorful infinite research. Man, I should have downloaded the Disco Lab mod. After all that waiting, we're at least somewhat close to all the blue belts we'll need, so I decided to go ahead and pull the trigger. Then I spend the next several hours cowering in a field because my UPS is being murdered, and not looking at anything means my game runs faster, and therefore the belts build faster. I'm not too concerned that it's taking forever, because I assume that the rest of the belts will have finished crafting by the time they're done replacing everything. And in due course, everything has been blue beltified. So, where do we go from here? Well, there's this really stupid mod that adds something that requires one of every item in the game to craft, and this base is practically built for something like that, so let's give it a shot. Oh yeah, that's definitely every item in the game, alright. I assumed it was just vanilla items, but I really didn't like how it wanted modded items as well, including every variant of text plate. So I just edited the game file so it only took vanilla. There we go. And now for the incredibly painstaking process of selecting every single recipe in the game across every assembler, adding that condition to the inserters, then adding that value to the sushi chef to allow it onto the belts. I've got a lot of available assemblers, but this is really going to show the major problem that each assembler only sees 1/10 of the total supplies, so just getting the items that it needs is basically pure chance. I don't think I would recommend this experience to anyone. But honestly, there's just something appealing about the idea of putting every single item in the game on the sushi belt. Don't forget that it's every item in the game, even its own special assembler, and that means we need 2 rocket silos each, a Spidertron, and a Mark II power suit, just to name the big ones. With everything on the belts, anything will eventually be crafted, but again, it's mostly a waiting game up to the will of the sushi. It's important to try and not put certain recipes in the same row as another, like exoskeletons after the rocket silo, since the silo will eat all of the electric engines in that row and completely starve the exoskeletons. Now to actually try and build some of these things. They're grabbing pretty much everything right now, but I expect that to change shortly. There's also a few little things I need to add, like crude oil barrels, and uranium ore. Now the joy of manually selecting every single item we need.
Oh man.
After a while, it's got some more stuff in it, but it's still got
What?
quite a ways to go.
We're
That means
watching
it's
a
time to wait again.
video
The
here.
bit rate of this
I'll link it to
video
you.
is going to be horrendous.
I'll just post it in gaming now.
Might as well take a tour while that builds. This base runs much better
There you
with
go,
blue
there you go,
belts,
Pat.
but it still sucks.
What the fuck is
The
this?
biggest nail in the coffin for this design is just the
It's exactly
insane
what it says.
problematic nature of anything getting crafted. Sometimes you'll need circuits only to see that your entire
He
limit
doesn't
iron is an
he
entire
doesn't
continent with
subvert
billions of
the
copper plates
name of the
passed
video
by.
at all.
I
It's
cannot
exactly
hammer
what it
this home
says.
enough. It's bad. It's horrible. You need a constant demand, otherwise all your unused ore gets past the furnaces and takes up your quota until it does a full lap of the belt. Your hands are tied. You can't do anything except wait and hope what you need gets crafted. There is zero intelligence to it. Not to mention that it's horribly laggy. I genuinely question if it's possible to make a base worse than this. That being said, I've found myself just staring at these belts, mesmerized by all the colors that pass by. I want this as a menu simulation. It's a complicated feeling. I'm both proud and disgusted by what I've created. After 3 hours, unsurprisingly, we're mostly waiting on the big ones like Spidertrons and rocket silos. But remember, it's spread across 10 assemblers, and I want to get out of here, so I decided to consolidate them to at least launch 1 duck.
Launch the gear wheel into orbit. Do it.
Launch the duck.
It's beautiful. And then it just kinda fades out of existence. But I got a rubber ducky out of it. Was it all worth it? No. I let the base run a bit researching stuff just to show how bad it truly is. And you can see that we're anywhere between 60 and 140 SPM. It vacillates a lot. To be fair, we're still trying to make rubber ducks, but yeah, despite having 1.8K assemblers, it's running worse than my beltless and burner bases. The only one it beats out is my dangerous base, and that one's like 100th the size. Well, thanks for coming with me on this journey into subversive engineering. And special thanks to all my patrons who for some reason fund atrocities like this being brought into the world.
He
Remember,
did it.
they
A
voted
duck.
for this. But thanks for watching. I'll see
Alright,
you
well I
next
need to go
time.
watch this guy's other videos apparently. Oh, he has a La Mulana video.
La Mulana technically released in
I'm
2007,
excited to watch that
based on
next.
the original La Mulana, which came out in 2006.
Wait, is this Pat's channel? He sounds like Pat doing. He sounds like he could be Pat doing a voice. Is that why he made a La Mulana video 3 weeks ago? Hmm.
And in the space
Sus.
of 2023, I'm still coming to terms with the fact that even though it's been over 17 years,
Oh, he's playing La Mulana. Alright.
games for the
Is he playing the MSX version?
then as La Mulana is now. Well,
No, okay.
Crisis aside, La Mulana is a Metroidvania with a focus on puzzle solving, in the same way that a car is a big box of metal with a focus on going forwards. I should warn you that this video will spoil literally everything, so if you don't want that, stop watching. Also, the best way to experience La Mulana is to find someone who's already beaten it and get them to give you hints. But anyway...
The best way to experience La Mulana is to find someone who's already beaten it and get them to give you hints. Pat knows that anyway.
Now, when most people start the game, they're going to wander to the left, die to this guy, and then wander to the right, fall off this waterfall, and drown. You know it's pretty bad when the developers had to release their own walkthrough on how to actually get into the ruins. What you need to do is press down on this rectangle here and use a consumable item called a weight, and then you can fall into the ruins. But before you do any of that, you're going to want to go up here and get the shell horn, because it's pretty important. It's your sound cue for whenever you solve a puzzle. Yeah, imagine if in Legend of Zelda, it made you unlock the jingle first. But wait, it gets even better. You know how I mentioned that this was a puzzle game? Well, the main way of solving these puzzles is by reading these tablets, but not only do you first need to buy the scanner, but you also need to buy the software that translates them. Then, and only then, are you allowed to start realizing that you have no idea what you're supposed to do next. Also, being able to read the map is another piece of software that you need to equip. Just the concept of being able to turn off the ability to read your map is flabbergasting.
It gets really pretty though, like in a disgusting way. It's like a oil slick on a pristine river, you know. It's got that rainbow of colors, but you know it's killing all the wildlife. That's the sushi man, John Sushi Man. What time is it? What time is it?
Play Minecraft.
Oh, we got 30 minutes already. Is that about right? Sound right?
Who knows what that means, but maybe it's talking about...
Maybe.
Maybe.
Or maybe...
Hooray. And that's basically La Mulana. Let's just be clear, this game hates you, and it makes that very obvious with this switch. Honestly, I can't even
I don't want to
call
work
this bad game
tomorrow.
design. It's probably the most upfront way to
You don't work tomorrow? You would maybe interview tomorrow?
This game is unfair.
No, it's on Thursday.
Anyway, your LeMayza Coast
Okay, you don't work tomorrow, Pat.
I have a call on Tuesday and interview on
in search
Thursday.
of the secret of life. Also, your dad is here, but we don't see him much. When you first start off, you talk to elders.
Give me a job,
who
don't
tells
interview
you a
me.
little about La Mulana. And then after that, his main purpose is mostly to spam you with emails, which are useful about 10% of the time. We still love him, though.
No.
The controls are pretty
No.
retro, and by that I mean really bad. You have 4 main buttons, which are jump, main weapon, sub-weapon, and item, but that's not the problem. It's the jumping and air control. You jump like
I'm just
you're on
gonna
the
skip
moon
ahead.
and have 0 control over your trajectory until you reach the apex of your
Oh my
jump,
fucking
at which
God.
point you'll get a little control, but not much.
There's so many bolts.
Also, when you walk off a ledge, you just plummet straight down. You're not allowed to
How far did you skip
Just a
ahead?
bunch of trash.
Platforming in Marrow was
Oh, it's treasure.
Thankfully, the game doesn't require much precise platforming, but it does take a while to get used to. So the first major puzzle is to push this block onto that pressure plate, except we can't get
It's a
around
build
to the other side. Any idea
that
how to
consumes
solve this?
time
Well, we walk through the
and
wall
converts
first,
it into not
and then we
time
open the chest, which contains the Holy Grail.
eventually.
That's what La Mulana is operating on. You find the Holy Grail at the start. It's extremely convenient because it lets you teleport between previously discovered areas with absolutely no limitations. But eventually you'll realize that there's a reason for that, and that's because the game doesn't so much as have backtracking as it has
This is like the
backwards,
equivalent
forward,
of,
sideways, windward, leeward, and widdershins tracking. We haven't even
like
scratched the
Minecraft,
surface yet, and I cannot overstate just how
Apply
crowded this
energistic
game
storage.
is.
Yeah.
Shove
This room
everything
tells you
in.
to be courageous, so naturally, you throw yourself into the spikes. Turns out they were fake all along, and our reward for doing that is getting the shurikens. By the way, La Mesa is also a ninja. The shurikens are a consumable weapon you can throw. The main puzzle of an area is to try and find out how to make the Ankh appear, and this one's pretty easy. You just need to walk along this invisible platform and put a weight here. Just making the Ankh appear, however, isn't enough. You also need to find the Ankh Jewel, which is unlocked by breaking these tablets in the proper order. Get it wrong and you get zapped by the wrath of God. However, you'll find that a lot of these puzzles are multi-step. That sound means something else happened in a different room, but it's not going to tell you which one. Surprise! It was over here, and it made this other dais appear.
Whatever space mod he's using in space exploration has pretty slick trains.
Yep, it's a boss fight.
What, space mod?
Around now is when you really start to feel the stiffness of the controls, but just smack it until it dies.
He apparently played it starting like 6 months plus ago.
Man, it's a good thing we finished the space mod,
Alright,
right?
on to Giant's Mausoleum.
Finished it, right?
My favorite part about this place
Because
is this
Q,
tablet,
you know,
which
he
if
balanced the
scan it,
balls
will permanently put your
once
game
and for
into
all,
hard
and
mode.
we finished it,
So,
right?
don't
And
do that.
it was solved.
Win space.
As you can see, the game really likes to keep you on your
game's
toes.
done.
It's not
From a
though.
game design perspective, traps like this don't really add
As far as
much
Q's
depth to
concerned.
difficulty
Oh.
since you can't even see them coming, but they're usually only a minor inconvenience.
Like Q's busy
So it adds
attending
novelty, I guess. It
Fake
birthdays
kind
that
of guy to
aren't
sit back
real.
and be like, ha, you got me. But if every
His
game was doing this, it would get old really fast.
sister's imaginary
Well, here we are at the Grail
ex-wives,
Tablet, which means now-
aunts.
Look, it's not weird.
nieces' birthday party.
Everybody goes to every other human being's birthday party. I'm weird for not going to everyone in the whole universe's birthday. It's us. We're the weird ones, guys.
Yeah, but he actually likes his niece's aunts, cousins, twice removed ex-niece.
Ex-niece? What happened to her? What? Oh no. What did they
There was a break in
She is
the
an ex-niece.
There was a break in the space-time continuum,
She's
and
just no longer.
it caused this
niece.
weird time loop.
Now she's his aunt.
Yeah. We call it a knot.
No. Do I play Minecraft?
Oh God.
Or do I
Lift
play
Uh-huh.
Lama Lana Rando?
I mean, oh, I'm Lana Rando is quite fun. 2 might be even more fun, because it controls better.
Yeah.
I've never tried. 2's Rando didn't exist the last time I played it, so
We should
I
try
know
that
it exists now.
sometime.
Yeah, we can try that sometime. But Lama Lana 1 Rando is still pretty fun if caveat, you have to either remember all the puzzles or be willing to wiki them to like remember what items are required for what. But you're in a prime position. Having
Well,
played it
I want
recently.
you to remember all the mantras.
Yeah.
Like the mantra puzzles. I still remember a few. I think.
Well, if you can remember where, yeah. I mean, if you can remember in general where it is, the wiki's pretty good about telling you what's going on. There's also like somebody made a crazy spreadsheet with like every piece of in-game text sorted by the location it comes from. So you could just quickly search for like, okay, what can I do with the, freaking moon mantra? Search the word goddamn moon.
Another thing I should mention is the fact that, seeing as we can warp to the surface at any time and head to this hot spring to restore all of our health without penalty, getting hit by an enemy doesn't so much as add challenge as it adds another trek to the hot springs before immediately teleporting back. Also, enemies don't drop health and instead give you experience, which makes the blue bar under my health bar bigger. And when that's full, it gives you a full heal. But when you can get a full heal for free at any time with a little hike, it's not really that exciting. I know for a fact that I've visited this hot springs at least 100 times during my playthrough because I got an achievement for it. I've come to realize that the basic enemies in La Mulana are there to give you something to smack while you're trekking from place to place trying to solve puzzles. Fortunately, this ghost running a shop sells some Hermes boots, so now we can walk to the hot springs even faster. But just to clarify, if all the enemies were actually challenging, solving the puzzles would be even more of a nightmare, so I'm not complaining. Our main puzzle is to try and figure out which giant is which, like this puzzle that says strength lies at the foot of Futo. Well, if you know that this one's Futo and you press down, you'll put a weight on a hidden dais and get a health upgrade. Or you could have just pressed down on every giant, I guess. Beyond that, you're using this contraption to change it from star, sun, and moon, to change certain things in the area. But make sure you're out of the way when things change. Taking care not to die, we can see that this has achieved nothing. Well, this guy collapsed, and now we can climb this ladder. For some reason, picking this thing up activates a trap that locks us in here, but I don't know why, considering we can just teleport out with the Holy Grail. Oh yeah, by the way, connected to this place is another area called the Endless Corridor. True to its name, it's a corridor that's endless. Really all we can do here is talk to the Fairy Queen, but this area is for way later. La Mulana just likes to make all these areas accessible so you can see all 15 billion puzzles you've yet to solve while you're still struggling on the one and despair. Well anyway, setting the dial to the appropriate time of day made this dais appear. Which in turn makes the Ankh appear. But we can't actually reach it. This guy needs to be praying for that. So here's the second boss. It's this giant robot with his mighty rocket punch. It's pretty simple. You wait for him to punch, dodge it, and then smack him in the face. But you don't want to wait around too long. Unfortunately, simple doesn't mean easy, because the clumsy controls and questionable hitboxes makes it quite the challenge. Also, it doesn't help that the rocks which fall down from the ceiling are completely random and will conspire to knock you back every time. If you manage to smack him enough times, his face will come off and enter the second phase, which is, frankly, complete BS. He gets another rocket punch, which I've managed to dodge maybe like twice in my entire life, but the good news is, now that his face is off, you can just throw shurikens at him. Yeah, so I think I died to this guy at least 15 times. Compared to the enemies, the bosses in La Mulana are actually pretty hard. Once the high of beating a boss wears off, you realize that it didn't really accomplish much and you have no idea what to do next, so you start exploring the other areas. Spring in the Sky is full of water, which is poisonous and slowly drains your health, so don't go swimming around too much. In here we can weigh down this platform, which reveals a dais, and when we put a weight on it, we unlock the caltrops, which are a lot more useful than they seem. If you try to explore much more, you'll run up against this waterfall which constantly pushes you down, so obviously we need to find something before we can pass. But if we go down here, we find this fish we can smack, and we can smack it so many times you start to question if you're actually accomplishing anything. But after a while, eventually it flies away and unlocks the chest with the Ankh jewel in it. That's all we can do for now, though. Time to explore some more. The puzzles in this stage of the game are still mostly salient, but if you haven't guessed, that's going to change. It's actually really hard to make a video about La Mulana without it becoming an incomprehensible mess of puzzle checklists and disjointed rooms, but maybe that's okay because that's basically what the game is. Clearly I just need to charm you with my scintillating personality instead. There's a mini-boss here, but I defeat it by pooping some caltrops at it. Here's Inferno Cavern, another place to worry about. Don't fall in the lava or you'll regret it. At least they left a health upgrade just lying around. Or not. It also connects to the Twin Labyrinths, another really confusing place that we can't really do much with yet. Lava actually being a threat, however, is pretty short-lived, because by simply walking to the end of this area and solving a block puzzle, we get the Ice Cape, which makes it only deal a little damage. But beyond that, there's not much else for us to do here. And that's La Mulana, running up against a wall in 10 different locations and hoping you stumble into the solution somewhere. Back in the Temple of the Sun, our main puzzle is pushing this cart around. Then
His train crisscrossing would give Talon nightmares.
Stand here, unlock the dagger, which is a faster but shorter weapon than the whip, finish pushing the cart, and then struggle to find the Ankh Jewel. I could actually use the one I got from Spring in the Sky, but I'll need to find it eventually, so might as well be now.
Let me
This guy is selling some
take
software
a
that lets you record the text from tablets so you can check on them at any time.
picture of the
And this is the
time.
only thing I'm actually going to lodge a formal complaint against, because
Send
you
it
can
your
only
way.
record 10 tablets. The problem is, it's an in-game solution to just writing it down in real life, which is unlimited. There is no reason for it to be limited. It wouldn't be so bad if not for the fact that if you want any chance of solving the later puzzles, you're going to need to study
go,
every
Talon.
tablet you find.
Cry.
The puzzles are still easy right
Cry
now.
and
It
tray
lulls you into a
and
false
rail
sense
signals.
of security, and you think that there couldn't possibly be more than 10 or 20 important tablets at a time. Yeah, well, there are. You should be recording every tablet you come across in real life. Anyway, here's Mulbrook. We'll talk to her later. For instance, I've been playing for a little over 3 hours now, and despite being in one of the earliest areas, the puzzle this tablet is referring to is relevant about 20 hours from now. Well, the search for the Ankh Jewel goes on. There's a chest here, but I can't figure out how to open it. But you can actually scan a lot more than just tablets. This thing is also known as the Eye of Wedget, and this tablet just so happens to tell you to meditate under Wedget. Yep. And there's our Ankh Jewel. Yeah, so now we know what that cart was for. Say one thing about La Mulana, it's got memorable boss fights. The sprite work and animations of all the bosses is top-notch, and they all manage to be unique and have their own challenges. For all the anguish of
That's a lot of crisscrossing.
La Mulana at least tries to pay
That's
it
a lot
off.
of nuts.
There's not
Well, those are
too much
fancy
to
trains,
say,
though.
apart from waiting for
I
the
know,
chance
right?
to strike. He'll occasionally charge you, and it really hurts when he does.
Some kind of bullet
He'll
train
also
mod,
shoot
I'm assuming.
projectiles, but if you're
Yeah,
lucky enough, you'll
probably.
be able to block some of them with a shield, at least until it breaks. He's not as hard as the Golem, though. A
Grab
lot
me.
of it comes down to how often he attacks and what kind of mind track patterns you get. Seeing as whether or not you can actually attack him is entirely up to the whims of the random number generator. For some reason, defeating Elmac throws you into this part of the Twin Labyrinth that kills you in 30 seconds. And you'd think that you're supposed to do something here, but nope, the solution is to just leave. Well, that's 3 out of 8 bosses down, and it's only been 4 hours. How long could this game possibly be? He said, dread slowly creeping into his voice. This is around when the game starts to step it up, because up until now the Gate of Guidance, Giant's Mausoleum, and the Temple of the Sun could all be solved entirely within themselves, but from now on, the solutions to certain areas are going to be in other areas. Case in point, we've hit a wall in Spring in the Sky, and to get past it, we need to visit this shop in the Twin Labyrinths, which I totally overlooked because it looks a lot like these, which are everywhere and you can't go into. You need to buy this helmet. I don't really know how a helmet is going to stop a waterfall from pushing you down, but whatever, we're here. Up here's the skill sphere, which means we won't lose health while swimming anymore. There's still a lot of empty spaces to fill in our items. Then we go over here and kill this mini-boss, and I am consistently impressed with the sprite work that goes into an enemy that dies in a couple hits and is never seen again. Above him is the first of 4 seals, the Origin Seal. We can use it to unlock the matching seals left lying around La Mulana. We've got water flowing down here now, and by breaking this and then smacking this thing as well, we can flood the Temple of the Sun, which lets us go in here to the Chamber of Extinction. But this place is pitch black, and according to universal game law, that means we're not supposed to be here yet. The good news is, whatever we did made the Ankh appear. This time we're on a boat, and the boss is some weird dragon lion fish thing. Its pattern is to pop out occasionally and do that. The only way to actually hit it is to ride on the wave it came up on and then jump, but actually doing that is way easier said than done because don't forget you have zero air control going up. The way the level bends biases you towards the left or the right, making you either slam into it or drift too far to hit it. And the window when you're close enough to hit it and not get hit is extremely narrow. I dare you to try. Eventually, if you're any smart, you'll give up on hitting it that way entirely and then realize you can throw things at it when it's jumping through the water. So the strategy then becomes baiting it out and hurling caltrops at it. If you throw enough caltrops at it, it'll eventually start doing this attack where it shoots cheese balls at you. The boss is completely invincible during this, and if you're going around a bend, it's very hard to predict. You know, it was hard, but the satisfaction of mastering a really tough boss fight is really its own reward. After we're done with that, it spits us out back on the waterfall that we drowned at that one time. There's also a thing up here. It's another seal. And as of now, I was at a bit of a loss for what to do next, so I started wandering around the Chamber of Extinction in the dark and found this thing I could smack. Which opened this up and let us get the bronze mirror. Also with the seal we can wake up Mulbrook. She just gives out hints really. But they never seem as useful as you want them to be. Eventually you'll realize what the bronze mirror was for as this thing in the wall suddenly opens up. And then you're somewhere different, and then it hits you. Even though we've got tons of areas that are still absolute mysteries, there's even more. There's an A side and a B side to every area. I'd say at this point in La Mulana, you're out of the tutorial section. So I always like to opine on some tangentially related topic while I bring you through these games, and normally I like to start earlier than 20 minutes into the video, but there is a lot to cover. But now I need something to talk about while I solve puzzles in the background. So today we're going to be asking the question, in the age of the internet, is it possible to have meaningful secrets and puzzles in video games? Well, no. Actually, kind of, but mostly no. There's a reason people aren't making many games like this anymore. Puzzle games, sure. Games with puzzles in them, sure. But not really puzzle-focused games, even though they used to be rather ubiquitous. Most of the earlier RPGs, like the Ultima and the Wizardry series, were packed with obscure puzzles, and giving someone a walkthrough was like chanting a magical spell. But beyond that, there were also the point-and-click adventure games like Leisure Suit Larry and Gabriel Knight, which were renowned for their pixel hunting and rubbing everything on everything else until it works gameplay. Plus there were the aggressively rub-your-face-on-every-surface platformers like Milon's Secret Castle and Treasure Master. Really back then, any game that wasn't an arcade action game was probably some cryptic puzzle nightmare. La Mulana is intentionally retro, so naturally it's got retro puzzle difficulty. I touched on this in my tower climb video, but just like difficulty, puzzles were also an excellent way to pad gameplay without also extending dev time. If you only had enough memory to fit maybe 6 areas, instead of making the player progress linearly through them, if you added a few flags and checks, which are practically free memory-wise, and then forced them to walk back and forth between the areas several times, well, you've suddenly created content out of thin air. Or so they seem to think. A lot of this was trying to make sure that the consumer got their money's worth in playtime, especially considering games back then would cost over $100 in today's money for games that most people wouldn't even play for free these days. Unsurprisingly, as the technology improved, this kind of content padding became less and less tolerable. Perhaps puzzles and adventures fell out of favor as more interesting mechanics began to appear, and rubbing things together until something happened just wasn't as appealing anymore. Regardless, despite being everywhere at one point, I don't think it's a controversial statement to say that they're pretty rare nowadays. Again, I'm talking about adventure games and puzzle-focused games of other genres, not straight-up puzzle games. The puzzle game genre is very much alive, but I'm talking about any game that locks its content behind puzzles rather than the puzzles themselves being the content. That's the core distinction, I think. Breath of the Wild has puzzles, but I think you'd really struggle to call the game puzzle-focused. In La Mulana, I'm not doing the puzzles for the sake of the puzzles themselves, I'm doing them to progress through the game. Who knows, maybe I'm just splitting hairs, because there's a bunch of somewhat adventure puzzle games that straddle the line, like the Talos Principle and the Witness. But the latest games I can point at that would really follow this formula would be something like Legends of Grimrock, and perhaps more recently, and to a lesser degree, Tunic. But that one deserves its own video entirely. It's really up to whether or not the person designing the puzzles was intentionally trying to make sure that anyone could reasonably solve it, or just shrugged and said, I don't care, because La Mulana is definitely the latter. Anyway, have you ever spent 100 coins on a silver shield only to find a tablet that says money can't buy the real thing, and then have it break? Just La Mulana things. I'd say the major puzzle right now is trying to figure out how to get into Eden. It's really hard to encapsulate the feeling of this game into a video, because at this point of the game, with so many possible paths open, you'll be warping all over the place in pure desperation, searching every last inch because you can't figure out what to do next. And that's what leads you to discoveries like this. I was just trying to kill the enemy, but I found a breakable wall instead. It brings us to this block-pushing puzzle, which unlocks the flares, which are pretty useful for lighting up the Chamber of Extinction. Basically, the lesson should be that if you're not whipping every wall you come across and checking for invisible walls everywhere, you're playing the game wrong. Though to be fair, the game does occasionally reward you for wall checking with some extra coins. And up here is the Shrine of the Mother, but we can't actually do anything here yet. Seriously, you need to check everything. I don't even know what that did, but hopefully it did something useful. And then, after the high of solving a puzzle wears off, the dread creeps back in, and you realize that you have no idea what to do next. This is around when you'd want to consult the notes you'd better be taking. When you do find something you missed, it often raises more questions than answers. This is clearly a place I haven't been yet, but there's nothing to do in here, and going up here just brings me out. Also, if you use your weapon at all, it just kills you. After running around in pure desperation, I find another destructible wall I missed. Cool, it's another weapon. The axe is actually pretty useful because it has a very large area of attack. After some more desperation, I fall down here again and see that this floor is missing for some reason. That's another thing about La Mulana. Sometimes you'll just solve puzzles without realizing it. Down here is Anubis, and he's completely invincible though. All we can do is run away. Consulting my notes, I find something that says that I need the Book of the Dead in order to defeat Anubis, but I have no idea where that is. After some errant wandering, I decide to consult Mulbrook, only for her to tell me exactly what I already know. Or not. Okay, thanks. For once I actually know what to do with this. Because at the very start of the game, this guy said this. It feels incredible to actually
He pronounces it Vitalik.
And our reward is the feather. It's a double jump.
Wrong!
Metroidvania without a double jump. And this opens up a few things we couldn't get to.
It's weird.
This thing lets us attack turbo speed. Also, it's important to note
40
that as well, and your whip can't hit the floor, so you need to use another weapon. Well, and here's the real silver shield. It's really useful since it blocks projectiles without breaking. There's also this puzzle, which I wouldn't have even bothered showing.
I found the late game grind spot.
But it gives us the crucifix, which makes us immune.
There's a little hole with swamp kids.
The double jump also lets
in the deep ocean.
Bracelet and destroy pots in one hit. Awesome. Once you have the feather, you can also get this piece of software here. Which
Oh,
I
and I
use
found the
because I have
last
to use
blue
the
magic
holy grill
too.
to teleport to the B-sides of
Did
areas
you?
as well.
Where?
Honestly,
They
don't know
have
why
it.
you couldn't
It's
just do that in the
reflection.
first place, but here we are. There's a lot of hints scattered
Interesting.
about on how to get into Eden, but the first thing we need to do is find Michael Jackson and scan him. Seriously, it's MJ.
There's a better grind spot.
That,
Then you just
that
need to scan the areas
screw
where the
you,
other
Pat.
3 hints lead you.
Just telling you.
And then put weights down in the right order.
You can master all your classes in like 30 minutes.
Getting
Wait,
the
what
Fruit
the
of Eden
actual
made this
frick?
dais appear, so now finally we can
Is
get
it
into
is it
Eden.
in the water or what?
No.
Is it after you
Except
beat
Eden
the
is
Sequoia
dead.
boss?
No.
Oh. So somewhere where we can get to now.
After you beat the castle.
I've made it to the new world. Is it the new
Yeah,
world?
we both have.
Oh yeah, that's where it is.
There's enemies there?
There are. I found them. They were awful.
You're not fighting regular enemies.
Is it the final boss?
No.
Oh.
There's a room to the left of this, like where you spawn.
What the heck?
It's like the boss rush area.
Hmm.
But you can like select to practice fight any boss in the game.
Oh, and just farm bosses.
Yep. Because all the bosses give you 100 LP. So you just pick the first
Mm.
boss and you just spam it. Spam X.
Mm.
You get 150 LP every like 2 seconds.
I need 46, not 44. Why did I think I need 44?
Once you master everything, well, you don't need to master everything, but it's kind of nice too. Because there is a place where you can use your seals, your class seals, for some good items.
Some good.
Yeah. They're kind of very, very interesting items.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
I don't suppose it's trade in your seal to get innate ability of that job.
Close.
Hmm.
But there are equipable items.
Well, yeah, I figured like maybe an accessory that gives you dual wield or whatever.
No. Just keep dreaming. That's not gonna happen.
Give me dual wield, damn it.
Can't. It's not in the game.
It's not him, Talon. It's not him!
They're like basically trading your seals for chess piece for each class. There's like a class chess piece, I guess. And they give unique abilities.
I can do this quest now. No, I can't. I need 59 magic. What the actual frick? I got all the other prerequisites. Prerequisites? What am I supposed to do then? Play the game like a normal human being?
I'll be right back.
boot up 14. I'm assuming, I mean, we're supposed to be raiding, right? Where is everybody? Where is everybody? Hey.
And of course, he makes his spaceship in the shape of a dick. This really is Pat.
What?
Huh?
What'd you say?
I said your engineering prowess knows no bounds and crosses both time and space.
What?
It's also quite phallic.
Just smile and nod at him, Pat.
Naquite? Oh! Okay. Naquite.
Quote. Is raid at 9 or something? My time?
Guess.
Oh, I thought it was at 8:30.
Weird. Alright, how many of these
Do you want a
do I need to
PvP?
craft? 67. Yes,
you
get
good?
me out of this hellhole.
Oh, wow. I mean, I was assuming for yesterday you would not want a PvP.
I don't think you understand.
Why didn't you just do it a bit at a time?
This is me doing it a bit at a time.
All at once?
Well, I mean, you have to do it in at least 30-minute intervals for food reasons.
I
Yeah?
guess. But, I mean, the food's not that hard to get.
Yeah, it's just 2,000 or 3,000 gil.
Or you just make it yourself.
Yeah. Are you getting in on this, Talon?
He'd just be our ear-backed.
We'll wait 2 minutes, 3 minutes, something like that.
Sure.
Do what?
Do you want in on pay by pie?
Pivot.
Oh. Yes, we got like half an hour here.
Apparently.
Yeah, let me sign in. I'm also making food, so
IRL?
yes.
And I'm gonna walk away, and Frontlines is gonna pop. Here it goes. Get ready. Brace yourself. Hold on. Yep. I'm not coming back until I get me water.
Well, Chi-Chi could have escaped already. Said Chi-Chi could have escaped already.
This will be everybody's opportunity to warm up the old hands.
I know who this last person is.
It wasn't me.
Doubt.
It wasn't. Great, it's bad.
No, we've got a... Yeah, but we got the good spawn.
Why is this the good spawn?
Because all the shit that spawns in the caves is based, quote-unquote, technically ours. There's some good stuff. Things spawn decently in the south too, but there's not really a spawn that's, quote, that's like close to the north base.
I suppose that is true, I suppose.
No. male bunny with facial hair. Disgusting. Male aura. Also disgusting.
So, question for High Concept 2. It's long gamma that goes on the 2 stack.
It's
right?
not always a gamma.
No.
It's not always a gamma. First of all, it's long. It's if you have a long alpha, beta, or gamma. Yes.
It is. So you have it's the person with a double debuff and the long that has no debuff.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh yeah, but there's a third long that has the 1 symbol. Yeah.
Yes, someone will have the 1 symbol. They need to not be near anyone. Damn, free food.
Ninja eats for our treats.
Yeah, they had some machinists too. It's good eating.
Oh, good. We filled up real quick again. We should go poke at them, or steal their base. That'd be funny. It'd be really funny if I stole their base.
Yeah, I mean, sneak in, steal. Look at the Reds' base. They're probably guarding it. Oh, Blue's coming to this one.
Are they?
Yeah, Blue's coming up north, so we
Oh,
can
there
get
they
some
are.
people on them.
This is not the way. Yeah, Talon's dead. Oh, and Red's coming the other way. I am last nervously. I need a return. If I don't get killed, it'll be a freaking miracle. Okay. Wow.
Alright, I wasn't dead, but now I am dead.
I literally got completely sandwiched by Red running through the middle and Blue running. I was in the corridor between the two, and no one came through that corridor. But I was like, if anybody does, I'm freaking dead, 100%. Okay, that was a lot of wasted time on my part, but now it's time to get some kills.
First snow. Yeah, I've had her do that before. Oh, I just died. Go stop that. Why is Red here?
Wait, why am I dead? Did I just get 3%ed?
Quite possible.
Can it 3% you through your barrier?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, that is exactly what happened. Because I was like, I might die after my barrier gets killed, and then I was just dead. I was like, the actual heck happened here? Alright, well, if this PvP match is any indication, Raid is gonna not go well tonight for me.
Oof.
I'm doing awful. Maybe my luck's going to change if we kill all these Reds. Shouldn't we keep chasing? Okay, we are. Chi-Chi, you son of a whore!
No, just whore.
Why is Chi-Chi a whore? Does she live on Whore
She's
Mountain?
Yes, clearly. Or island, actually.
Why are we in red space? Out of curiosity, where they're probably all invincible?
Paladin isn't, he's dead.
Same for that Sage and Samurai.
And what about this Dragoon, though? I bet we don't kill this Dragoon, ha ha ha!
I prefer this ninja.
I prefer their whole back line.
What if I did this?
Alright. We probably need to go after the other people. Just saying, they're waiting now.
I love when you use your heal, but your HP doesn't go up because you're still taking damage.
Guys, Blue's right here. We're just simply going back into our base.
You don't expect our team to be smart, do you?
Kinda do.
Okay, well, they're gonna get a point in our base, so that's useful.
Oh, okay, this is ideal, actually. Don't mind if I click this. Oh, they got me! They got me!
I tried to run interference. It
Yeah.
did not work.
Oh, there's
Red's
somebody
here.
on the, yeah.
Run away!
I'm dead. They got me.
We are gonna get sandwiched between red and blue. We have to switch this.
Oh,
Make
I was so close.
blue the meat.
Yeah, I'm not doing good. What type of weapon is that? Dead Hive Spear. Alright, and then carry me to victory. I still have 6 more PvP ranks to go. Would you believe it?
I think I have less than that now. Yeah, I'm at 22.
No, there's a long time till the end of the season still.
Yep.
Hope we're doing something productive north.
We're not.
No.
Oh, we're sandwiching red. That's productive. Alright. That helps. Oh, there's a point down here. Go get it. And by down
Good
here, I
point.
mean up there.
Ow. Oh.
Oh no!
Oh, they almost got me! They almost got me, but I'm a living. You okay over there, Talon?
No, I was stunned forever.
Fun fact, if you elusive jump, you don't take fall damage. Ask me how I know. I fall on my own terms, thanks. Alright, now let's go kill some blue bastards. Let's go defend that 4-point? Yes, I agree. Quite right, quite right.
Alright, we'll just leave red and blue to fight for, nothing, I guess? Or kind of something?
A third of a point, yeah.
That sounds like some PvP to me.
A little bit. Samurai, you literally can't catch me. Okay, sorry, you can catch me, but it won't do you any good. Ha! I knew he was trying to LB
Was it
me.
worth limping me, Gunbreaker? Was it?
It always is.
Get our points. Oh, we might be able to get a second. Is it on those? It's on that goddamn mountain again.
Yeah, we're not getting into that.
Well, we need to get some kills, preferably.
We do. We should roll around the other way, though, and try to sandwich them.
Yeah. Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Never mind. The game's decided we get to win.
That's what I was saying about this spawn point.
Blue's coming too, so we get to do birds. with
Yeah, they're
one stone.
currently chasing and DPSing me down, but I am a warrior and I do warrior things.
Don, do you have your LB?
I do now.
Okay. Go!
Got him. Reap this man. Oh, he's okay. Good. Oh! Oh no!
How did you die?
They put everything on me, I think. There was a terminal trigger in there, whatever that was.
I have no idea.
Probably that damn gunbreaker again.
Oh man, are we gonna be able to finish this before raid?
Probably not.
Not quite. But apparently Q's not here, so
Don't worry, guys.
he's
He'll be here
not
on
gonna
time.
be late. The birthday's next week. Stole that kill.
Cute. They thought that silence would hold me back.
Boom.
We are on
Well
time.
played.
Alright,
Going
second
back to
highest
nines at
damage on
Evan.
our team. I guess that was fine.
6-4-25.
What was mine? I didn't look.
It was 8-2 something.
What?
I was. I didn't see what you were. I left.
Revenal 1-1-29. Pretty good.
I'll take it.
Found a
You made the kills happen.
found a frog in a bikini.
Curious.
Yeah, it is kind of curious.
I didn't know Prinny was with us.
I'm gonna say Dave should just invite Prinny into this party, but I haven't already left.
How was your weekend, James?
Yes. I guess the usual.
Yeah.
Nothing too exciting. What about yourself?
My garbage disposal is leaking.
Ooh.
Well, you better go catch it.
That does suck.
Yeah.
Typical.
Well, at least it's not raining in your apartment.
Yeah, this is true. It's a much more controlled
Yeah. The
situation.
stinkier drip onto the sink.
Which just means I also can't use my... I caught it before it actually became a problem. It just means I just can't run my garbage disposal in one half of my sink.
Probably
Okay.
finished eating.
And then I'll send someone to fix it, presumably.
I hear
Yeah.
Q.
I'm here.
Well, well, well. You're late.
Debatable.
What do you mean debatable? It's 9:02.
My clock's a 8 o'clock.
Your clock is raw.
Well.
Wait,
yeah,
that means
like-
you're early then. We start at 9.
No, that's true.
What am I listening to?
I am the wrong class. I
Who
should
is-
fix that.
Who is snacking?
Me.
I had hot chocolate earlier. It was delicious. Now imagine this. You have the chocolate,
Alright.
and then it gets hot.
Chocolate!
Chocolate!
I remember.
Stop!
I remember when they first invented chocolate.
That's crazy. Now the thing about like cold chocolate.
I won't. Oh, it's
What?
delicious.
Yeah, cold chocolate's delicious.
I mean,
You know,
it's
put
like
like chocolate in
chocolate
like the fridge or something. It's so good.
I love chocolate in its many forms, except for maybe a gas or plasma.
Chocolate plasma.
Tell them those boots are literally as tall as me. Look at this.
Yep.
What does that even mean?
You'll find out. He's about to summon it.
You know, I'm not even sure chocolate could
Be cold.
be in plasma form. Because I think it would break apart first, right?
I don't think chocolate could even be.
I'm not sure. That's outside of my my field of
Oh, I only have.
expertise.
Oh my god, Q.
What? Thoughts?
Probably having a
My controller just unplugged.
Okay.
Okay.
probably having a dark matter moment.
There. Things are going
Where
great.
are you in that portion?
I wanted to see what the limitations were when you zoomed in all the way and where it would not let you
What the
be
fuck
any
is
more zoomed
happening
in.
with my computer right now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Download more RAM.
My computer is like frozen. What's happening?
Seeing some default portraits.
Sometimes when
Not me, I fixed
you
mine.
sometimes when you unplug your controller, or when your controller gets unplugged, it can screw things up.
That is
Okay,
true.
well, we're gonna have to leave instead so we can get potions.
This guy did forget potions.
Oh my god.
Alright, everyone
I'm
out.
sorry.
Get out of here. Don't worry, guys.
I
Her
refuse.
her weddings, boyfriend's, sister's, cousin's, girlfriend's, parties, bar mitzvah's birthday
Yep.
is in 3 days instead.
Sorry, this time my excuse was I was driving my drunk friends
I
home.
gift you to bring one of those.
You bring a
Money.
money,
Ah,
a
yeah.
gift card.
But Q, what happened to the space-time continuum?
Money.
I like money.
I'm sorry.
Q, it's okay. I'll reveal your secret. He was actually practicing Snake One this whole time for the last
True.
5
He wasn't
minutes.
on what? He wasn't even
On his
mine.
alt.
What on his
Oh,
alt?
what the fuck?
Yeah.
This guy's
MPF.
practicing on his alt.
Its name is Show Snolver. For
Show's
Snake.
over.
The snow.
Are you embarrassed to play on your main?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I get that. I get like I
He's
get raid
embarrassed to be
anxiety.
seen with us.
He doesn't
Oh, we
want
didn't have our
anybody.
action up anyway.
He doesn't want anybody to know that
Mm-hmm.
he didn't know how snakes work this whole time. He's just been winging it.
Yeah. All I do is I say what I'm supposed to say, and then I just run in circles till.
Yeah, a stack, switch, swap. Ha ha ha.
True.
Yeah.
Tristan, my portrait's not default. I purposely made it that way.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think it was default.
Oh shit.
Oh, true.
All right,
okay.
everybody, eat up. Let's go.
It's very meta. Yeah, it's a social experiment.
Like Twitch plays
I'm
Pokemon.
pretty good. Love me.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
It's very dark, this prison. I don't like it here.
Stack. Partner stack.
Sear flesh from bone.
The rumble feature on my controller turned off, and it's freaking me out.
My rumble features never
You want
worked.
the rum?
Leave naught but
Yeah,
ash in
It's
your
I'm just
out of
used to it.
stack.
It's out stack.
What's that?
out of my sight.
Broken.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Make out.
How did you
Check.
go?
This guy glamored his book.
Yeah.
Was
Really
it,
makes you think.
was it that one last time?
Huh?
You are
Tanks no
prey
swap.
to be consumed.
DPS.
No swap.
No swap.
It's corners. Inner card.
Okay.
Oh, whoops.
What the fuck?
It
You
really
missed?
makes you think, fellas.
What happened?
It really makes you think.
Who missed?
I went to the wrong one.
Oh. So wait, you guys stunned the same one?
We did. It's okay, I forgot to use.
Pop on that one anyway.
What the fuck? You guys
Thrower!
Are you guys
Thrower!
anti-potters?
I
It's
threw
called
away a pot.
solidarity.
Anti-potters?
Don't do pot.
Listen, you gotta get your pot.
My controller disconnected again.
Bro,
What's happening?
I don't know. What do you use?
Oh, we.
Nah, he's fine.
He hasn't moved.
I
That's-
can't.
The
Yeah.
DPS is
He's
gonna
fine.
Be...
It's spread.
I did not pot.
I did not pop either.
Okay.
Potted.
Q's still not
he's-
moving, so.
He's still not. Should we just? Do you need to restart your computer or something?
Maybe.
Whatever.
Leave not but
I'm dead.
awake.
Yo, who's in my quadrant? Who's that?
Out of my sight.
Pretty, I got bad news. It's fake.
Sorry, I don't know what's happening. Let me. Yeah,
This is what happens when
Yeah,
you're
I
not
don't know
prepared for raid.
Time to
You're
tank
right.
now.
I'll
Just,
be right
just
back.
plug it in tighter. Restart
I
if
bet
you
he's
need to.
using micro USB. Literally the worst invention ever.
Yeah, that's
I'll
why.
be a bit.
That's why. Well, he's using PS5. That doesn't use micro USB.
Then
Wait, will it just let me? Yeah, I can just log out from here, right? Yeah.
yes.
BRB.
Yeah, if you hard restart, it'll close your name.
Why does it take 20 seconds to log out?
Because you're not in a safe area.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have bought more pots before raid.
If you want to go buy them now, you may as well.
I have 26. Do you think that's enough?
You only need 4.
Yeah. Yeah?
I'm just saying, guys. Only 4.
Yeah.
Even though I just used 3, I think.
You're welcome.
I
BRB.
just used,
It was only 2.
I think I used 3.
How did you use
How the fuck did you use 3?
I know.
Holes?
Fake.
Ain't
False
no way.
news.
No way.
3 pots over 2 minute or 1 minute pulls. Curious.
Hey, listen, I was dual wielding one run, alright?
We gotta beat this so we can do 50 turn Space Bowser shitty map Mario Party 2.
That was hilarious.
It's too good.
We played.
Gabe wants to go again, eh? Gabe
Gabe
wants a
to go
rematch.
again already.
Gabe wants a rematch. He wants it to be 50 unironically.
Oh Jesus Christ!
A fucking flower Mario Party game.
We played Mario Party 2 the other day on the Switch, Nintendo 64 thing. It's not the greatest. It does lag from time to time. I don't know if it's like they definitely don't have servers. It has to be like peer to peer or
It's
something.
gotta be peer-to-peer. We're just lucky we're all kind of close. No one's in like Australia.
Yeah, but there was like a moment where like the game literally froze for like a good 30 seconds.
Well, that's why they want you to play on the remake they made. Go play that one.
Oh, like the Superstar.
Yeah, whatever it is. I ended up getting that for Christmas, and I've never played it with anyone.
Oh, sad.
That's okay. Mine's Mario Party.
Hey, I would probably buy it if it was like, you know, not the
Yeah,
full
no,
price
it's
or
full
something.
price. Like,
Yeah.
it's,
I would
pretty
buy it if it was
pricey.
like 40, it's like half the price maybe. It goes on sale for like the $40 for like $45 or something normally. Well, I'm like, ugh, even then it's still expensive for like a bunch of content you've already played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're 12, you haven't already played it. Therefore,
Oh well, I mean
it's
that's fair.
full
to them, right?
price.
They were born in the wrong generation, so now they have to pay the troll toll.
Get into the voice hole.
Yeah.
Gotta pay the total.
Hey, did he come in the burrito though, Q? That's the last episode I watched, I think. Yeah. Oh, let's go skiing,
Have you
guys.
seen the Who Pooped the Bed one yet?
Yeah, that one's really early. That one's really early. They all tried to. Was that the last one? No, the last one I watched was fuck. What's the board game called that they made?
Charlie McDennis.
Dennis.
2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
Oh, you saw the second one?
That's the last one I watched.
Right, because the first one didn't have Frank in it.
Frank in it, yeah. Well, no, it did, but he was just learning. He's learning the ropes.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And he got put in the dog.
He got put in the cage.
Yeah, the dog cage. Yeah.
Get some water.
Why does Talon look like Quistis from Final Fantasy VIII?
Oh, look at his boots compared to Lalafell height. They are taller than Lalafell's.
He is higher than you, yes. You can't explain that.
Yeah.
You could stuff a Lalafell in those boots.
Well, that's probably why they do measurements in Lalafells, right?
Do they? Do they do that?
There's a Lalafell in my boot.
Well, isn't it like in League of Legends they do like measurements in Teemos or something? Isn't that like the same?
Yordles?
Do they?
Yeah.
Dave, you ready?
Sure.
You said you're not ready.
Sure.
He said sure.
Okay.
Okay, what he says and what he does doesn't have to be the same.
Alright, I'm gonna use a pot.
Yeah, but which one
again.
do you trust?
I don't know, man.
Anyone else potting? Any potters?
Me, I drank 3.
I'm potting. You did not drink 3.
This guy drank 3 pods.
False news.
Eternal in the dark depths
It's
of
worse
Yeah,
than
my-
fake news. It's
Yeah,
false
my
news.
My pot tastes like, well, let me see the colors.
Cherry cola.
It's sky blue. So like blue Kool-Aid or something.
Nocta.
sheer flesh from bone. Leave naught but ash in your way.
In-spread.
Let's sink sorrow into your heart.
Tristan, did you and MB beat the Mario game yet? I assume that's what you guys are playing.
No, we have not beat it yet.
Every time I sign in, I see.
Knockback.
I'm playing it a little more casually. I'm just like playing it on the bus and stuff.
Oh yeah, every time I sign into Switch, it's like MB's playing
1, 2,
Game Boy Advance, and I'm like, what?
3, 4.
Who praying before a god?
I don't like it. I mean,
1,
Congratulations.
2, 3, 4.
Alright, creation on command.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
East-west. Tank Stealer's in it. It will be outside spread.
One.
Wait, what? Oh, fuck. I saw that wrong. Don't look where my bubble is, guys.
It's still a Venn diagram,
I'm
technically.
going to it.
I shall
Just a really.
Out.
Oh yeah,
Out. Watch your debuffs. Watch the call.
DPS no swap.
Tank swap.
pray to be consumed.
DPS no swap. Tank swap. It will be Cardinals. On the later start. Wait, what? Oh, fuck. Oh, I messed up. No, I didn't.
It's close.
Oh,
I got petrified.
Same.
Oh,
Oh no, it's Ogre.
We killed our snake though.
oh fuck, man. I thought I messed up, but it wasn't even me.
yeah, you were close. I saw you waffling.
I was very close. I'm surprised it hit. to be
yeah,
honest.
me too.
I thought I was,
Yeah, well, Cybertech.
I thought I was the fucking cone.
New.
No, we were acid.
Yeah, we were acid. No, I know, but I made my, I made the mechanic anyways.
You dodged, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I snake one.
Yeah,
Snake one
great.
frog.
This is
Classic.
This is great.
Love Snake 1.
Gotta be one of my favorite mechanics.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
I'd like to announce that
Tetra.
it is Tetra, yes, partner set. Would also like to announce I am 10% of the way of the gathering part of
Oh
Diadem.
god.
10% baby. In stack.
Let's seep sorrow into your heart.
There we go.
For your service. To the Diadem. Doug Diadem.
Doug Diadem.
Owner of the Ishgard Diadem.
So people in there are weird.
Yeah, you're in there.
Fruits of sacrifice.
No, they just talk about like the stupidest shit. Like actually.
Make out.
Yeah, they're hella blood.
The Baron's effect.
Yeah.
And they're like, I feel like, I don't know if like, I'm getting trolled.
DPS swap.
Thanks, no swap. DPS swap. I feel like I'm getting trolled when they talk about stuff. Because they'll say like really, like the other day they're like, I've never had pizza in my entire life. And then everyone
Corners,
was like,
right?
Yeah.
everyone was like, no way. And I'm like, how are you guys falling for this shit?
Yeah, swap.
Guys, what's pizza?
No, stop.
I've never heard of it.
I've already had this conversation in data.
I'm too afraid to ask.
And then today they started talking about like movie popcorn. I'm like,
What, with garlic butter? Or just like...
no, they're like, someone said they would like eat the scraps off of it. I'm like, guys. North south, north south.
I mean, what else would you do with the scraps? I don't understand.
DPS in?
In.
In and stat, in and stat.
All I'm hearing is a bunch of hate.
Yeah.
Two.
I shall see my
That's
wish
right, corner.
fulfilled.
Snake out. Or Centaur just getting knocked back.
Oh my god.
Snake won again!
Bro, I literally just called it.
Snake won again.
1, 2, 3, 4. I meant knockback.
Praying before a god.
It's okay, we read your mind.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Alright, fun times.
Snake won times.
No, stop. I want to beat this.
Okay, fun times. For real.
I do not want to be stuck here on Snake 1. It's a sad ass.
It's food items that don't exist for 11 Trebek.
Inflamed
Yeah.
What is pizza?
Pizza?
Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
True south. True south. True south.
Corners.
1-3 spread. 1-3 spread. And true west.
Ooh,
From
he caught me.
flame my
Caught me
It's out in
clear.
stack. Out in stack.
Out of
Uh-oh.
my sight.
Oh, tank privilege just saved my life.
Broken.
I'm shirking, and I'm also just gonna involve this Buster because I was slow.
I fucking Bennied you.
Yeah, it's I just reacted before then. I was just trying to make sure everything goes fine.
This guy admitted to being pretty
Behold
slow.
the fruits of
It's Snake 2 guys out.
Okay, I'm not gonna name names, but it was Talon who was slow. Talon was slow. He didn't stack.
Oh yeah,
K.
you should call him. Tell him you do slow.
He was at the wrong corner.
All right, to your mass spots. Let's
Yeah,
do
we're
this.
fine. We're fine.
Remember, if you're second,
DPS, no swap.
tanks, no flop. Tanks are shriek.
DPS first.
It's in the corners. Do not breathe. Remember to spread with these. Yeah. It's north side, 4-1, 4-1. Tanks are shriek. Oh, what happened?
Oh,
It's tank stuff.
That was the
Probably
problem.
from the north.
yeah.
Centaur
I
next.
shall see my wish fulfilled.
Knockback.
You will know my
Okay.
rage.
It's parties. Play parties.
Be crushed underfoot.
Middle purple. And then blue.
Blue.
Knockback at purple, then blue. Center of purple. Then the blue line. Yellow side.
All right.
Let's
Easy,
go.
easy, easy.
Pick up, guys.
A shit burst by me though.
I made 760,
I was perfect.
Oh, good job.
God bless someone here.
What's in your hand?
Man.
I did nothing wrong and was definitely not late.
I saved the rage with my massive girth.
I don't
Oh,
know,
God.
Tristan. We'll have to like actually relook at that because
Like, I was stacked with you guys in the right spot, and I
Yeah.
just took more damage than everyone.
Oh, it does more damage the closer to the ground you are, since Lalafells are shorter. we just take more damage. I'm a tank, so you can't tell.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know why. From what I saw, like everyone was topped up, but you were missing like
Just
15k health or
Yeah.
something.
I guess I just missed a heal.
Yeah, which is strange, but because like everyone else got hit, so maybe you were a little bit too far out. I don't know. You were with.
I mean, I was
swap,
talking
right?
right beside you.
Yeah.
Did you get clipped by me somehow?
Nah, you would have died.
Nah, he would.
You
He
get
would
a
have petrified first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like get it. It wasn't deep. Okay, whatever. Life goes on.
Yeah. I have to like actually double check.
Aww.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me see.
Maybe
2
pretty
minutes
suspect
ago.
extra range on Gear 3.
It was 2 minutes ago.
I got overkilled by Breath of the Gorgons by 9,000. So I guess I just missed a heal.
Yeah.
I only got hit by James's sucker and your Flatus, but apparently that wasn't enough, and I just died.
Sucker, Mary, Zero.
Sucker!
The question is like, why did you just have less health than everyone else at that point, right?
I don't know. I got taken
Yeah.
to.
Medicated.
Both of the
Oh,
Gorgon goes off.
Who are
Yeah.
you partnered with? Do you have a
He's,
healer?
he's with me at that
Okay.
I'm
point.
right beside Brenny.
Oh, I was thinking maybe you're the DPS, because like it's me and Kay, so I don't have a healer, and I was like, oh, one other group doesn't have a healer, maybe it was yours.
Yeah.
But nope.
No, I was right beside. I mean, everything went smooth. I didn't get clipped by
Yeah.
anything, or I would have
Yeah,
died.
Pretty,
I would've
pretty
died.
just
You didn't
smite,
have a shield.
spited you.
No, he got hit by Sucker.
I got hit by the double sucker, apparently.
Yeah, but when everybody else had a shield, he didn't. Like, he started off, the only people who had shields in the beginning were James and Tristan. And then Tristan's fell off, everybody else got a shield, and then we continued the mechanic.
Oh.
So,
I can do it.
Is
somewhere
that just
in there.
unlucky?
It's possible. I don't know why only you two had a shield though. You know what I
You
mean?
literally can't explain
I
it.
don't know why only you two had a shield. Like,
Whatever, we did it. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Let's
I didn't know
go.
why I died though. I was very confused.
Did we
Yeah.
want to talk about?
Yeah, do we want to talk
okay,
about
hold on.
high concept?
Alright, I'll cancel.
okay, so basically for high concept, people who are short or long just basically hug the corner. Like you have to hug this corner, right? So other people can have room to spread out within the middle. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
That's all.
Yep.
I get it.
If that makes
Okay,
sense.
so just no matter what, just stack in the corner.
Yeah,
And you just have to
stack
remember-
this corner
for
so
concept,
everyone
yeah.
else can, yeah.
For 1 and 2 or just 2?
I
Well, you
would
can-
just make it a habit for just. to
Yeah,
make it
you can do
consistent.
it for one, but it's just not as important.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That way, like south, east, and useless have like.
And I, before we start out, I'm just gonna use some markers real quick. 1, 2, and 3. So basically, if you hug the corner, right? What happens is that these positions become free. Like here. Well. Here, and here become like free-ish. It's not like exactly those spots. It's like more inner.
Yeah, near the
Maybe
near the
near
middle
center,
is
right, yeah.
free. Yeah.
Right. So what happens is like if you're a south tower, then you're already like you're only running 1 block. Does that make sense? If you're like east ad, you're running 1 block to grab your ads, and then if you're like 2, then you can merge up with someone.
Yeah, the useless doesn't need. It's not quite as important to be exactly in the middle for useless, but it's really helpful for east and south especially.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Refood up if you need to. As long as everyone just understands why we're hugging the corners. It's just so other people have more time to get to their ads.
As someone who keeps ending up being east, it's like really helpful to not have to run the whole arena.
He said.
Right, I'm a no pot gang.
Oh,
Nope, no pot. Well, I'll pot when we see in reach. Any time now.
surely.
That was a 7 mash shirk right there. Across 2 GCDs until it took. Melee.
Melee's flag.
My will is absolute.
Stack first. Right side, guys. Dave, you don't have to chase after me. I'm just here.
Heals.
Second row. Nice. Row 1, fire. AoE. Alright, high concept 1. Ready, watch your debuffs. ABC. 1, 2, 3, A beta,
Yes.
alpha, beta, gamma.
Beta useless?
Alright, do not come to the middle then.
Yeah.
Left side, guys.
You may perceive the middle.
Shorts north, long south.
Green.
Oh,
Tree, James? Tree?
Left.
that
Alright,
side.
let's make the tree. Danger bongos.
Attack.
Attack him! Attack his life points directly!
Yeah.
Resolution.
Spread.
One. Two. Three.
Ah, thank God.
Watch out for mine. Mine's gonna be spicy.
Well, I don't know if I can get to mine.
Spread for it!
Sorry, whoever I just like kind of dropped that on.
AoE.
Mitigating.
Tank stuff, I believe.
Yep.
Yep.
Believe correct.
Alright, NA2 guys. Remember, it's melee flex,
Double
Double
reverse.
double reverse. Row 1,
For one.
spread. Stack row 2. Fire 9.
Melee flex.
Melee flex. Row 2, ice. Row 1, fire. Right side. AoE. Tank stuff again.
You're gonna invul this one? Dude?
Yep.
Rejoice and partake of my gift!
Watch your debuffs. 1 1 2 2.
Purple.
Cute. I'll go south.
Okay.
Right
Right
side,
side?
guys. Right side. Hug the corners. If you're long, hug the corners.
What do you want, Tristan?
Oh, I'm.
Yeah.
I'll go south. But it doesn't matter now, Smile.
Who
You're-
is long data? Who's
You,
long data?
yeah, I was. You're in
You are,
my
yeah.
spot.
But
I
you were
wasn't.
taking long gamma.
I mean, I didn't know where it was open. I had 4 seconds. my brain short circuited when I saw somebody. I was like, my space.
Can you refresh my memory if Ifrits go north? They go north-south, right?
No, east west.
East west.
East-west, okay.
Because the towers are north.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm fine.
He's fine.
Fine.
I'm fine. Written
Right
in
side,
his
fine,
blood. Yeah.
Tanks.
Tank flex.
Builds it well.
Stack.
Right side.
Side, right side.
Go 2.
Fire. Row 1 ice. AoE.
Huge AoE, one could say.
The largest.
Beta's useless.
Beta useless. Right side.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Yep.
I'll go south.
Right side,
Okay.
right side.
Making the snake.
Snake side.
Snake gang.
AoE info.
Resolution.
One.
2, 3,
I'll step back here.
4.
Tank. Alright. NA2. NA2. Melee's flex. I'm backwards. One backwards, one is not.
Backwards first. Row 2.
Row 2.
Spread. Row 1 stack. Normal fire and ice.
Melee flex.
Melee flex. Row 1.
Row 1.
Fire. Row 1 fire. Melee flex. Row 2 ice. Left side. Ew. And then tanks.
Yep.
Yep.
Rejoice and partake of my gift!
Thank you for your gift.
Okay, watch your debuffs. Skirt. Left side, guys.
I'll vote east.
I fucked up. I fucked up.
What were you?
Shit. I didn't go to the top left corner.
But you were South Tower, right?
Yeah, but I was fish.
Oh yeah, but okay. So this is what we were talking about before. Like, let me remove the markers. So because me and you were North and South Tower, if you were South, you could have like stood below the 4.
Yeah, he was too far in the corner.
Too far
Yeah.
in the corner? What do you mean? Like up
He
here?
was so
I was like right over here.
Yeah, he was in.
Oh yeah, no, you gotta
That's
be
too far.
adjacent to the 4. Adjacent to the 4.
Yeah, pretty
He's
close to
on
the middle.
floor. it's these
Yeah.
points on the floor, the ones where the diamonds touch each other.
Don't let's not talk shit. Someone's gonna get confused.
You want to make the triangle?
Take the triangle.
No,
Where
see-
I'm standing
okay.
right now.
Adjacent to the floor, right? You see this, Dave?
Yep.
The 3 is safe.
Yeah, you have to stand in the line because I think also the puddle will spawn underneath you if you're like in the square.
Yeah, do not be in the center eyeball.
Oh, it chains, yeah.
Okay.
Might change.
Okay, let's go. No worries.
Alright. Let's go. Wow. Partake of my gift.
Yes, Dad. I think when we were just testing baby.
And be honored.
Millie. Millie's fucked.
My will is absolute.
Spread first.
Fuck!
Oh, I dodged it.
Right side.
You did it.
Or left side, left side, left side.
That one screws me up. We can talk about that later, but there's a reason why it screws me up.
North. Ice row 1. Ice row 1. No, purple center.
I got it.
Fire row 2.
I'm
Please
done.
listen for the calls. Hey,
Everything's fine.
Everything is awesome.
I thought your Lily Bell was a person again. I was like, they're gonna get clipped and they're just gonna have to deal with it.
AoE.
Joke's on me.
Well, the Lily did just deal with it.
Yeah, I did. Not wrong.
Beta's useless.
I'll go south.
Okay.
Left side.
Wait.
That's not. Oh. This is the thing. Right side.
Right side, guys.
Resolution.
One, 2, 3,
Classic.
4. Oh fuck! I fucked that one up. Sorry.
Just sack if you have to.
No, you dropped it in the middle
Yeah.
where people were standing.
Yeah.
AoE.
Yeah, I don't have enough extra mid. Sometimes I do, that's
Oh!
not one of them.
Get up,
Oh, God gamers!
Get up, get up, get up.
I'm up.
Melee flex.
It's a melee. Sucks.
Let's just keep going, keep going.
Yeah.
get back into it.
Oh god, I don't have any mana!
Oh,
Row one.
Stack, row 1.
Stack.
Spread, row 2. Row 2, fire. Row 2, fire. Melee is flex.
No.
Yes.
Row 1, ice. Left side, guys. AoE.
Yeah, it worked.
Alright, I'm gonna get chunked here because I popped an extra minute trying to survive.
I've been
earlier.
bowling this one.
I know, but I'm saying by this. I shouldn't die.
Just got some versions in there.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get ready for this. Pay attention to your debuffs.
I'll go south.
Right side, guys.
I'll get east.
Remember to sit in the corners.
I'll go south.
I'll go east. Okay.
I'll go. I'll go fire pretty. Sorry.
Find your partner.
Yeah, I'll fuse with James. I'll fuse with James.
Okay.
Good luck.
What's up?
Alright, everybody's alive.
I got a whole phoenix in.
Woo!
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna make it, but let's just do your best.
I don't think we. I think our
Let's pay
roll's
attention.
over. So. Yeah.
Surrender to oblivion. Embrace annihilation.
Spread.
If you didn't get hit, follow a tower. Fuck. Hi.
Are we fucked?
No.
Yeah,
that's
Oh.
That was my fault.
This is my tower.
We're already screwed, Dave. I was not even
Okay.
paying attention.
For some reason, I thought a tank was with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
got
Dave has to run really far, so he can't get out of the way that quickly.
Yeah, as a general visual check, if you see me hugging the right side wall, that's usually me trying to like get out of the way so that I'm clearly not chasing
Yeah,
anything.
you can just watch his debuffs. Just gotta.
I think the tanks died because I didn't mitt.
Wait, when?
What?
No, I think Dave just
no.
missed his cooldowns and
Yeah.
he died instantly.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's all.
Well,
Go.
I was a tick late. Yes,
So you messed up.
it was before the animation and the completion of the casting bar, but apparently.
Yeah, game's made of spaghetti. I'm pot now. I'm pot.
I'm in hot.
It's like Morbius said, it's pot time.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he did. Pretty sure.
He said that as all the pots flew out of the
Yeah, when they
cave.
when they were fighting in the museum in the pot room. Yeah.
Yeah, just pots everywhere.
I remember that.
I'm gonna have to watch that really super fast GIF again.
With the whole movie.
The whole movie. Yeah.
Oh, blah.
Dave, are you using your heal after your thing runs out?
Yes.
Use it when you're getting
It's
hit.
melees. It's melees, by the way.
Well, I use it after I get hit. So, like during my recovery part. Are you saying not to do it that way?
No. Do it while you're.
Stack or spread?
What the frick?
Not
Okay,
stack.
hold on.
That's that.
I'm dead.
It's my fault.
Yeah.
Why'd you say stack?
I said.
I tried to correct.
I was trying to
Just
bail
bad.
out of the way. Well, you did, but
Okay. Just time out real quick. Dave, just use it while you're not in invuln, per se. So use that like the beginning.
During the 3 AOE.
Yeah. During the first.
3
Yeah.
P thing. Okay.
Yeah, there's no point of you using it after the invuln.
because he's benedictioning.
I've been
Yeah.
eating.
Full health.
Okay.
Yeah. So just use it during the beginning, whenever.
Yeah, but what
Whatever.
about the soil?
There.
I don't think there's any soil there.
Soil
to be
will
honest.
The soil will come. The most reassuring thing I've heard all day. Have faith, the soil will come.
God bless.
Amen.
Yeah, that's a lot better. Then I'll just heal you after any.
These tank busters may not be my son, but I will split them.
Tanks.
Tanks. Stack.
This time it is stack.
It's time for real. Fire.
Right side or left side. Sorry. God.
All good. I've turned on my eyes. I'm not gonna rely.
Row 2, ice. Row 2, ice.
I'm here. Let's get in the mid.
One fire.
God bless. I tried to triple weave.
The hidden technique they don't want you to know about.
It's like the analysis is malting. Improper weaving.
The balance is just trying to hide triple weaves from the masses. They don't think we're ready.
AoE? Sorry, high concept?
You have to live in the same neighborhood as the servers, though.
True.
Watch your debuffs.
That's
Keep
just
getting short with the joke.
that's just to play the game in general. You have to live on the servers. A useless.
I'll go north, so you don't have to run as far.
Right side.
Right side, guys. Okay, useless.
A useless.
Shorts north. Long south.
Is it a tree? Guys, tell me if we make the tree.
It's not a tree.
It's not a tree.
Yeah.
You can't clear, guys.
No tree, no clear.
They said making the tree should get you an extra chest.
Revelation?
One. 2. 3. 4. It's gonna be tight.
AoE. Tank stuff.
Indeed.
Natural alignment 2. Tank flex.
Natural alignment, I hardly know it. I'm reversed.
One reverse, one isn't.
First.
Row one.
One.
Spread.
Red row 1.
Stack row 2.
Yeah, that was...
Alright, normal. Row 2.
Row 2.
Fire.
King's flex.
Aye, Captain.
Row 1 ice. Right side, guys. AoE, and then tank stuff.
Rolling this.
Shirking it off.
I'll split these tank busters, actually.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
High concept 2. Cut your debuffs.
Hey, Pretty.
Hey. Hey, showstopper.
Hi.
Thanks. I'd be stopping.
Left side.
I'll get east.
Oh, you're too far, Dave.
That was too far. Fuck!
You can't really start running all the way east until after the second big bus.
Well, I'm trying to get into that corner part.
It's middle. It's near the middle.
Yeah.
Do you see the screenshot with the icons? I put?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just. This is the new thing that I'm trying to get used to.
If you need to stand dead center, there's no reason you can't stand in the dead center of the arena.
Time out. If you're not comfortable with it, you can still do the old strat. You can just go sit in
the timing's fine. Like it
that's
works.
okay.
Yeah. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah. You don't have to conform to these new rules. Real talk.
Yeah, it's just a convenience
they can
thing.
survive simultaneously, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you feel like it's a little bit too weird, remember like if you're Ifrit, what were you, Ifrit?
Yeah, I was Ifrit.
Yeah, okay, so you can just go hang out at the numbers again and then just run east.
Just pop sprint.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all.
Or you could just claim west and make the other person.
Yeah, that is true. If you don't feel comfortable with the east, just claim west.
The healer run. I'm always partnered with the healer, so I'm not going to do that.
Okay, no worries. I mean,
make them
the option is there. The option
Healers
is there.
Adjust.
Healers adjust.
Let's
yeah.
go. We're getting there. No worries.
What is there for healers to do if they don't adjust, Steve? That's
True.
they like it.
They like it.
No, we don't.
They love it.
Not me.
Listen to him. He
literally
wants
like
to
a
go
black mage.
east.
I'm literally like a black mage. I'm just gonna sit there.
He wants nothing more than to go east.
Actually, east would probably be better for healers there if they use the new way.
Oh, see?
Closer to the center for healing.
Okay, but now he has to look. Like, is this guy a healer or not? I don't know if this guy is healer.
I always get paired but with healers.
Tank.
Thanks.
Tank flex.
It's a good song.
It's staff first.
The stacky.
Right side, spread.
But on the right.
Wahoo!
Medica 2. Ice 1.
Row 1.
Row 2 fire.
The Medica 2 mechanic.
Hey, nice mid.
Yeah, thank
No,
you.
this is your
100% mid.
You spam everything, right? Because it just comes to that.
I mean, I have it mindful. I don't need to.
Oh.
I get to cheat that one. But yeah, I do spam everything for the autos before it actually.
Useless.
Right side, guys.
Sorry.
Right side. Right side. Right side. What was it? B useless.
C useless. C useless.
C? I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not owned.
I heard B.
I heard B as well.
I'll go south.
Right side, guys. Right side.
We
Guess
didn't
that's,
make the 3, but just for posterity.
I guess that's why we say the word. Oh, Talon stepped in a square. He's gonna freaking die.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah. We kept him alive.
AoE. I'm glad you said something because I wasn't looking.
Yeah, I just happened to see it out of the corner of my eye.
Oh, just get half immediately.
Evolution.
I can't even tell you why I was looking that way. I just happened to look at the party bar.
1.
And I can just stay right here.
2.
Like I can.
3.
Yes! Yes!
Stop with me.
4.
So bad.
AoE. Tank busters.
These tank busters may not be my son.
They are your son.
Oh no. I'm on that
Sensei.
show. That show. You're
Mari.
not the-
Mari
No.
Povich.
So I can look at that.
Tanks flex. Double
both?
reverse.
You love to see it.
I'm first. Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Roll 1.
A 1.
Spread. Roll 2 stack.
I'm gonna stay over here, I think. Methinks.
Sounds good to me.
Roll 1 fire. Tank
Dave,
flex.
Dave, I need you. Oh, row 1! Frick, it's me!
Roll 2 ice.
God dang it. Sorry.
Whatever.
I heard the wrong row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're fucked?
Yeah.
we are.
I made up my own row.
Just freestyling on the rows.
I just decided it was 2, and I was like, alright, I'm gonna go to the very back of 2, so I can't correct myself.
You know, Dave was not in the right spot till you said something, and then he went to the right
He was,
spot.
yeah, he ended up in the right spot, yeah.
Yeah, but
And
you
I
weren't
was,
there.
I know, I was not in the right spot.
You literally called him
Well,
out, and then
no, I
you
knew-
went there to beat him.
I knew it was fire, but I saw row 2
Food check
wrong.
if you need to.
I was completely wrong.
Roll. Wait, what happened to our buffs?
They're
What do
gone.
you mean? You fucking
Buffs
signed
are
out.
gone.
You signed out.
Kring.
You can't explain it.
That's your own fault. Like, actually.
Skill issue. Controller skill issue. I will sit in the middle until row 1 or 2 is called.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Alright.
The Benny.
Melees. Or tanks. Tank flex. Stack.
Back.
Right side. Go 2. 2 fire. Tanks.
I waited for the call that time. I'm very proud.
AoE.
It's a fucking massive AoE, bruv. It's freaking massive,
Oi,
bruv.
oi, bruvs.
Hey, bruv.
Watch
Fucking
your
massive in it.
cooldowns. Watch your cooldown.
Fucking
Cooldowns,
massive,
debuffs.
bruv.
My cooldowns are taken.
Beta useless. B. Bat useless.
Bat.
Right side.
Skirt.
Shorts north.
Long south. We got the tree.
Let's make the
I'll
tree.
go south.
Right side, guys. Right
There's
side.
no tree?
Yeah.
Tree.
It's a good macro.
What theme song is the tree?
What's the theme song of the tree?
Yeah, like, you know, when we see John Halo, we all know that. You know, that song happened, right?
The Kokiri Forest theme.
Yeah, Kokiri Forest.
Resolution.
It could be the Deku Tree theme, but nobody knows what that sounds
Nobody
like.
knows that, yeah. True.
One.
1, 2, 3,
I'll go for the back.
4.
I think I'm safe with our stand right here. Right up in his big loving arms.
We need a little downtime here.
It was awkward.
AoE.
Can't explain it.
Thanks.
Can't explain this AoE.
Right, natural alignment. Two. Melee's flex. Melee's flex.
I'd love to see it.
Double
And
reverse.
double reverse.
Also love to see it.
Yeah. Darn right.
Row
Row
2.
2.
Spread.
Spread in that second row.
New chief.
Row 1 stack.
Back in that front row.
Fire and ice backwards.
Reflex.
One.
1.
Fire. Melee's flex. 2. Ice. That side. AoE.
What makes you think?
Which part?
Involving this?
As they might have overbuffed machines.
That's good. That's fine. They've got a gun.
Real.
What do you want?
Watch your debuffs. Do the strat as you normally would.
I don't normally do it, so. He's got no debuff with me. Nice. Combine right here. Okay, combine in the pocket. Nice. Good boy.
Right side.
Right side.
Okay.
Right side.
I'll go 5.
Oh,
Gotta
Yeah.
hug the corner.
He
That's
didn't.
the whole reason.
Who got
James, I think.
Yeah.
James wasn't close enough. So people who were greeting around 4 were clipped. That's why, yeah. Yep.
I
Yeah, I can't.
Oh yeah, I kept it.
I can't hear you.
Imagine if you crit though.
And be honored.
Yes! You have to speak into my hearing aid ear. Whoever decided the Machinist Fantasy was a drill and a chainsaw, I just want to talk.
You wanna
Oh,
shake
that's
their hand?
that's my dad.
Is
Yeah,
that
I
that
want
6?
that.
John's
I
doing
want to
it.
shake your hand.
Tanks.
Makes wax.
Yeah, Edgar Allan.
The spread.
Left side 4. Row 2. Fire. Thanks, Flex.
Oh, okay, Tristan, sorry.
Forget about it. Don't worry.
Row 1. Ice.
No, my drill did not crit. No.
Time to wipe.
Fellas. My purple bars.
Watch your debuffs. Watch your debuffs.
It's a purple.
What do you mean? It's purple with that red B.
Boy, bat, useless, beta, B.
Right side, guys.
Can explain it. Bow, bow.
North to north.
Awesome.
I'm useless
I will go
again.
south.
Okay.
Right side, guys.
Right side.
We don't
The
like
boss.
we don't like the snakes
Oh,
in this
someone's
household.
moving. I'm scared.
It's okay. It's a very exclusive club. It's
It's
what
ready.
everyone can
Oh,
enjoy.
boy.
Evolution.
One,
There's one.
2,
That should be okay to
3,
three.
4.
These towers may not be my son, but I will catch them.
AoE. Natural alignment 2, guys.
I know about that mechanic.
Melee's flex. Melee's are flex.
Flex.
Double. Row 2. Stack. Spread 1. Spread 1.
Go on, spread.
Fire and ice backwards. Fire and ice backwards.
With melees. Melees.
Melee's flex.
Row 2.
Ice. Oh, fire,
Fire.
fire. Sorry. Row 1, ice. Left side guard.
Bottom text.
Oh, bottom text. Gotta be one of my favorite texts.
I'm cab targeting the boss. Stop.
Rejoice and partake of my gift.
Get ready. I'm solo. James, you must be on too.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Right side?
Right side.
I'll go east.
You'll go east? Okay.
But I'm
Sure.
just gonna sit here.
You're gonna sit in the middle? Okay.
Everybody in your far
In
corner.
the corners. Corners.
I don't think I've ever taken west. That's crazy.
Any further than that.
It's so nice.
I get
Really
south
not
tower.
super-
I'll get northeast.
Oh, run, run, run. I'm
Oh,
going
we're
to.
too good at the game.
I'm going
I-
out.
Okay,
I
okay,
mean,
yep,
you and me.
yep,
I don't
I got
have
you.
Swift. I don't have Swift. I don't have Swift.
Okay, I'm standing beside you pretty well.
You need to heal.
I don't know if that's gonna help with that damage.
Ah,
So close.
I can res up.
Okay.
Talon, did you get clipped or what happened?
Yeah, I didn't. I was a step short of what I should have been.
Okay.
I think our DPS is pretty good. I think we.
Okay, let's just
probably make
push.
it.
Pay
Yeah.
attention.
Yeah.
Window.
You have the Swifty
Hot
this time.
window.
Okay.
He's up. Use your cooldowns. Or he was supposed to at least. Me and Ivan.
This is mine.
Yep, yep, yep.
Let's go
Keep
back
coming.
up.
In for heals. In for heals. Spread.
Right.
Spread them.
Oh, we need extra heals. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
yeah,
Me and Dave. Who the oh god, what the
They
hell?
make-
Okay.
They make you go to the stratosphere sometimes. Rude.
Please.
Attack, attack.
Push him.
Your feeble flame must be snuffed out.
Yeah, just short.
Oh, wait.
Missing Talon Steeps is a hard one.
Yeah. I mean, Talon.
Oh,
died
we were
at
missing a
dead.
buff?
Yeah, Talon was dead.
Talon died
fucked
during
it
the
up.
buff window.
I ended up double dying too, so I was. like,
Oh, that really sucks. Yeah.
That probably would have been it.
Yeah, that
Let's go.
definitely it. We got it. We got
food?
it.
Yeah, if you need to refresh, food. You need
Yeah, pot up
Let's go.
for sure.
I've been potting the whole time.
Me too. Just saying.
Drops, Magnum pot.
Never say that again.
This show has been messing up my life. Real talk.
Magnum pot from my Magnum drill.
Yeah, basically. Anyways, I started potting.
Accurate.
I actually knew so much about the show. I didn't even like.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
I didn't know about. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I mean it's fairly
Tanks.
common. Like
Thanks.
the people quote it a lot.
Yeah. It's ready.
Just ready.
Right side.
Right side.
Purple away.
Oh, he's going in.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, guys.
Want it.
Alright, tanks flex.
Row 1.
Row 1 fire. Tank flex. Row 2 ice. Row 2 ice.
This is nice.
AoE. Yeah, we only survived there because of gear.
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear.
A weapon to surpass.
That's what he
Ooh.
drops. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Now we know the lore.
Fun concept. I think that's about a minute and a half, right?
2 minutes on the dot?
No, but like how long before he started the ball game?
Oh, I have no idea. Check your debuffs though. No, 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 Kia, we're dead.
Pretty, where are you going?
Oh, I'm fucking dead. Oh, Jesus.
What?
Yeah, sorry.
Saved.
No, I'm sorry.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, we're.
Hello.
Right side.
Oh,
Careful.
go south.
Alpha useless.
Okay, never mind.
What are you? What's going on?
What's happening?
Don't reset, reset. Go,
Everything
go, go,
seems
go,
fine.
go.
Everything seems
Reset,
okay.
reset.
Shorts north. Green.
Sorry, I was.
I'm coming, Kate. I'm slow.
I was.
Far away.
Go north, Prinny, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Left side, left side, left side.
The tree!
There we go.
Yeah, okay, I apologize. That was definitely on me.
He's doing a little fucking trolling.
I was doing a little troll.
I mean, we made it. Somehow we're alive. Everyone's alive.
God bless. What more can you ask for?
Resolutions.
Ready.
I can
That
ask
was
for.
not the answer to your question, but definitely.
Hey, you monster!
1, 2, 3.
Can't believe Kay just wants desolation.
No, 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 no.
Limitless desolation, nonetheless.
Such desolation was my intention.
Yeah. That's basically what Kay just said.
Yeah.
You can't explain
AoE.
it.
Because when you're just doing call-outs and in the context.
Tank plus.
You guys know the shtick. These aren't my tank busters.
Yeah.
But then,
This is the 7th time you presented it for show and tell.
But this is this is just a tribute.
Alright, natural alignment.
I drifted my chainsaw. Fuck.
Oh no.
It's ogre.
It truly.
Tanks
tank
again.
The joke was so funny, I had to drift my CD for the rest of the fight.
Flex, double reverse.
Double.
Row 2.
2.
Spread, guys. Then row 1 stack.
Tanks.
Thanks, flex. Row 1.
For 1.
Ice.
I thought it was reverse. Is it not
Hey,
reverse?
nice.
Row one. Row one. Oh.
Everything's fine.
Row 2
Whatever
fire.
gets you
Row
there.
2 fire.
Whatever gets us there.
Right side.
Left time.
Yeah, I saw Ivan and started freaking out.
It's okay. It's okay. AoE. Alright, this run.
Yeah, this is the guaranteed clear.
This run has been a comedy of errors.
Oh, who left? Oh. Oh, it's
Tank buster.
I was worried it was somebody
Chicken.
DCing. I was like, that would have been quite the timing.
The lily bell's in my way again.
Alright, high concept, guys.
I know about her.
I've heard of it.
Put your debuffs.
I need a 2
Alright,
up
I'll
here.
go east
2,
for you, pretty.
Don't worry, it's fine. Why not?
We're fine. Right side.
That's enough.
That does
I'll
make
go
it nice.
southwest.
I'll go south. Boop, boop. Whoa, guys, we're getting so
Alright,
good
I'm
at
combining
that.
with Q.
Arguable.
No one wants to combine with my fish. Nothing.
Good job. Keep attacking.
Nice!
Based on what?
Get this guy.
It's family day tomorrow. That's what it's based on, I think.
Oh!
True.
Hot window.
I think I actually did my pre-putt thing. It's so weird. It's so long.
You have to like activate something for it to come back in time.
I have to not activate something because it's slightly too short, but it's just enough time to do other things. So I think I did it right.
Yeah, get ready, guys.
It's both healers. Our side.
Into heals.
Straight again.
Both healers again.
And the easy towers, baby. That's what I like to see.
Into heals.
Oh.
That was a little spicy.
Yeah, well, we got it. We're in there. We're in there. Yeah, this is an easy kill right here. But everybody keep hitting your butt. But everybody keep hitting your buttons.
Disconnect your controller, please.
Q, disconnect your controller right now.
Yeah, good job, everyone. Okay, yeah.
Celebratory.
Of course, I'm the messiest one.
Oh, are you kidding me?
What the hell?
What the fuck?
Q
Oh,
scams.
I mean, I have one at 90, but
Yeah, I do
Who
too.
plays?
I
Who
don't-
plays it? Actually.
Does anybody care about Bart?
anyone
Okay, then I'm
actually
grabbing
play
it then. I play everything, so I'm playing.
Alright, I mean, I'll greet it.
Are we greeting one thing or like needing one thing and then if
If
it
you
gets
need
rolled,
the chest, no, if you need the chest and weapon, just need them.
Need them both. I mean,
Yeah.
everyone's gonna get it.
They'll come around. I rolled
You
a
need the mount,
20 and
though.
a 30 and a 5.
Roll an
Mwah!
Hell yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
I also
Give me the bow. Give me the bow. Give me the bow.
What did you roll on the bow? I got-
23.
I got a
dude.
61.
Ah.
Hey!
Okay, get me out of here.
Wait, what about the music?
Just get me out.
I got it.
Yeah, I mean, people who are rolling, whoever won like something last week isn't rolling on the same thing, right?
Right.
Yeah, they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
So who won what?
I got a chest.
I got unforged crystal.
I got a weapon.
I got chest. Dude got what?
Did
Alright,
anyone
go
the
ahead.
bars? I forgot to bars.
Who got
That's
who got the
mount.
crystal?
No, burst is up.
You got the crystal, James?
James.
Yeah, yeah,
James got
James.
them out.
Okay, what are we doing for 30 minutes, or are we not doing anything?
Are we going back into Blue Mage?
Man,
We're celebrating.
Not for
30
30
minutes?
Not for
for
30
Yeah,
minutes.
Maps then?
We're doing
Or
30-minute
something
maps.
We can do a map.
Or we can disband.
Okay, I'm done for maps.
Skip map or disband.
30 minutes of maps. Who wants to stay? I have one open
I'll
already.
stay.
Maps.
I'll go grab one.
Dude, go get
Why
one.
not?
I think Tristan needs to come to our server if he wants to.
Oh, yeah, I
play
do.
maps.
Le piss.
Let's be disappointed again. I need to re-invite everyone.
Gotta go to Jobland.
Oh, hell yeah! Woo!
Woo-hoo.
Sorry,
Burp-
I
purple.
parsed okay.
Yeah. The
Who parsed
purple.
purple?
Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, what did I parse? Blue?
The blue.
Man.
They invented a new lower color for you.
Oh yeah, what is it?
I was a color and I'll take it. Wow, damn K.
White.
Excuse me, gray is a color, Q.
That's racist.
Okay.
Is it spelled
Mine-
AY or EY?
I don't see color, so.
Mine is literally right here.
That's not how you spell color.
Yeah. Color?
Color.
Color?
Yeah.
started?
I don't know. There, we're going there.
Alright. I'll meet you.
I should check where my map is.
I didn't parse purple because I was healing. I was pressing Medica too much. You heard me call it out.
Yeah, he called medical too.
There were so many close calls that were.
Yeah, that was epic.
Everyone was scuffed.
That was
yeah,
epic.
actually.
That's how you know. Well, that's how you know you're getting a clear.
Yeah.
The more,
That was an adventure.
the more scoofs, the more clear.
Who got the mount?
James?
James did.
I got.
Mine.
Let's go. Brutal
guy, no
moment.
bragging.
Give me a minute. I'll be right in a second.
fucking roll
I have
shit.
to
I
clear
need to
my-
go. Yeah, I need to go get a few spaces.
Well, we're doing 30 minutes, so it's like 10 maps total because there's no portals.
True.
Just feeling it.
I just
Watch
want to
me,
get to the last place once.
watch me one shot this.
I want to
bird.
get to the deepest spot in the
Okay, you
Aquapolis
didn't.
5 times.
You didn't.
What do you mean I did?
What?
I don't even know what to put in this weapon. Jesus Christ.
I don't know. What is the thing?
Yeah, the.
I've lost the link. It's been so long.
Well, you can find it.
You always go to the balance.
Well, yeah.
Balance propaganda.
Propaganda.
It's everywhere.
The balance propaganda. All right, I'm going back to the. Where are we going in Elpis first?
Here.
Right by where you pick up a map.
Okay. All right, I'll be there. Now.
Hold on.
Then we can hop on right onto the other side of the town.
Nice. Mine's.
I have to
Wait,
find
where's
where mine is. God
Oh,
damn
mine's
it.
on the other side of
Mine's
the
in
town.
12 Wonders.
You need somebody to link it so you can search for items.
Didn't you link it to
Oh
me?
gosh,
already?
Q can't find his
Oh,
map.
that. Yeah,
How
I did link
embarrassing.
that to you. Somewhere.
Was it in 14? It was in 14, I think.
If you do find it, you should pin it.
What's holding us up?
This guy named
Shoot!
Showstopper.
Show solver. Hold on,
I
I
can't
get that
dig
reference.
unless everybody's here.
Where's thing? Okay, I'll head to Elpis, but
Where's the
someone's
show
not-
Yeah,
solver?
you can look it up while we're doing other maps.
More like Showstopper.
Oh!
His calling card? A stop sign.
Automaton does more percentage of your damage than I expected. It's just like looking at the bars. It's like 2/3 of all of K's summons. Who would win? Ifrit, Garuda, Phoenix, Bahama, Titan, or Robot?
If it's the gun thing, then it's robot.
Sound a little jealous.
Dots are gone. Class. What's a dot? I don't know.
Wait, did Camino really only crit one time?
Dots, never heard of him.
I have more dots than Summoner now.
That's weird.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a Bioblaster.
Oh, Bioblast. I guess AoE. Yeah.
I mean, the robot's just a big dot.
True.
I'm not sure that counts, because then you'd have to count the summons.
I always get the worst goddamn map crash with like the most freaking eggs. Why?
Okay, well,
Yeah, I love
almost
I love the 4 ads, and that's it. That's ideal.
You're playing Black Mage Q. Are you gonna hit anything?
No, I was looking for my map.
Oh my god.
I just watching.
Go, 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 go,
Don't
go.
worry about it.
Where next?
Where's the chest?
Other side of the
It's
town.
already
What do you
open.
mean, where's the chest? There's
Oh.
nothing.
Nothing in it.
Oh,
It was
shit.
mega stash.
Alright, Talon's
Lovely.
sending us to the other line.
Mine's also here.
We won't be alone.
Say it with me.
Dan Morrow Lightbarn. Oh, I meant to say it during raid, but I found the Asm
Open it quick.
while I was getting lunch today.
Is that
He
even-
had a car. He had his car had a license plate Asm 14, and he had a Loppert shirt on. He looked like a white nerd.
Wait, where am I
Who
going?
knew?
Who's surprised?
Yeah, where are we? Where are we going?
What do you mean, guys? On the other side of town?
Did you get trolled by my flag?
We did. We got a little fucking tomfoolery, unfortunately.
Fucking
Oh,
die.
it's all good. How did you?
Okay, I can
How
revive
did you
you.
have this ad all this far away?
How did my dot hit the furthest enemy, but it didn't hit any of the enemies closer to me? You can't make this up.
Server.
Cool job.
Hey, can we turn this into a Stake 1 party? Can we just go, instead of doing maps, can we go back into P8 and just
I'd rather parse
Stake?
1 to or 5, 6, 7. I'd rather do.
But
some
like
parsing.
we have to intentionally wipe in different ways.
Love of happiness.
Oh boy, I'm so happy.
I don't.
My numbers man tells me it's worth 2,000.
2,000.
Your numbers.
Woohoo!
Yeah, John numbers.
Your abacus.
John Numbers guy.
Jonathan Numberman.
Gregory Numberson.
Goku.
Oh wow, Ivan. I didn't realize we were 17 points away from each other in DPS.
The actual DPS.
Oh
number.
yeah. Yeah, welcome to Paladin. It's great. This is what the Barsers don't tell you. Is you can Bars all you want on Paladin. you might as well be playing anything else, but that's okay. It's still fun. The new rotation, by the way, I do like it. I will say.
Oh.
I do like it.
Oh.
That's huge.
Oh, is
It's
it
a
gonna be the
free-
furry? It's gonna be the furry guy.
No, it's a Mandragora every time.
Oh, is it?
I don't know.
I think it's
That's
the
a
furry,
guess.
the golden furry.
What is guess?
Why are we in Shadowbringers?
Oh fuck! I thought I was playing.
That's where we
Fortnite
live,
for a
man.
second.
Right, potting.
Okay.
I ran out.
I did my full mitt and did 5,000 damage, I think.
What the fuck are these? Why is there 500 more billion of them?
The other ones are just like normal ads,
Oh.
which makes them very hard to
That is-
pick up while we're trying to kill things in order.
I have them. Don't worry.
Alright, I'm trying to find them.
What is?
Alright, I
what
got
number are
him.
we
I
on?
think.
We're on 4.
On 4? I've just been hitting the boss this whole time.
We got him. I've got all the ads but one. Hopefully a tank has the other one. Looks like.
Surely. Oh, water clusters.
61 ice clusters.
Woohoo! Everybody loves
Oh.
water.
Shiny leather.
I'm excited.
Worthless.
What does that make?
Okay, we did get 10,000 gil from that. 10,000.
Win something.
Oh yeah, look at this thing.
Why
Wait.
is my in-game audio not working? I can't hear the game.
Audio bug.
Hold
Audio
on.
bug.
I'll summarize it for you.
Remember what's the thing though?
Yeah.
Well, why would it happen? Because like you got out of PvP or something?
It would happen all the time to me.
Exclamation mark. No,
Honestly.
no. Just stay
No,
there.
never mind. I hear it now. I hear the specialist.
This guy opened up his earbuds.
Open up your ear hole.
Open up your
this
ears.
guy.
This bitch.
El Lizardo.
Croc around the clock.
Slammy. Look at his hitbox. This is like a normal melee hitbox. Unacceptable. They have to be giant.
Doing a little freestyling of my rotation here. No, I'm not hitting these things.
But it's free gil. It's free gil.
Amazing.
Dude, that's me on Black Mage. I don't hit any ads because I just my cast is too long.
Oh,
Okay. I perceive how it works now.
I walked into everyone.
Might be bad.
You actually just like you invert rotate it
Yeah.
25% or
Without
90
some
degrees.
bottom
I guess is what that's
What the fuck
called.
are you talking about, Jesse?
You move 90 degrees, opposite of the way he rotates.
You turn it north clock
Flip it.
southwest way.
You
Yes.
flip it, turn ways.
North, left,
You left, north it.
up, left.
Okay, beta, alpha, north, left. Just do that and you'll be safe.
Oh.
Ain't no way.
Yes.
Nice.
Wow.
Yes!
Yeah.
Wow! Wow! Beast Day! It's Bulbasaur.
It's not Beast Day. It's It's Grotle.
Look at his tail.
Grotle.
It is Grotle.
Yeah, it's a Grotle.
How did this guy get out of Ilmeg? Did the ancients invent Ilmeg?
Probably.
Wait,
Yeah, I guess they would have.
do you even see this guy? Just that one dungeon?
Yeah.
Literally,
Oh,
just that one dungeon.
yeah. He's a unique boss in that dungeon. Earthshaker.
Earthshaker? Yeah.
Yep. I guess what else would there be?
Just ignore it, yeah. I came here to hit the boss.
Same, I'm fucking dunking.
You don't pay
Oh,
my
now-
sub.
Now that we don't have to focus, I
have Earthshakers.
I went with my friends to go see Aladdin the musical last night. Worst experience of my life.
No.
I didn't even know there was an Aladdin musical.
Yeah, they did the musical. Well, it wasn't because the musical was bad. It was fine. The woman sitting next to me was drunk as hell. She was singing loudly the whole time.
Oh, that's money, right?
Ta-da.
That has to be money. That's 1/3 of amount.
That doesn't sound like
Dude,
money.
what
Hey,
else
guys,
did
just
she-
pass. I rolled a 57.
I rolled a 53. Oh, I rolled
Yeah.
a 53.
Dang it.
Got a 54.
Hey, what the hell?
Oh, Talon rolled an 89. What beat?
96, I think. I saw
96?
96.
Damn.
James is
Oh yeah, 96.
up
Flexing.
digits.
He's getting
so-
all the mountain drops.
Oh
She
yeah.
leaned over to me at intermission and was like, "If I'm singing too loud, just elbow me." I was like,
Yeah, and then you
"I
elbowed
did
her in the
right
face, and
then."
she fucking got
I
blacked
wanted
out.
to.
Why didn't you elbow
And
her?
Bro,
Oh, getting.
I would have been
she,
a
like-
funny skit.
They have cups of wine. Like you can have like a little plastic cup of wine with a lid on it. And she was drinking it, and she took off the lid, even though she had a straw, because she wanted to drink more of it. And then she threw the lid on the ground. I watched her throw it on the ground, and then she like turned and asked me. She's like, "Did you see where my lid went?" I was like, "You threw it on the ground."
I threw it on the ground.
Oh shit.
And then coming back from intermission, she didn't go through the normal like aisle. She went behind our seats and then tried to jump over into
I
her
got one
chair.
here.
Prinny's
She was
here.
just a fucking menace. The
Dude,
whole
look
time.
at these guys bragging. Look at these braggers.
I hate braggers.
Look at that size difference.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You know what they say? Snake envy. That's what they say.
You got a snake in me.
Whoa.
That's not the same thing. Different phenomenon.
Now we know whether
The man
women
in
are their
type.
males.
So few.
Alright, next.
All right. Is anybody else?
Mine was an Elpis.
They're all in
Right,
They're
Elpis.
all in Elvis.
This is Elvis.
12 Wonders? I'm going to 12 Wonders.
This is Elvis.
These
Wait,
guys don't know we cleared P8S. We should tell them.
Mine's in the northeast. I guess mine was probably closest, but I
Well,
guess that's
I
fine.
already teleported.
We'll just go to 12
the
Wonders. That's fine.
I'm already here.
I didn't roll.
Can someone roll?
Oh, is it me?
Freaking
So it's me.
thank you.
It's me. I got
Where
another
is this
cloud
one?
happiness.
It's where I am.
Where are you?
Over here.
Look at
Where
me on my map.
Oh, I have
East,
one there
east.
too.
East
Nice.
of the 12 Wonders.
See, it was all planned. Calculated, in fact.
Wait, I just opened up my map and was back at the same spot.
Ain't no way.
Yeah, truly.
Oh, yeah, check something.
Oh, it's the good map too.
You take your time.
Actually, yeah. Now that we have time to talk about it, can we say why there's that one thing that keeps on confusing me with the whole stack spread bullshit?
Sure.
Okay.
No, you're not allowed to say.
Yeah. It's because my position is the same in every instance except for when I have the circle debuff.
Roll.
Don't forget to roll. Your position is the same except for circle. What?
Yeah.
So whether stack or spread, it's always 6 o'clock position for me.
Okay.
Oh.
I rarely get the circle debuff.
Which then you go from north.
Not all the time, except for when it's spread.
Yeah.
And that's what freaks me out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's like almost everybody has the same general phenomenon.
No, but he has a constant.
Yeah, I know.
He has a more constant than anyone else,
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I just constantly am thinking, go south, go south, go south. But then when I get the soil debuff, I'm like, oh crap, I might have to go north. And so I default going north, which is where Ivan is on clock positions.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Tiger.
Less or something. Get
It's
out of here.
Dalamud.
It's Byakko.
Not Dalamud.
Dalamud if he
RPG. Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Minfina's faithful cat.
What's its name in English?
What are you
Drama?
talking about?
Drummer?
Gwei.
That sounds about right.
See, eye shine. That's like moonshine, but nice.
Your eyes, yeah.
What the fuck are you saying?
Why?
It should just been mean to that lady.
Yeah, I would have just elbowed her in the face.
I thought about it. I was getting very mad.
Could you have gone to someone and been like...
I was in the
Snitched on
very
her?
middle of, like, we were in the very middle of the theater. So, like, of the aisle, or the row. So, no.
Yeah, worst seats, by the way.
But so at the end, so you know how Aladdin tells Genie, like, oh, I can't wish for your freedom because I need to be a prince in order to be able to marry Jasmine. She starts yelling, slap him! Slap! Well, she wasn't yelling, she was saying very loudly, slap him!
Hit him with the chair!
What the
Like,
fuck?
this is my favorite musical. And I was like, okay.
Oh god.
That's sad.
Do they just use all the same songs as the movie?
No, they invented, they created more.
Are they good though?
No. The one of them is fine.
Lampus! Lampus, come back!
Can't believe this is just the mount from Island Sanctuary. The asset we use knows no bounds.
Wait, what?
That literally makes no sense.
I don't get this at all, dude. That's too big brain.
Have to danger Dorito me. I think.
It's 90 just think 90 degrees, but it's like opposite of the
I was 90
rotation.
degrees.
90 degrees flip ways.
Yeah, flip ways.
I can't imagine.
Double reverse 90 degrees.
Simply rotate it in
Oh,
your
what's
mind.
this? Square of leather.
Dude, I have such good rolls in this game. I rolled a 12, guys.
Okay, it's fine. Guys, just
Lawless
pass.
and
No, I-
It's literally $10,000.
I did
10,000?
30 million gil.
Yeah.
We need to land up and we need to win it. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, like, what the
Alright,
fuck?
give us the exclamation point. We want to see it. Yes! Stop! 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 No!
Robbed.
No,
Okay.
I want to see the exclamation point. I've never seen it.
Not real.
It ain't real.
It's gonna be a fake though.
You think so?
Think so?
Ain't no way we actually get
Ain't
kicked
no
out.
way. Skeleton
Ain't
face.
no way.
Way.
Duty fail.
There's another
I
one
have
here, right?
Yeah, I have one here.
You say ain't no way, but it looks like it's just way.
A
This
lot of
is
way.
the way.
No way. Territorial Lotus Mod.
An Yggdrasil.
Yeah, I think it's a good name.
It's a great name.
Should someone say the tree?
It's Yggdrasil.
That is a tree,
It
actually.
is a tree.
We made it?
No, it's
We
fallen out of the
did.
ground.
We did make it from our map. The ancients made this? No, we made this.
You spawn to the tree.
Okay, I need a resident meme smith to make me a meme. You know the Onion comic where the guy's looking through the window and he's like, haha, yes. And it's
Sicko?
like, yeah, Sicko, the Sicko comic. I need that, but like through the window, he sees that the oh, we can go to Dave's, I guess. But he sees the desolation AoE is right next to him, and he's like, "Haha, yes, that's me." It's so good. It's so good. It happened like every. Happened like every time tonight. I don't know where we're going.
Middle, the top right.
Okay.
We're just going, fellas.
Where you going?
I don't know. I got another teleport to a different place.
Yeah, I got 2 teleports.
I took the second
Easily
one too.
confused.
Okay, this is after Dave.
Well, I've got one up here too with
Q,
Dave.
you finally found it. Congratulations.
I found it earlier.
Where is it? Here?
Just
Thanks to Kay giving me the link.
Technically, it's like right here.
Oh, it's up here.
Q, you need to get better at hide and seek.
I'm bad at hide.
The P12 is gonna be nothing.
Oh, it's right here.
P12's mechanic is it's gonna give you a picture of the arena with a spot marked with an X. And it's different for every player.
Okay.
It's different for every player.
Spawn it! Spawn it!
Spawn it.
Where's our guy?
It's okay. You can spawn it.
We could have made them do our work.
No, they can't hit it.
ours.
They can't hit the thing.
Shit.
We're here though. You can go.
They don't know we cleared P8S.
They don't know. I'll say it.
Where's the chest? I can't click on it.
It's under right here.
I can't see it.
Is this theirs?
It's right.
Yeah. Where's the
Is
chest?
this theirs?
Where's the chest?
It's on the. It's right here. It's right by.
Chest right here.
Prinny. Right by Prinny.
Right by Prinny.
Yeah. Hover over Prinny.
I'm
No,
running
wait,
around
is
it.
this theirs?
Oh, is it?
I don't know. I don't see it. No, we're standing on it.
Yeah. Okay, it was right there all
I
along.
was surrounded by minions and I couldn't click on it nor see it. There was just a pile of minions.
They were looking for Gru.
Yeah, you really can't explain it.
They were following Napoleon and then Hitler or whatever the heck happened in that Minions movie.
I don't think they cared that we cleared P8S.
Yeah, they didn't say anything.
Too enthused about it.
They should
They can get out their own P8S mounts.
What if I just fly into the sky? Oh.
I don't know what would happen.
Sucked into the portal. Get in here.
Thought maybe I would be too far away, and the game would be like, a party member isn't close enough.
My favorite part is when it gives you like one ore for these maps. It's like, thanks Yoshi P. What do you want me to do with this one random ore?
Sell it.
Be thankful.
Yeah, he wants me to be thankful about it. If
That's when you get the equivalent of coal in your stockings.
If I hit a single node, I could get more than that one singular ore without spending any GP.
I have this mount.
It also consumes an inventory slot.
They don't know we have this mount.
I don't know we have this mount. True.
Wait, is this a mount? I asked that question last time.
Yeah.
It is. It's the feather that dropped.
Oh.
You knew 3 of them.
Yeah, I had to buy them because the game's cringe.
They're pretty cheap now, right?
Yeah, they're like 300k, I think.
Oh yeah, that's not that bad.
We'll be looking at about $1 mil.
Oh fuck, I'm dead. My ley lines, dude.
Just added them, yo.
I did, and then I got flown up.
Get knocked
I
up
just
again.
died in your lines tonight.
No
I didn't even see
way.
that.
I was out of that.
Ain't no way.
No way.
No way.
Guys, I didn't do pop my cooldowns in time. I'm gonna die.
That is something that happened today.
You actually can't explain it.
Real.
There's gonna be so much fat loot in
Oh,
there.
what's this?
Exciting neon wall light.
I do not feel
guys,
excited.
past that, I need
I'm
it.
excited.
It does
my
look.
house.
It does look cool.
It does look cool.
I passed.
Oh, maybe it would fit my aesthetic of like my casting
It's the
test.
same as me winning because it's just gonna go in some location that I know where it should be.
Dave, it costs 1,000 gil. I bet.
1,000,
Maybe
yeah,
5. Maybe 5,000 if we're lucky. Maybe 10 gil if.
Ain't no way.
Okay.
Nice.
Sounds like Dave wants it in the upper room of my house.
Yes.
You have a house.
And
Yes, but he still takes care of his Emmett shrine in my house.
yeah.
Have you finished decorating your house, Dave?
I haven't done it,
No.
so-
Q, have you
I
been
worship
in your
dark
house
gods.
in a
Yes.
month?
Yeah.
Yeah. If I went in it, would there be things?
You can't. You can't.
Oh,
No, there's 2 of these.
curious.
2 of them.
Think of all the clusters. We're gonna get so many. Oh, bubble! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh boy.
I can't control my pretty.
Bubble is a rotten egg.
I'm not healed.
I know, it's what I'm saying. I can't control my pretty.
Tristan, I saw that. Tristan was like, "Ooh, bubble." Me too. Same. Gymnasium Echidna. That does not look like Knuckles.
It does not.
3.
No. Wait, I haven't hit the boss for like 5 seconds.
Well, I mean, you were trapped in the water, so
Yeah,
understand.
that's also true.
Hail Triton.
Hail Triton. That's a reference. When's
Should
Q
be so
playing
much
more of
smoother
that
now.
game?
What game?
He's already forgotten it.
Wait, let me guess. It's Crystal Project.
Yeah.
Oh
okay.
yeah. Tomorrow.
Oh
Work.
yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, you don't have work tomorrow? What the heck?
No.
I do.
It's Family Day. Excuse me.
Family Day.
President's Day.
Yeah. We don't celebrate those in the corporate
President's-
business system.
I have
President's
the
Day
cor-
minus Reagan.
It's Reagan, yeah.
Well, this game sucks.
Oh, no way.
I sure love these 2 blue diamond
Yeah.
runs.
Okay.
That was great.
Yoshi P
That's
says,
right.
"Be thankful, because it could be a 1 blue diamond run." Okay.
I don't like who. What is the like? What is the? I'm getting sunlocked. Who are they trying to appeal to with this shit?
The EV of the map is, I'm telling you, it's like 5,000 gil per map return. Oh, man.
Was there another one here, or was it seven?
Yes.
Yeah, there was another one here.
Okay, last one.
I flew in
Wow.
the skew on my
Wait, is the last one
boot.
yours? Q? Okay, fine. We do Qs and then.
No, we don't need to do mine. We're sharing everything. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but what if Q has all the good like mother
Yeah,
karma?
it's
Yeah,
true.
what
Yeah.
if it's that the meme of the guy mining for diamonds?
Mining.
It's the it's the Poe meme where like there's a mirror in every box you don't open. Yeah.
Where did you get that picture from, Tristan?
That's what he sent me. He's still
He sent you that.
messaging me talking about
Oh, God. Okay, long story short, guys, me and Tristan asked me for Poe stuff, so I started telling him, and then he started relaying what I was saying to some other guy. So now this other guy thinks Tristan plays Poe, like, on a very good level.
Scam.
No, I have no idea what.
Tristan has no idea what's happening.
I'm catfishing all for Gabe's mage blood. Okay, it's all for a good cause.
It was for a good
Thought this
cause.
guy
We were
might
trying to
be
get
rich.
Gabe and Mage Blood.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
He essentially said, "Why don't you buy? You're richer than me."
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong, actually.
Theoretically, you are richer than him.
He okay, look at all the buzzwords he sent me
give
earlier.
us
Listen
this.
to this.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
On before scene!
I just had some guy message me to buy Rockalash boots that I had up with 2 div, puts 1 div, 140C in the window, and sits there for 3 minutes letting him... buzzwords, what does any of that mean?
Yeah, you don't understand.
What's a Rockalash?
Circle shift?
Ralakesh? Are those the bird boots? Ooh, listen to this chocobo music. What the heck? It's a
He
call.
thinks I'm good at the game. Fair question.
Well, yeah, he thinks that because you literally gave up really good information from me.
Let's
Why are you so good at PoE? You should have given me worse information.
A lot of random.
Kill them all!
Why is Wildfire not an AoE? Like, why...
That's weird, isn't it? Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, why can't I use it in Trash Pulse and Dungeons?
Wait, isn't that what,
No.
is that what auto crossbow's for?
No, Auto Crossbow also sucks because it doesn't give you any of your, like, off GCDs back.
It doesn't, but I think it's still better, right? On 3 targets.
It's actually less
we do it?
potency than Scattergun.
What-
Oh my
what
god, there's
drop?
so much loot, what the fuck?
Open them all!
And so much fucking
Wait,
loot.
nothing off the middle?
We haven't clicked the middle
No
yet.
one opened
Oh.
the middle yet.
Whose map is this?
Talents.
Wait, nothing!
Woohoo!
owned.
I I love maps.
I love maps.
I
love
Wait, what the frick is this scam map?
Oh shit, are we on
The
a
circles
golden?
indeed shift.
Yeah,
Wait, are we just stuck in
It's-
the
it's-
golden run?
it's
Is this
rainbow
the golden,
too.
The golden land?
Dude, it can't kick us out. Look at it glowing. That's guaranteed, right? Surely.
Surely.
Sure.
Well, like, look, the whole outside is glowing.
Okay, look where it stopped.
Oh my god.
It-
Okay, alright. Woo! The double!
Oh, I can't handle this, guys.
I was
I'm
gonna
mad.
say this earlier, but Talon the hacker. Every single time we
He-
do math,
It is true.
No,
Okay.
you guys don't know the lore. Yeah.
Okay, you have no idea.
No, I know
Talon's
because-
so lucky with, like,
How
things
deep
that
is the
don't
lore,
matter. It goes pretty deep. Me and Talon
Yeah, it
played a
goes
gotcha game for a little
years.
while, and, like, dude would just pull the 5-star on every banner he wanted, regardless, without fail, immediately. And be like, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's like if you wanted Hu Tao, then he would get Hu Tao.
I don't know what that means. but
I'm
yeah.
saying buzzword.
That's a Genshin buzzword.
Close enough.
Who
Get
tells
back
that?
here, one. Oh, two's so
I'm only hitting the boss.
I save. Ain't got time.
Thank you everyone else for your service.
I don't know where 3 is, so.
3
They have an
is
ad on me.
dead.
Is this 4 now?
4, yeah. 4's in the middle.
Yeah,
Oh, there
I'm
it
air
goes.
anchoring it.
Tomato.
Chainsawing it.
5 is over here.
Just wiped out Tomato Town. My friend just got downed. Wait, tomorrow's Family Day. That means the Mario Party lobby goes live, right?
Yeah, are we playing Mario Party tomorrow?
That would be lore friendly, no?
Oh, we got
Okay,
2
sure.
chests. Two
Two
locks.
chests. 2 of them.
Ain't no way, right? Something has to be in one of these.
Music!
A victory fanfare. Oh, I rolled a 94! Don't scam me out of this,
I got a
bro.
4. Is
Wait,
that
nothing in
it?
this one. What the fuck?
Yeah, but I got Scarlet Moko Grass.
Okay,
I got
buddy.
some enchanted
Oh,
ink.
same map. Same
Are we just stuck
thing.
in the money route? Is this what's happening?
12,000 gilded.
There's ain't no way we're going to 5 with this, right? Right?
That'd be kind of cool.
Leave it to Talon. Of course he would get us to
Freaking
5.
talent, dude.
do you
Again?
stop and say
Stop! My heart!
Ain't no way, ain't no way, ain't no way.
No, 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 no.
It's a prank for
It's
sure.
glowing like a rainbow. It can't do this to us. And it's still glowing.
It's a prank, don't worry. Trust.
Not worrying, not worrying.
I'm
I
holding
haven't
my
been wrong
breath. I'm
once.
holding
Don't
my
worry.
breath. No.
What the hell?
There actually
can't
ain't no
believe
way.
Oh,
Ain't
no.
no way.
Even when we get the god map, it can't give us anything.
Yeah, nothing dropped.
Actually,
Music dropped.
I mean, yeah. What do you think this music is worth?
oh,
30,000?
50K?
Yeah.
50K?
Nothing.
Alright, we're
I'll
doing
look it up.
Hughes map and we're calling it?
Yeah.
I think
We
I think it's
we
like right
can do
here.
it.
Shit, there's
We're
Avid's
not-
legend here.
We're not even gonna get a portal.
Yikes, everyone abandoned.
No,
he doesn't
that-
know we cleared PA.
Yeah, the Heaven Legend doesn't know we cleared PA.
He
Oh,
doesn't
now he
know
does.
it's right
Yeah,
here,
no, we
No, wait, they're
Let's
on the
get us
mount. They're on the mount. They're showing up.
Oh, but now we
Okay.
know he cleared PNS.
Yeah, now we do.
Okay.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
don't.
nice, but-
They don't know I got the Nine Tails mount without doing a single Stormblood Extreme.
How?
Thanks,
What?
Ruggles.
Why did I? How did? Hello?
What?
I actually
Oh,
have to use Medusas.
I just
so-
realized my map, my second map's here.
Just kill them.
Oh well, we already moved.
Oh, you're back up there?
Yeah.
They don't know I've never killed a Stormblood Extreme.
I had to do Hell's Gear Extreme
even
to unlock Mentor Roulette.
What do you mean that's not
Oh,
even true? I have
yikes.
not killed a
I
Stormblood
mean, you
Extreme, have I?
unsynced parties, but you
Where is
have.
it?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I did Byakuo twice to get a card. That is true. This is true.
It's Flatbug Friday.
Talon caught me in a lie.
Damn.
You weren't supposed to
You
catch
took
me.
it.
It's a very serious Byakuo card parties.
Talon knows I did clear a Stormblood Extreme. Oh no.
That's
See,
okay.
I told you we wouldn't get a portal.
I'll spend
Let's go back up.
Oh,
to
back
the-
up. Oh,
Back
God,
up.
okay. Back up.
Roll,
Yeah.
roll,
Back,
everybody roll.
Back it
Oh,
up.
I passed.
I rolled a 97 or something.
Remember when maps? Remember when maps actually had
Yeah.
stuff that was worse?
No.
You know what maps have?
To be exciting about?
The dragon skin maps. I was getting like 40 to 50k every map when I soloed them.
Yeah, why are
Pretty
we only
good.
those?
I don't know.
I don't want it.
It's fun to solo them as blue. It's actually pretty enjoyable. The only thing is you can't do the thieves maps if they spawn. You cannot solo them. They're too strong, too powerful.
I'm too powerful.
Maybe when we have new spells.
Anyone want roast chicken?
Yeah, I casted fire on.
Yeah. I was fine for running them too. Extra crispy.
Are you gonna smoke on the wood from the ingredients?
Yeah, but he bioblasted it first, so now it's infected.
Oh
Boy got that virus. That boy stuck in town.
Alright, I'm out of mana. I can't cast anything.
How?
I can't do that yet.
Oh.
Where's the chest? It's right here.
A
Okay,
portal?
last portal, baby.
This is gonna be the good one.
Is
You think
it?
so?
Is it though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Five blue diamonds.
4 durium ore, or whatever the frick. Durium sand.
Come on, guys. That Duriamora would have been expensive like a year and a half ago.
Oh, I got some bismuth ore.
I mean, it would have been pretty expensive if you got it before Endwalker came out. Yeah. You data mined it. Just send us out. Just send us. Yeah. No.
Whoa!
Ugh.
Surely something good will drop from this.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Can you get the Can you get the card game things where you like higher lower in here?
No.
Yeah, no. You cannot.
I don't.
Right?
I've never.
We
seen
haven't
anything.
seen it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why they wouldn't put that in these. Those are fun.
They hate maps, I think.
Yeah, they just don't like them anymore. Understandable. They say they're thinking to themselves like, oh, if we don't put anything good in maps, people will stop doing them, and then we can delete them. But
Yeah.
here we are.
Remember when they said they were going to do something new with maps this expansion, and then the new thing with maps was
They don't drop
worthless.
do them on Elpis?
Yeah, they're worthless.
Doing something new with maps, they don't drop anything ever.
Yeah. As we're trying this new thing where no loot drops. Please look forward to it.
What a bounty.
It's okay. We asked Mr. Happy about it, and he said you have to get a portal, so.
You have to.
You sense there are still great riches to be won. I'll believe that when I see it, Matt.
I actually don't know what that means, because every once in a while you'll see it pop up, but you can get kicked out the same time it tells you that.
Oh, really? Maybe.
So I have no idea what that means.
Maybe it means you can. Maybe that's the only time you can roll the like weird Heidelin thing.
Maybe? I don't remember. I've seen it twice.
Oh, well, great riches! Woo!
We did it.
Or maybe it means if you get deeper, you get a guaranteed later on. I don't know. It's one. We can dream.
Rechoice.
Yeah, we
There's
can
no
dream.
rechoice in here. No.
Inferno Blast!
PK!
At least
He's
these
gonna mine
things
it.
give pretty good gil, raw gil.
I know, but Gil isn't fun.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Getting Fatty Shlu to drop is fun.
True.
Someone tell Yoshi P that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Wait, why is it me again?
Owned. I would simply just have triple cast.
Yeah, I used it earlier. It's very unfortunate I didn't have the hindsight to see that coming.
True.
You'll
Would've
never
been the
see
force
it
fight,
coming.
technically.
Yeah. Well, it's already happened, right? Oh no,
Fine,
but you're
same.
Yeah, this thing's looking
What
kind
if
of.
I stand in the ley lines? That should have fixed my
Shut
red
up.
magic.
Yo, I got a
skills, right?
grade 5 tincture of mine. I'm popping it.
Hold on, I need to stand in the ley lines too.
Medicated.
I have myself some competent craftsman's drought.
I'm medicated right now.
It's gonna land on Heidelin. I can sense it. I haven't been wrong once yet.
Dude, Heidelin just says, from this map I sunder you, and kicks you out.
Ain't no way, dude.
Alright, well,
Sure.
see you for the next round of maps, guys.
It's gonna be a prank, guys.
And...
I'm never wrong. It's
okay.
gonna be a prank.
Checks out.
Gonna be a big prank.
We got one big
Zero
item.
pranks tonight.
One big item.
Woo!
Woohoo!
All right.
100,000.
Well, GG's. Good raid.
Do it again on Tuesday.
And if we beat it fast enough, then we can go back to the Blue Mage chat.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's what this Sunday is.
It's
Today's
Sunday.
Yeah, in theory.
It's Sunday now.
Dave can't help it. He loses entire weeks sometimes.
To the robot hole.
Yeah. James understands.
I do, yeah. I've consistently thought it was Wednesday when it was Friday for the past couple of weeks.
Okay, so I will say I'll probably be 30 minutes late on this Sunday. For
Which
real.
uncles, cousins,
RFR.
sisters, brothers?
No, it's my
The same one.
Wait, Sunday or Tuesday?
Sunday.
But you said her birthday is on Wednesday.
Yeah, but her parents are coming into town on Sunday.
Oh, okay. What the fuck,
You
then?
can't explain it. You can't explain it.
I don't know why. Why did someone say it was on Wednesday then? Like, why does it even matter?
Because that's the actual birthday.
Yeah, no one cares.
Oh, a victory fanfare is worth 450k, but none have ever sold for that price, so it's probably worth around 100k actually. But I'm gonna try to scam somebody.
Scam.
Just undercut the people and
Yeah,
put it
that's
up
what
for
I'm
like
doing.
50.
For 50.
For 50,
50K,
50 gil.
Yeah, that'll show them.
50 holy gil.
Yeah, today's
Good
Sunday,
night.
right? Yeah,
Today's
Sunday,
Sunday.
Tuesday, and then we beat it on Tuesday. Yes, right?
Oh, yeah.
Then we go back to Blue Mage stuff.
Snake
and then
one.
We'll beat T5.
Snake 1 on Tuesday, Snake
Not
2
T5,
on
sorry,
Sunday.
T13.
Rotate? That's lame.
T13. Sounds good?
Sounds
good.
good.
Okay, GG.
GG.
guys. Appreciate
Good
it.
raid. Great raiding.
Great raid. Have a good night.
The Cleary.
Happy Family Day.
Happy
Good
Family
job,
Day.
Thank you
True.
to everyone
Allegedly.
except for Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, except Ronald Reagan. Fuck that guy.
What the hell?
Did he hate
Yeah.
Family Day?
No, Ronald Reagan was just a piece of shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure. I just didn't know if he had any connection to Family Day.
Oh no, I just don't like Ronald
Yeah,
Reagan.
Happy
Wait,
family to only Donald Trump.
Economics?
Or the Iran-Contra scandal, or the fact that he was, like, actually senile, or the war against drugs, or... I don't know, pick more things.
Minimum maximum sentencing.
There you
That was a
go, that's a
Reagan
good
era.
one. Yeah.
Reaganomics.
Yeah.
Reaganomics.
What did he
I
not do?
already said
Cape of
Reaganomics.
Happiness
Oh, yeah,
is
okay.
like is almost kinda cool, kinda.
Yeah, it's alright. I mean, it's
Does it
cheap.
bring you happiness?
Does it spark joy? She's having
It
another
is
kid, and
cheap.
she said she's not going to be clean anymore. So, actual words.
She's not going to be clean anymore?
No, she didn't say that. She just said, like, I'm going to have to relax my standards on, you know, what I do for tidying up. Because I have a new kid. They're messy.
Oh.
She's like, I'm not going to throw the kid out because he's sloppy. I'm not going to do it.
Well, that does not spark joy.
Alright, back to RuneScape. Okay.
Freaking rune nerd.
Like, Talon, go breed your Quintar.
No.
Who's the nerd now?
But I'm not breeding Quintors or playing RuneScape.
Oh, that makes you a double nerd because you're not doing anything.
Hey, Talon, how does it feel to support the Onion Nation more than one of its citizens?
Feels okay, I guess.
Oh, I could craft the Cape of Happiness, and that sells for 21k. Wristlet of Happiness is 48k. There's no way. What?
Genshin Impact devs are making a space fantasy RPG with Persona 5-like combat. Those
Why
are
is
some
the wristlet?
words.
Why is the wristlet so expensive?
Why? I don't know. Good question.
I'll be honest. I don't like the Abyssos weapon.
I don't like.
I doesn't like his burning purple axe.
It's not purple?
No, is it
Red?
not? Is it the weapon red?
Red. It's red.
Yeah, still wrong.
I much prefer the ruby weapon.
Well, that's kind of
No?
different. But yeah, the like the mid-patch weapons to go back and add things to extremes are always like way flashier than raid stuff.
We're back.
Okay, I'm tired, so I'm going to bed. I will see you guys later. Bye.
See ya.
But yeah, the reason why I haven't made any progress with my housing items is because I've been crafting and gathering and getting that stuff going.
Yeah, I understand, Dave. Construction and crafting are different. They're different skills and they have different levels. I can relate. Yeah, I mean, I personally have 48 construction, but only 44 crafting. So, you know, I understand.
The runic lore.
Okay, but answer me this, right? So 14 has player housing, allegedly. But can you put a teleport room in your player-owned house where you could put teleports to every major city in one room that you can click on at any time?
Yes.
No, you can't do that. For free.
Well,
No.
Free?
Yeah.
I don't understand the concept.
No. My player-owned house, if I walk into it, I have a teleport to the main city, another side city, and a
Is
city
that like
on another
negative
continent.
gil?
Yeah.
Free?
Free. It's 0 gil in absence of.
No. Wait. Is that like selling the map rather than using the map?
Yes, it is the same principle, correct. It's like positive value, or 0 value at least. It's the neutral way.
Oh. Wait, that's an interior item? Huh.
how much stuff do I have here? Let's... Let's see how much crap we got here. That's probably good for now. Yeah, one of these, 204 of these. Yeah. Okay. Let's grab ourselves chisel, a hammer, our declogs, and a games necklace, or a dig site pendant, I mean. Rub. Ah, frick, I forgot to grab something.
We only need 4 books for chess piece, right?
No, I think it's 8. I'm not sure though. It might be 4 for chest and 8 for weapon.
Yeah, but we're gonna run it 8 times, which means everybody gets a chess piece and everybody gets a weapon. No exceptions.
But we could theoretically do it in fewer.
No, we could not.
Yeah, everybody needs to mount.
Oh.
And there's no way to cheat around that.
Half and half anime lover.
Welcome to Gate of Illusion.
I saw that
Fittingly,
person
it's
earlier.
The B-side of Gate of Guidance. Up until now, I think most people could reasonably get this far, but this
Private?
area aims to
What?
change all that. Like here, going left
It's
or right
Lalafell.
brings you nowhere. You need to scan this blue thing and then fall down here.
Yeah, but I think that's a boy lump. Lalafell,
And
maybe.
then you enter these
Is
warps
it?
and end up lost forever. If you're
That might have been
lucky,
one of the
you
ones that
realize
was
the only way
questionable.
to get out of this is to press down where this
The
pot
ears
used to be.
indicate otherwise.
Ears.
But then it just takes you back to where you've already been. Well, if you press left, you failed. It's an invisible wall behind a portal that you
Yeah.
can only walk through if you come out the other portal. That is just a taste of this place. And seeing as I need something to
Definitely
talk about while
the
I
girl
solve all of
Lalafell.
these puzzles in the background, back to our superfluous topic.
I don't think you can
There's a
put
couple reasons
eyeshadow
I
on
can imagine why this kind
nails.
of game
Is
does
that
it.
true?
You can.
Using your intellect to deduce the solution to a
Oh,
puzzle
no.
from a set of clues isn't an unfun concept. That's why there's still puzzle games. But that means it needs to pose an actual challenge. And since challenge is heavily based on intelligence, you run into the issue that for any given puzzle, someone's going to find it very easy and someone else is going to find it next to impossible. This isn't so bad when Sudoku number 1 is functionally similar to Sudoku number 12, and you don't lose much by quitting. But if there's a grand
Pretty
narrative
sure it's a
behind the
female.
puzzles, people are naturally going to want to see it to the end, and either quit unsatisfied or get frustrated when they run up against their limit. Also, every game should have some kind of progression so it feels like you're actually going somewhere, and so the puzzles will probably get harder too. But unlike difficult games where you can develop skills during gameplay, you're probably not going to get much
Alright,
smarter
survey
while you're
says
playing.
female.
You will pick up on certain things like La Mulana's
Yeah.
tendency towards the invisible while you're playing.
You can tell by the ears.
Can you?
They'll pick up on certain things like La Mulana's tendency
because
to
there's
break
earrings in the ears, maybe?
walls, which offers some meta progression.
I'm
but
not sure
Well-
boys
stands.
like the
If
earrings.
your goal
Like, I
is to
don't.
design a game featuring intelligent puzzles
I didn't
while also succeeding
think
as
the
a
male
game,
ones
you're
had
going to need to
long,
come to terms with
droopy
the fact that
ears.
complexity and accessibility are inversely correlated variables. As one goes up, the other goes down. And considering accessibility is the one that drives sales, you can guess which developers tend to aim for. Something like the Ace Attorney series
Check.
is somewhat emblematic of this, insofar as its puzzles have always seemed to be enough. Enough to elevate it above a visual novel, but not enough to really halt gameplay and require a good old think. Well, it's not like I've played all of them, so maybe one of them is actually super confusing, but I digress. But of course, all of this is predicated on the assumption that intelligence is actually a factor in solving the puzzle at all, which is much harder to design for than just making the solution an exercise in trial and error. Which leads me to reason number 2. They just plain sucked. There's bound to be someone watching this who has fond memories of playing Monkey Island when they were a kid, but even the creator of Monkey Island himself released a paper titled Why Adventure
Apparently,
Games
one of
Suck
the
way back in
characteristics
1989.
of female
And Monkey
Lalafels
Island
is
itself seen as
exaggerated
an exception to the
eyelashes.
poor game design of adventure games. I really want you to conceptualize that adventure games have been dead longer than most people watching this video have been alive. While this topic isn't strictly about adventure games, it's impossible to ignore the parallels in this deductive game design it shares with things like La Mulana. The third reason I can think of is that most of the enjoyment of playing the game is derived from the dopamine hit of solving a puzzle, which are often few and far between. So you get this sinusoid of fun where between every peak of pleasure is a trough of boredom and confusion. Now please don't assume that I hate this kind of thing, because the puzzle solving in La Mulana is what drew me to it. I like to assume that I'm in possession of a brain and that I enjoy using it. I'm not implying anything I've said here is apodictic, but merely an exploration into the sense I've observed. Well, that's all besides the point of my final reason. and you may have
Someone's
guessed it already,
reply
but it's
was,
the internet.
female
The
Lalas
existence
have
of
much
walkthroughs
smaller
and guides made
penises.
beating these types of games feel less like an accomplishment and more like a test of discipline. Instead of trying to break through a wall to get to the other side, you're trying to break through a wall that you could just walk around. Maybe it's fun to
Sit
break
down,
through the wall while it's
sit
still
down,
easy,
son.
but at some
Let me
point
tell
you're
you
going
about
to
the
run against one that takes a
podos
little
and the
more
sweet
effort to break,
podos.
and suddenly walking around starts to seem a little more appealing. And when the puzzles are the whole point, it feels like you're going through a checklist for the privilege to watch a movie, so you might as well watch someone else do it instead. Like me. Even if you break through all the walls on your own, yeah, you'll still feel proud of yourself, but maybe not as much as you would have if there wasn't a way to just walk around. Of course, you could just walk around the challenge of an action game.
Playing RuneScape and watching his videos.
Than just typing game walkthrough
Yep.
into Google.
What?
And that snake just did a spin.
Imagine what it was like before
Yeah,
online
they're
reviews
spin
were everywhere.
snakes or
I'm not
poop
saying it's
snakes.
strictly a bad thing. It's just important to know that it was a
But I had
much
this
different
sound on
time
your
back
stream
then.
open when I opened it.
Oh,
This
yeah.
topic
So
is especially interesting to me because I played
watching the
Marrow
guy.
a while back. Yeah, I bet you didn't think I
I
got to
can
mention
tell.
Marrow twice this video. A Metroidvania so obscure that there were 0 walkthroughs anywhere
Man,
at the time.
I
and it had
sure
the same
love
broken,
parsing in
sluggish
18.
design of the old days.
I
And
parsed at
naturally, I got
19,
stuck
Dave.
a lot, and I hated it.
Yeah.
But eventually
Sure
I
do
broke
love
through and
person
won.
40 and
It really
being
took me
irrelevant.
back, and I can't say it was an explicitly
Good.
good experience, but
Good
it was
times.
certainly memorable. And maybe that's what people miss from their childhoods. Memorable games. Would you believe that we're not even halfway done yet?
I mean, it just means all the other warriors are much better geared than me.
Anyway, we're in the Tower of Ruin.
Clearly.
The B-side of Inferno Caverns. I have no idea how you're supposed to solve this puzzle.
This is the
because I've
cope we
solved
can
it
tell
accidentally.
ourselves, Dave.
It
Yeah.
feels weird seeing an Ankh Jewel again after like 8 hours, but clearly we're on the right
No, I
track.
think a part of it is
But I've got
definitely
no
people who
idea
do
how
a
to
lot of
progress any
parse runs.
further in here. On top of all
So when I
the
looked up a
templates,
Blue
it's
Reaper
like
and
taking
saw
note of
like
every
90%
dead end you come across.
of
It's
her
hard to
Communios
express
hit
in
were
video, but
critical
at this
hits,
point
and
in the game,
mine
there's at
I
least
have
10
one
areas
Communio
I know
crit
of, but
from
don't know how
tonight.
to
That's
solve.
bullshit.
Sometimes it's hard because you don't know if the reason you can't solve it is
yeah.
because you're missing an item
I believe
or
it.
because you're just dumb. But this time I actually do have an item I need. The Key of Eternity I got from the Gate of Illusion finally lets us enter the rest of Endless Corridor, only to shackle us with another bewildering puzzle. This one is really tough, but if you're extremely observant, you'll realize that the
So I could
symbols have
probably
meanings
get
in
green if
wobbly
I
keys,
could get
and you
the
need to
minor
discover the
improvements down
symbols
that I'm sure I can still
corresponding
do.
to birth, life, rebirth, and ascension. Birth and life are easy because they're on the seals we found,
Machinist
but
does
the
a lot
others
of
are
freaking
harder.
damage.
I think you're supposed to figure it out by the symbols
Yep.
also relating to the order of each area, but I just solved it by trial and error.
Alright, let's find out orange tree.
Just fine. Just buff Reaper next patch.
Orange tree needs 39 farming. I'm not at 39, am I? I'm 37. Nope. But I can't plant these curries either, but I can plant this apple and this banana. Oh, banana. This apple needs sweet corn and the banana needs apples. How deep?
Wait. He doesn't have to work tomorrow. Why do you go to bed already?
This is freaking weirdo.
You did say he was tired.
Yep.
Dave's not tired yet. He isn't allowed to be tired.
True.
True.
And real. Alright, let's minigame teleport to pest control. Alright, where's Patua? Oh, near the tree gnomes, okay. Those dang gnomes. Oops. Where am I going?
And then the next level is a race against time. It's possible, and there's a Steam achievement in it for you if you succeed, but the real answer is to just go through the wall. The next level is just saw blades and pain. Nothing too special. Then you make this thing appear, and it chases you around, and then you gotta go over here and push this button, and then it chases you some more. Yeah, then you push this button, then you can actually kill it. So you kill this thing, then you kill the other thing, boom, you're done. Down here is another entrance to the Shrine of the Mother. I guess I haven't been keeping you up with the lore, but my favorite thing about La Mulana... favorite thing about La Mulana is that by solving the puzzles, it's pretty much impossible to not know the lore. Basically, the mother came from outer space, but she wanted to go back to space and used the secret of life to create several children and told them to send her back into space. But quite literally, your mom was so fat that each attempt failed. And finally, the 7th generation decided that it was impossible and created the 8th generation of humans, but kept them ignorant of the mother while they watched over the ruins. When you know what's going on, there's some cool set pieces, like the Tower of Ruin being the failed attempt by the 2nd generation of giants to send her into space. Discovering all this as you go along really makes it feel like an adventure. So anyway, despite going through that whole area, we didn't really accomplish anything. I read that one hint that said sleep inside the woman, but I can't even get in the woman. Life's hard. One thing about these kinds of puzzle games, and La Mulana especially, is when you get caught in the trap of, it can't be that, I already tried that, because it's only in pure desperation that you go back and start trying things you've already tried before. Like here, I saw that there was a room above this one on the map ages ago and tried to destroy the ceiling, and it didn't work. But now it does, and that's because it's not destructible until you kill the mini-boss and leave the room. Anyway, we got this thing, which we can bring to the Fairy Queen. I randomly landed on this thing, and then it suddenly started floating. That's cool, I guess. Then there's another mini-boss up here. Seriously, this game has an insane amount of mini-bosses. I could have sworn I tried this earlier, but apparently you can just walk through this wall. Your reward is the Earth Sphere, the most useless sub-weapon in the game. Except for the one instance where you use it to hit this statue. And we're back in Inferno Cavern. You can see a dais move in the background, which for some reason ends up all the way down this tube of lava. Nevertheless, the
Alright,
has
I'm gonna head
appeared.
to bed. Good night, guys.
See ya.
Hi, Dave.
After an eternity of doing puzzles, it's the 5th boss, Vi. You gotta smack all its tentacles to make its eye open. Or I guess more specifically, make those weird imp things peel its eye open. It alternates randomly from extending out and shooting an eye beam at you to firing a mega laser beam that destroys everything including the platforms. It makes it much harder to hit with your whip. The best way to deal damage to it is to throw caltrops in its eye, but after a while it starts curving the beam, so even throwing caltrops is hard. By the way, don't stand on it. My personal recommendation is once you deal enough damage to get it to curve the beam, wait patiently on one side until some unbroken platforms can appear on the other side, and then stand on them and hope you get lucky and the eye extends so you can smack it. It randomly drops us into a separate part of the Chamber of Extinction, but guess what? There's not much to do here. After another hour of wandering around, I randomly decide to check out the waterfall in pure desperation, only to find that the entrance to a new area has appeared. Thanks, La Mulana. The Tower of the Goddess is the B-side to Spring in the Sky. Shockingly, it's a tower, and it's extremely fun when you get knocked off. This place is a bit of a hub because it leads into 4 different areas, except they're all blocked by statues right now. Which leads me to one of the biggest BS puzzles in the entire game. You need to figure out how to get water into the tower, and your only hint is this line. Well, if you've been really diligent, you'll know that this guy is Anunnaki. Since the hint says it's what he refuses to gaze upon, you might assume that it's this wall, but no, it's up here. And you'll notice that there's another one on the bottom right. Well, it says the place where the finger points, so I guess it must be talking about this. But try as you might, you will find nothing here. But you'll never guess. You need to press down on the pot. Yeah, I had to look up the solution to this one, and I feel no shame about that. I got pretty far on my own power, but even I have my limits. The end result is now this place is flooded with water and we can swim up here. Okay, I think I need to find something else to talk about. I'm always worried about the line between thought-provoking conversation versus Reddit-tier pseudo-intellectual sophistry, especially since this video is ostensibly meant to be entertaining. But what else am I supposed to talk about while this is going on? I chose La Mulana for this particular topic because it is extremely cryptic and actually one of the best arguments for the existence of guides, because without them I never would have been able to experience the end of the game. I'm reasonably confident in my intelligence, and I can tell you with zero shame that I solved maybe 80% of La Mulana's puzzles on my own. And when I said that in a thread once, people were like, damn, that's pretty good. There's a YouTube video from someone who beat La Mulana without any hints or guides, and it took him 260 hours to do it. And I've heard similar stories from others who attempted the challenge. La Mulana is interesting. It's something that dares to be exactly the thing that pushes most people away, and I appreciate that. The technical skill and the gorgeous pixel art on display shows that it wasn't just some hollow attempt to appear unique. It could have been anything, and it chose to be incomprehensible. It has its core of fans, which is why it got a sequel, but this video is about the first La Mulana. Again, I'm not here to make some sweeping judgment on what's good or bad, and while I do think La Mulana goes way too far into the puzzles towards the end to be reasonably completable, I still enjoyed my time with it. It's got a lot of heart. Which brings me to the second half of this topic, secrets. Except they're not really secret the moment someone discovers them and puts them up on the internet, and suddenly not doing the secret ending isn't considered the true ending. So, secrets, yeah. I consider secrets to be anything off the main path that's not required to beat the game. I think people are generally more forgiving towards obscurity when it's not required to win. To the average player, they're decently functional, since if they miss them, they won't know they've missed anything and feel the need to consult a guide. But rather than secret, it's probably more apt to call it hidden content at that point. And if you're just making content most people will miss and find later on the internet, your efforts are probably better spent making content everyone will see. For that reason, most secrets these days are generally small things like extra dialogue or little bits of lore. Anyway, since we got the twin statue, I'm trying to get through the twin labyrinths now. The twin labyrinth is weird because it contains its own B-side and everything is pretty much mirrored. Also, here's the katana, it sucks. See how easy it is to fall into the trap of I already tried that? Once we do that to both statues on each side, it makes some daises appear which lead us to the Ankh Jewel. The puzzle to make the Ankh itself appear is another one I solved accidentally, because you need to kill all the witches in the room to make the Black Witch spawn. But you need to leave her alive, except I left her alive because I was lazy. And then you need to go to the mirrored side and kill the White Witch. That's right, boss fight number 6 is Baphomet and her giant horns. She mostly just sits there in the middle of the field, alternating between fire, lightning, and projectiles. And I've still got no idea how you're supposed to dodge the lightning, because as far as I can tell, it either just hits you or it doesn't. So I was trying to get a healing fairy to make the fight easier, but I got a key fairy instead. And I remembered something that said I should bring one here, so I did. Now my attacks are all cool and glowy. Back to Baphomet. If you hit her enough, she'll stand up and enter her second phase. Seriously, I've mentioned it before, but the pixel art and animations really go above and beyond. Technically, they're mixels and not pixels, because you can see how the animations appear to be tweened smoothly over subpixels instead of being restricted to an actual pixel grid, but it's still good. Some people complain about this sort of thing, but some people can also go away. Anyway, in her second phase, she teleports around and throws balls at you while spawning more witches to annoy you. She's not an easy boss, but at this point in the game, you've gotten a lot of health pickups and weapon upgrades, so we shouldn't need to resort to drastic measures like we did Bahamut.
Chop down this banana tree and plant another banana tree.
I feel bad for you if you had less than 32 health when that happened. Okay, we're actually getting towards the end of the game now, but that means we need to tackle the Chamber of Birth. And since I'm living in constant fear of the algorithm, I've got several words for this place that I'm not comfortable with sharing since most of them are 4 letters long. But the one I'm most eager to share is horrible. Seriously, up until now I've mostly solved everything myself, but this area broke me. You'll solve one impossibly hard puzzle only to get one screen ahead and immediately get stuck again. It doesn't help that the place is a nightmare to navigate since it's split between 2 areas you need to go through the Tower of the Goddess to access with a weight tax to go literally anywhere. Yeah, weights, the mechanic that totally needs to exist.
Frick, I forgot about the
could
plant
spend
bots.
at least an hour going over everything I hate about this place. Well, whatever. We've made it inside of the woman now, and you'll never guess the solution. You need to pause the game until Lameza sleeps on the pause menu. The Philosopher's Ocarina wakes up the 4 philosophers, who mostly give you lore, but also open up some new areas after you talk to each one.
Is there a water source
The order
nearby?
in which I'm doing these puzzles is very dynamic. It's difficult to give a true walkthrough of this game because it's this crazy complicated web of puzzles that requires other puzzles. It's still strictly linear since you need to do almost all the puzzles to win, but the flexibility is what makes solving the puzzles look so schizophrenic. Like these. These are the instructions for pretty much the final puzzle in the game, but I've still got 2 bosses to go. Here's another puzzle I hate. You need to be holding this talisman before you talk to Elder Zelpud. You can't just talk to him with it in your inventory. Turns out it belongs to your father, and he's still in the ruins. You can see him a few times, but he's really easy to miss. To progress much farther, we need to buy at least 100 coins worth of items from this shop before he tells us about another shop that sells a very important item, the Dragon Bone. Then we bring that to the Shrine of the Mother and put it on this guy's head, and suddenly all the bone walls disappear. But then there's this pillar that closes and it doesn't care at all about the Lamp of Time. And in another fit of desperation, you talk to Elder Zelpud and he says he might have a solution. And his solution is... well, I wasn't really expecting that. We got our father's diary, but unfortunately, Elder Zelpud... just kidding, he's fine. And then he gives us something to open that cursed chest we found. I don't know why he didn't just give us this earlier, but whatever. Oh god, there are still so many puzzles left. Let's see, what else can I talk about? Okay, video game secrets. What if you wanted to leave clues in your game to a secret so obscure that you expect everyone to miss it, until an entire team of dedicated fans come together to figure it out as some sort of community building exercise? Well, you can't really, and that's thanks to data mining. I'm sure you've all heard of it before, and it's impossible for me to talk about this topic without recalling the time that Edmund McMillan tried to add a secret character to the Binding of Isaac, hidden behind several layers of clues, only for the steps to unlock it to be data mined within 106 hours. Not a lot of people seem to know what data mining actually entails in a game context, but put simply, it's digging through the game's data. It usually starts with sifting through media files until something like lost.jpg jumps out at you, and from there it's a matter of using memory hacks and resource monitors to try and find what parts of the code call that media file into memory. Then when you find it, you can start looking around that part of the code to try and find the flags, which is to say, the things that the code checks on to see if you're allowed to have the lost. Then bada bing bada boom, you've discovered how to unlock it without ever looking at the intended puzzle. So why don't they just hide these files into their code? Well, they've tried. The problem is, to be able to run a game, your computer kind of needs to be able to see it. And that means so can you. So then they're left with the option to try and obfuscate the code and make it more difficult for humans to read. But if, for example, you were running a resource monitor on your RAM and you saw that a certain variable changes whenever you take damage, well, you found where the game stores your health. And if you were to force your own variable into that spot with some external software, congratulations, you've created an invincibility cheat. Even if the code's hard to read, you'll still be able to narrow it down, because, trust me, programmers are used to looking at incomprehensible code. So what if we encrypted everything so no one could read the code at all? Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, since it needs to run locally on your computer, that encryption key needs to be stored on your computer. So it's another case of using memory hacks to find where the computer starts looking whenever it wants to decrypt the files and then finding the key there. If you were so determined to have deep hidden content, you would need to make the game send and receive encrypted data from something you control, like an external web server. But that means it would need to be an always online game, or at the very least disable that content when you didn't have a connection. But the existence of selectively encrypted information would definitely raise some eyebrows. There's also DRM software like Denuvo that can thwart a lot of memory hacking by essentially running the game in its own virtual machine that you're not allowed to peek inside while it muddles things behind the curtain. But seeing as games running Denuvo can still get cracked, it's no guarantee your secrets will remain secret. If people care enough, they'll find it. So really, the secret to having a truly cryptic game is to make sure no one cares about it. The point of this whole aside is that making true secrets is not impossible, but at least more effort than it's worth. Probably better to focus your efforts elsewhere. You can have stuff that's not immediately recognizable by data mining, like a hidden message encoded into the music only visible with a spectrogram. So don't get me wrong, there's a lot of avenues to actually hide things. There have been games that manage this community sleuthing thing, like Inscription and its ARG, but the important distinction is that one was carefully controlled and the first steps were data mined. People just pretty much stuck their fingers in their ears. Also, some steps were given out on physical floppy disks and hidden on other games. I think there were also some shenanigans with Five Nights at Freddy's, but I'm not young enough to care about that. There's also some secrets that only exist because of data mining, like Gaster from Undertale, I guess. But more than likely, it wasn't actually a secret, it was just some cut content until people started making theories about it. Okay, that was like 4 minutes of rambling. How many puzzles we got left? Well, I'm in the Dimensional Corridors, which is sort of like a boss rush because your Holy Grail doesn't work and you need to fight multiple bosses at a time before you can go back and heal. It's probably the only place where the experience bar matters. Have I mentioned how many mini-bosses there are? By the way, I made a mistake, because the only way to get to that ladder up there is to use the boss's water pillar attack to jump off of. If you kill the mini-boss and save, you will forever miss the final health upgrade. Except I looked it up online, and thankfully you can cheese it with the Lamp of Time. Except failing this area means you need to do it again. Well, you'll notice that we've killed 10 out of 11 mini-bosses, but where's the 11th? The map shows a room below here, but the border is pink, which usually means that it's not readily accessible. Search for destructible or invisible walls all you want, but you will never find it. Here's the solution. You need to attack left and then attack right in these 4 very specific areas in the correct order. I have no idea how you're supposed to figure that one out on your own. Even knowing the solution and looking at the hints, it still barely makes sense. Anyway, here's the hidden 11th mini-boss. These mini-bosses are a lot harder if you didn't find the fairy clothes that have all non-boss damage. Hooray, it's the Ankh Jewel. And defeating all 11 mini-bosses made the Ankh appear. Now we need to fight Tiamat and her enormous hair. All you can really do is stand beneath her and repeatedly hit her with the axe. She fires all kinds of projectiles and laser beams at you from her weird hair rings, and you're probably better off just jumping and doing damage to her than trying to dodge. Whenever you deal enough damage to her, she gets up and becomes increasingly angry and launches even more attacks. And I recommend standing under the platforms for this attack. She looks a tad miffed. You might die once or twice, but at this stage of the game, you've probably got maximum health, and you might even have the software combo that makes your axe deal extra damage, so even if you're just face-tanking everything, you'll eventually win. Also, shoutouts to the angel shield we found earlier for being so good at blocking projectiles. Even though we just beat Tiamat, we're not that far from defeating the last of the 8 bosses. We've only got a few things left to do in the Chamber of Birth. Like using the Angel Shield to get the vessel, which we'll need later. Also, I hope you didn't forget to check for invisible walls. Seriously, there's a lot of invisible walls. Also, I completely didn't realize that you were supposed to use the Cog of the Soul on that tablet. That opened up all of these Clayman spawners, but there's one you can walk into, and it has the Ankh Jewel. Then there's this crazy Clayman. Get the Pochette key, put it in the slot, and then finally we can go over here. If you thought the game was done messing with you, you're wrong. Thank you for taking off 2/3 of my health right before a boss. Alright, take 2. Oh, God. If you saved over your file after that happened, the game is now unbeatable. I recommend resetting. If you saved over your file after that happened, the game is now unbeatable. I recommend resetting. You need to use the Pochette key while you're in the plane, and suddenly, you're in a shmup. This boss is just insane. I'm not even sure what to say. It's some kind of a robot flying a death machine. There's stuff flying everywhere, and it's not even obvious where you're supposed to hit it. It does tons of damage on contact and constantly knocks down pillars, which I swear are impossible to see coming and actually dodge. It's just crazy. I can't even begin to try and avoid any of this stuff. I don't know if I'm just too old or what. You eventually find the place where you can actually hit the thing, and it mostly becomes a battle of attrition as you try and kill it before it kills you. If you get a lucky cycle, though, it's pretty easy to win. This game is always full of surprises. Next time you win, make sure you smack it in the face. Well, that's all 8 bosses, except there's still the final boss, the Mother herself. But if the rest of this video is any indication, getting to her isn't easy. To actually get to her, we need to learn all of the mantras and strike all of the wedges, which begins with fighting this mini-boss and her huge orbs. Defeating her gives us the Jed Pillar, which is what we need to cast mantras. Also, we need to put this thing here and then scan this thing.
I don't have any coins on me, frig.
With those combined, we can use mantras now. It sounds exciting, but really all it does is spit out some characters. Now it's just a matter of finding all the mantras, then finding their appropriate wedge. I've already got all the hints, but you need to do them in sequence. And that means chanting the mantra for that area in its appropriate spot. Only then will the next one appear. The puzzle on where to actually use these mantras is something you'll only understand if you read the manual and figured out how the geometry of the levels and their B-sides work. But the more straightforward solution is to chant the mantra in every single room of an area and its B-side until it works. We've got some time, so let's talk about the one thing I've neglected, the music. La Mulana has one of my favorite soundtracks of all time. The first track...
Not level 38? 37, right?
Despite being decidedly an E-flat minor, the fanfare at the beginning is very upbeat, and instead of sounding melancholic, the main melody manages to sound more optimistic because it quickly passes over the minor keys to dwell on the dominant fifth, which is shared with its parallel major key. But the second half of the melody brings it back down to reality using the minor third and quite firmly resolves into E-flat minor. This mixture of optimism and trepidation is the perfect motif to mark the start of an adventure, and perfectly mirrors your own feelings starting the game. Another track I really appreciate is Giant's Cry. Even without seeing the Giant's Graveyard, I'm willing to bet that most gamers would immediately recognize this as an ice level theme thanks to its high tinkling chimes and minor scale. But it's got this powerful driving bass continuously pumping this oppressive energy into the whole thing, which really fits a frozen graveyard. It's nice to see for once an ice level portrayed musically as a wasteland instead of a wonderland. Oh, hi, Shrine of the Mother. You're looking different since we last saw you. Yeah, so the mother is La Mulana, and she's waking up. Also, you would not believe how long it took me to realize that this thing was a ladder. We finally have to kill Beelzebub, but like all the mini-bosses, he is easily dispatched with the Lamp of Time. Except he's the only mini-boss with a second form. Well, just smack him a ton. Seeing as this is technically the Shrine's B-side, we couldn't teleport here until now.
Bernard.
After going the long way around, we get blocked by this thing. It has a picture of a fairy on it, so we should probably consult the Fairy Queen.
Bringing them their sweet corns. Nope.
And here we are, the final boss room. The Mother's Ankh is pretty impressive. We don't have an Ankh jewel, but remember that nearly worthless sword we picked up a while back? No, not the katana, the key sword. Yeah, this is its only use in the entire game. All she does is spit balls, but that's just the first phase. If you didn't get the medicine of the mind earlier, the fight would end here. Also, this breaks our holy grail. Yeah, we're not here to kill her body, we're after her soul. This second phase, she mostly just floats around. She occasionally throws out these big waves of light, but you're completely safe on either side of the screen. Your main risk is getting hit while trying to hit her. Now is a good time to put that gun to use. The third phase is this spooky crying skeleton with her skeleton baby. There's lightning on either side of the screen, and she's too high up to shoot with the gun, so you best use your axe. Also, sometimes the baby decides to laser you. I don't think I've ever managed to dodge that attack. And here's her fourth phase. It's a water squid eye tentacle thing. The good news is we can shoot her again. The bad news is, we're out of bullets. Here's her fifth and final phase. At first it seems like she's just floating around, but as you start damaging her, she's going to start picking up the attacks of every single boss. Whoops.
Robbing farmers again. I'm gonna sick the dogs on you.
I have HP. I'm turning my HP into seeds. It's fine. What's a bitter cap mushroom?
Oh, blimey, what are you doing?
Just don't fight it. Don't fight it. Don't fight it.
And we're out of bullets. Guess we gotta do it the old-fashioned way. Except the more attack she absorbs, the more she zips around. Actually getting to hit her and not getting hit yourself is pretty tough.
We've converted our HP into seeds. Mission accomplished.
Items like the flares help, but the problem is you can't use your shield while you're using an item.
I forgot to have my magic secateurs.
Looks like I gotta do it all over again.
Can I use super
Clearly
compost
this
and
calls for
support?
drastic measures.
Okay. I already have.
Even with this many bullets, it is never a guarantee that she'll actually stand in a place where you can actually hit her. That would have been really dramatic if it didn't kill me. Thank you, gun. I couldn't have done it without you. As we all know, it can't be a Metroidvania without the self-destruct escape sequence. Our Holy Grail broke in the fight, so it's not like we can just teleport out. Thankfully, someone left us a rope. So when that opened up, I assumed it was a trap. And I made it all the way up here, only to realize that you can't get out this way. I should have guessed that the endless corridor loops back bottom to top as well. I lost a lot of time, but then I'm like, wait a minute, that pot. It seems counterintuitive, but we don't want to go to the surface. Mulbrook gave us a hint earlier. We want to go to her place. And that's the end of La Mulana. Our reward for this incredible feat is a big running sequence with all the characters. Even Argus is here. So this is the end. Or is it? There is one final secret in this game, and it is the worst secret. Before you fight the mother, Mulbrook mentions that her father is the one who discovered eternal sleep and that he's still around, but he couldn't become one of the philosophers in the end. Probably on account of being the biggest scumbag on the planet. She mentions somewhere where it looks like no one can go, and that's here. He tells you that your reward, should you seek it, will be his forbidden treasure. Just a warning, this is the most insane line of puzzles ever devised. First, you need to sleep in front of this statue. It's night now. Then we talk to Elder Zelpud. But now we go over here to a place which was secret to begin with, go through an invisible wall, and then enter an invisible door. Here's the shop of no entry that Fairy was talking about.
Basket of tomatoes. Boop. Boop. Okay. Now we home Teddy.
By going back in time, he means going into the secret area which brings you to the original version of the game. And now jump through this invisible wall. And enter an invisible door. The huge casket he's talking about is the room called Palanque's Coffin. Welcome to this giant pool of lava. It's infinitely deep and you'll just fall forever until you die. That is, unless you know that exactly 19 screen transitions down, there is a destructible wall on the right side. I'm really getting sick of this guy. Just like in the Gate of Time, the entrance is here now. Which is why I made sure to mention this room when I got the crucifix a million years ago. Hell Temple, and it lives up to its name. There's about 1 billion rooms like this, and this place is massive. If you thought getting in here was hard, that was the easy part. At first it's mostly platforming and daises, but it gets worse. By the way, if you're ever knocked down, you go into a place like this that you can't leave until you kill everything. And your reward for doing that is going all the way back to the start. You'll be spending several hours in here. And of course it's got puzzles. The worst puzzles in the entire game. Not only does it have puzzles, platforming, and combat, it also has trolls. I can't even call them traps anymore. The best way to solve these puzzles is to ask yourself, how would a deranged psychopath build it? This isn't even close to halfway done. The only good thing about this place is that it plays the shell horn a lot, which at this point has probably been hardwired into your dopamine receptors. And you remember how much I complained about the jump controls? Well, nothing pairs better with clumsy jumps like precision platforming, enemies with projectiles, and pits that bring you back to the start. Finally, after an eternity, I get through this room. You want to know the best part about that? The game gave me an achievement for it. Yeah, go through the invisible wall instead. Honestly, Hell Temple is pretty weird because it's the only place with the platforming puzzles you'd expect out of a Metroidvania. And oh boy, everything's dark. Who could have seen that? At least this hell brings you right back to this room. Eat lamp, idiot. I hope you press up after going through that invisible wall because the tiny speck of goodness in the developers' hearts has given us a shortcut. To solve this puzzle, we need to equip guild.exe and put this block in front of this empty shop. And that gives us this bridge. Thankfully, we have the shortcut now.
The guy's Llama Lana review, he even does Hell Temple, and the layout of Hell Temple really is it pretty close. I never really like watched a full playthrough of it, but Hell Temple in Llama Lana 1 actually does mirror the structure of Spiral Hell in Llama Lana 2. That's pretty good.
After going through that invisible wall because the tiny speck of goodness in the developers' hearts has given us a shortcut. To solve this puzzle, we need to equip guild.exe and put this block in front of this empty shop. And that gives us this bridge. Thankfully, we have the shortcut now. If you want to get past, you need to activate the trap first. And here we are at the actual hell. If you thought the platforming up until now was bad, you were wrong. Even if you make it down here, whether or not this thing shoots you off is a total crapshoot. You are completely helpless when you're on the walls. If you actually manage to get up here, don't even try. Just damage boost yourself with a bomb. Oh boy, more precision platforming. And you'll never guess where that pit leads. By the way, to get out of this room, you need to walk into the tablet. Ah, destructible platforms. I wonder what's at the bottom of that pit. This room is the bane of my existence, but I can't even be mad. This whole place is totally optional. The developers just know that some idiot like me is going to suffer through this just because it's there. I don't need to do this, but here I am torturing myself anyway. I've only got myself to blame. By the way, the other half of these platforms are invisible, so don't fall down. I'm having so much fun right now.
Oh, it does the mini-boss thing, too.
After you beat those mini-bosses,
They don't have no heads.
which is impossible. To actually get past it, you need to sleep in front of all 5 hell signs. After you do that, you can press down on this eye and get in here. You need to scan all the tablets, which only tell you a single word each, but those correlate to the expressions on the skull in the background. Scan all 4 of those. Return to that room, which is easier said than done, and find this thing. Now go to the tablet at the start, and suddenly you're here. Go through this horrible platforming section for the 50 billionth time, and get back there.
It's time to do this quest. What do I need? Empty bowl, 15 chaos runes, and access to the chaos salt. Well, that's not bad at all. And we'll need armor. Get your mix in first. Oi, what are you giggling about?
Whatever I want.
Do I give you permission to giggle?
Don't care giggling anyway.
You might not. Grab a little bit of food. Oh, and we need a bowl. Okay, and let's just grab some pike. I don't think mini. Between Edgeville and the Grand Exchange. Well. Oh, they're these guys. Okay, I've walked past these guys many a time, and I did not know why they were there. Now I do. They're there for me to kill. Designated fodder for my murder spree. You know? Probably should have healed. I forgot. Forgot I was dying, but it's okay. These guys don't even hurt. They just die. Stand and deliver. Back to Rat Burgess. You wascal, you wet.
If it wasn't obvious, I've been using a guide this whole time. And our reward is a boss. I was actually lying when I said there was only one use for the key sword. Turns out there's two. Yeah, so the real final boss is a slime. It does a ton of damage on contact, but just throw chakrams at it and hide on the wall if it gets too close. And there it is, the end of Hell Temple.
That makes me want to scream!
Yeah, so it took me about 20 minutes to get back. And I'd just like you to appreciate that you get to watch it at 100 times speed, but I had to play it. Yeah, so this time I'm not messing around. Roller shurikens will show the way. Finally, the treasure is almost in our grasp, and you have to wonder, what kind of treasure could possibly be worth it? Well, the ultimate clothes, of course. Yep, that's your reward. Honestly, I couldn't possibly think of a better reward. Those 5 hours were definitely worth it. Yeah, so if you didn't catch that, his dying wish was to see his daughter in a provocative swimsuit. Did I mention this game is Japanese? I wonder how Mulbrook feels about this. And she's gone. I guess I'll leave then. Let's kill the mother in style. By the way, this is what happens if you try to exit the normal way. Thank you, La Mulana, from the bottom of my heart. Alright, I guess I gotta wrap this whole thing up now. These puzzle-focused games are pretty rare nowadays, and that's because designing difficult but satisfying puzzles is hard, and your reward for all of that hard work is fewer people playing it. But fewer people playing something doesn't make it bad, and if La Mulana is any indication, there will always be a niche but dedicated group of fans. Despite everything, La Mulana is a really cool game, and it's got a killer soundtrack. Thanks for watching, bye. So usually I try not to have something as dangerous as an opinion, but you don't play a mod for over 300 hours without developing a few of your own. So here's my thoughts following the end of my Odyssean journey. This is a bit difficult because the mod itself says it's still an alpha, so for all I know everything I'm going to bring up will be changed or is already planned to be changed. But I guess if you're going to critique anything, alpha's the time to...
Let's see, so what am I doing then?
do it. Now there's way too many people on YouTube who assume that their opinions are A, useful, or B, desired, and at risk of adding myself to that pool, I'd like to preface this whole thing by saying that this isn't my mod and he can do whatever the hell he wants with it. Also, keep in mind that the tone of my voice makes me sound about 10 times as negative as I actually feel, but anyway, to give the long and short of it, space exploration is the most technically and visually impressive mod that Factorio has to offer. The skill and talent is apparent, and the existence of the completely unique logistical challenges like cargo rockets, space elevators, and starships is just astonishing. There is so much
Where's the book? Further east. did I overshot it? There it is. This is why no one makes their own Chaos Runes. I see, I see. What were they thinking?
Chaos.
They weren't wrong.
Much I absolutely love about this mod that I'll miss. I expect for months to come I'll still find myself hitting N to try and enter satellite view in vanilla. However, allow me to gently insert the knife that I'll be twisting until the end of this video, because there's a lot I didn't like as well. But only identifying negatives is the mark of the worst kind of critic, and so I'll start out by addressing what I think works. From the beginning, space exploration doesn't overwhelm you. The gameplay is mostly vanilla and slowly ramps up in difficulty, but is different enough from vanilla to make you need to switch up your base a bit. Things like green circuits taking stone instead of iron and the introduction of glass are small but welcome changes, as well as expanded uses for sulfur and batteries. The extended burner phase can drag a bit, but it's such an insignificant portion given the scope of the mod, it's easy to forget. The beacon and module changes are great, and probably the best way he could have handled balancing scale and late game. Other mods will introduce upgrades like chemical plants 2 and 3s in the same vein as assembly machines, because without the ability to upgrade old builds, you'd have no flexibility when demand suddenly increases later in the game. Having 3 or more variants of every building is just
Let's go to home teleport.
Bloat, and so instead having one building that offers a flat upgrade to every building evenly is much cleaner. Obviously it's no substitute for good builds, but it's a video game. Optimal play shouldn't be forced. The beacon overloading mechanic is great as well, since it doesn't pigeonhole you into the same 10 beacon build for literal days. When you first get into space and find the ruins, that's great. The fact that you can scavenge several very powerful buildings you won't get until literal hundreds of hours later not only provides their utility, but also lends a mystique to the mod. If you like these items, well, one day you'll be able to make them. It's a dynamic that doesn't really exist in any other Factorio mod, or if it does, I'm wholly unaware of it. The idea of scavenge technology lends well to the concept of space exploration, and the existence of an underlying story you can uncover through gameplay isn't present at all in the base game. The biggest defining feature of space exploration is its multi-surface logistics. Cargo rockets, spaceships, and space elevators all serve to move items from one surface to another, and a lot of the game is balanced around this feature. It's SE's most unique challenge, and in my opinion, the mod is at its best when you're conquering other planets and setting up isolated bits of manufacturing. Arriving at nothing and leaving with a factory hard at work is peak Factorio, and you get to do it multiple times. It's also great for multiplayer because with a mod as long as space exploration, you can send one guy to deal with one resource while you handle something else. It's a similar story with the parallel science paths, and I think this was intentional. The concept of completely self-sufficient and isolated bases is probably my favorite part of the space exploration Geist. And here comes the knife. Yes, it is an incredibly impressive mod, but it feels like it's lacking cohesion or awareness of what it even is. It feels more like a collection of extremely cool features clumsily tied together because it's more interesting to add new features than to tweak existing ones, which I can totally understand, but this is how you get feature creep or indefinite release dates a la Star Citizen. Not that a free mod is beholden to anyone, but the point stands. So going back to multi-surface logistics, I'd like to posit the existence of a Factorio fun factor, the mysterious variable that determines how fun playing Factorio is. Obviously, if I could define such a thing, I wouldn't need to be making YouTube videos, but it seems reasonable to break it into the categories: problem solving, efficiency, advancement, and aesthetics. Advancement and aesthetics this mod has in spades, but the problem solving fun factor is principal in its importance. This is what most mods seek to add: more complex problems to solve and more ways to solve problems. Mods like Angels, Nullius, or Industrial Revolution all involve complex crafting chains and multi-step processes, and there's a lot of interplay between recipes. Interplay between recipes, that's the important part. That's because they don't have to deal with one very important feature: multi-surface logistics. That's right, space exploration's core philosophy is also what precludes it from having these complex recipe chains, which is evident if you look at any of the chains for the extraterrestrial materials. They are very linear, taking only small amounts of materials to go from one step to the next. To make holmium, you crush it, then you combine it with cryonite, then you combine it with copper, then you combine it with vulcanite, and then you combine it with sand. Each step just adds one thing, but never in volumes you can't just ship in from your main base. So you get this whole situation where your bases are technically isolated but still totally dependent on some central hub for basic supplies. All the materials are like this, separate and completely linear, limited in their complexity to their isolation, but not isolated enough to make sourcing materials locally an interesting challenge. They can't play together because that would require working around the multiple surfaces too much and launching too many rockets, so they just exist in this so-so state. Because of this, all the complexity of the material needs to come from the process itself and not manufacturing its ingredients or dealing with its byproducts. Except the only real complexity you can eke out of this is routing the output back in as input. Every single material does this, and the answer is always a priority input splitter every time. That's not to say that complexity is strictly better. I actually thought that the version 0.5 recipes were better because they were simpler instead of pretending to be complex in the most annoying way possible. And don't even get me started on the byproducts. Why does everything give out stone and sand? It's honestly baffling how much effort can be present in the rest of the mod, and yet something as straightforward as a waste management mechanic can hang off like a vestigial limb. Which makes even less sense considering there's a proper scrapping mechanic in space, but even that you can just turn into landfill. If the answer is to turn the byproduct into landfill, then put it into a box and forget about it, the byproduct shouldn't even be there in the first place. For all its flaws, the mod Nullius has the best implementation of a waste system I've seen, and I'd like to see SE take some notes. The fact that there's a building almost entirely dedicated to turning stuff you don't want into landfill is just... I don't know, it just smacks of this non-committal attitude I get off of so much of it. Core mining in particular is hilarious because it's the only way to get certain resources that the planet is lacking, and yet what it spits out the most of is the stuff that's most abundant. In my humblest opinion, I would like to see it fully embrace the multi-surface logistics instead of being caught between it and conventional Factorio. That means more isolated, more specialized factories localized entirely on one planet, requiring less from the outside world but more effort to build. The easiest way to achieve that would be to simply introduce a lot more unique fluids, since they're difficult to transport via rocket, but requiring a restrictively large amount of raw materials would work too. The best way, however, in my opinion, would be to pull down some of the science from space and onto specific planets. Justify it by saying you need their atmosphere or magnetosphere or something. One of the main problems is that each planet is unique, but also lacks at least one of the primary resources. This would actually be an interesting problem to solve, but there's no way to actually solve it apart from shipping it in from outside. If there were some mechanic to filter trace amounts of iron from sand, extract dust from ore, compress organics into coal, just any sort of inefficient but feasible way to get what you need, then there would be some interesting challenge there. But as it stands, the answer is to just ship it in from outside. Now, I'm hesitant to give this kind of criticism because it's pretty easy to just point and say, make more content, and lots of these things are probably on the roadmap anyway. But you could also add planet-specific challenges or advantages like lakes of free sulfuric acid or dirty water you need to clean before using. Anything really. It would add to this idea of conquering worlds instead of just landing on them to get the one resource you need to arbitrarily unlock the next science. Since half the time it's easier to just mine it there and immediately ship it to Nauvis and eat the shipping costs. As it stands, because Nauvis has every important resource, you can just ship in everything you need from Nauvis and immediately invalidate any possible planet-specific challenge. Core mining in general feels like a bandage solution to something that shouldn't even exist. The real use of core mining is to give you a small but infinite supply of resources, which wouldn't be necessary if not for the mechanic that keeps ore richness the same across the whole planet. The existence of this mechanic makes you think it's trying to encourage you to get resources from other planets, but no, getting everything from Nauvis is all around superior. I sourced all my ingots from other planets purely because I thought it was cool, not because I thought it was the best solution or anything. If you want one quote to take away from this, it would be that in space exploration, fun is optional and very inefficient. There's all those menu simulations showing neat concepts like conquering a planet remotely with a Spidertron, or landing a spaceship on a planet with biters at the gates to supply pyroflux to an array of flamethrowers, but you will never encounter the need for anything like that. Getting a little bit harsh here, so it's probably time to remind you that I still thought the mod was good. But that being said, having seen the mod progress from 0.5 to 0.6, it just seemed to entrench itself further in all the things I personally disagree with. Keywords, personally. Maybe you love it, maybe the mod creator thinks it's already perfect. It's just my opinion. Anyway, as for the actual space sciences, there's no real way for me to say it other than I just didn't like them. The catalog's insight and significant data are interesting when you first look at it, but by the time I finished the second path of science, I'd already mentally checked out. 80 different data cards, and they're all basically the same. Most of them are only made in one building each and have relatively small input requirements, yet the buildings are enormous. Building anything that looks halfway decent in space is more of a challenge than the mod itself. The biggest problem with space science is that it means menuing is a significant portion of the time it takes to actually build anything. Not thinking up belt placement or inserter designs, selecting different recipes and setting up filters on filter inserters. And because they take so many different but uninteresting things, the designs are all fundamentally unblueprintable. By the time you've visited the requisite planets to get all the new resources, you never need to think about other planets again, at least until you get Naquium. And so the next 100 hours is mostly spent being bored in space. Some people call me a masochist, but late-game space exploration is like getting stuck in traffic. Yeah, it's torture, but not the kind that would titillate anyone. Obvious exception being Arcospheres. They're an interesting and unique challenge that wholly deserves to be the final obstacle. I've already advocated pulling a lot of the space sciences down to individual.
I'm going. You know the king's trying to kill me.
Why does the king want you dead? Are you a filthy usurper?
No, he's getting. He got mind controlled by an evil dragon wizard. It's okay. We already have a plan. I just need to use this ring at the right time.
Why does the evil dragon wizard want to kill you?
He wants to take over the kingdom because he can mind control the king. But he needs to realize that the king is not exactly a fighter here.
Okay, but hear me out. What if
Sindana Nimburhi! You will not escape justice! Says battle staff man who will sell me battle staffs after I do this quest, and that's definitely not the only reason I'm doing it.
This guy needs battle staves.
Who doesn't need battle staves? What kind of dumb statement is that? Everyone needs battle staves, idiot. Okay, and I give this thing to the museum. Oh, after the quest, fine. Fine. Let me grab a little bit of money. So I should complete the easy diary so I can buy more battle staves. Dude, that's totally a stave. Newspaper sucks. bone. We need a soft clay. And we need our fishing rod, fly fishing rod, and some feathers. Done. Now come here, mangy mutt. I have to pet you and give you this bone. For the diary compels me. Where's dog? Where's dog? Why's the dog gone?
Someone slew it.
No one slew the dog, idiot.
You've slain dogs.
I have not slain this dog.
Someone else slew this dog.
I killed your dog. Where's the ding dog? There's the dog. Stupid dog. You make me look bad. Need an axe as well. Where my axe? There's my axe.
Burb.
Shut this one down. I see. I see. Where's my pickaxe? Yeah, put it in money. I need to high alch this long sword. Still only gives me 90,000. I am not ready to take advantage of this money yet. But I will. But I will. Gives me something to shoot for. I think really what I should be doing is I should just be getting... I should just be going back and forth between sand and... Yeah, let's do that. Oops. Okay, to make this more efficient, I should buy like another 100 or 2 buckets, 1 or 200 buckets of sand. Let's take 1,200 coins should be enough. Cause we're crafting grinding, boys, hard grinding. Oh. $6.50. What the heck? Scam artists. Trying to scam me out of my money. Alright, it's time for Operation Sandgrind Nation. We got 1 billion buckets. We're ready. Good day, how may I help you? Shut up. I didn't talk to you. Alright guys, scammed myself.
You scammed not only the game, but yourself.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Alright, the main goal here. Next goal is 54 crafting for free money. All the time. Every day. All day. Turning staves into battle staves. Or turning battle staves into elemental battle staves with nothing but my hands and grit. It'll be easy too. I don't know if it'll be easy. It'll be easy enough. Take me to the fairylands. Take me to the fairylands! Behold the power of use bucket on sand. I'm just walking right past the bag. Yeah, you have charge water orb. Okay, that's good to know. What level am I at? I'm at 44, and I want to get to 54? Yeah. Okay, you know, just a casual 100,000 experience needed. Okay, no, you know, I'm not a bad. What the frick? What the frick? What's happening? 100,000. Okay. I don't like this calculation. I guess it's actually not that bad. I'm copying Ming Ging. Oh frick, I forgot to grab the next buckets. I grabbed freaking buckets. I'm so freaking dumb. so stupid. Can that imp come back? I want that XP. Frick. Why did he have to show up just then? Just lost a bunch of XP. I don't even know where the freak Taverley is. Oh, there it is. Entrance to Taverley Dungeon. Oh.
Welcome to the series where I test out the OSR's Wiki money-making guides. I started with, of course, weight reducing clothing. I also have a staff of water along with the cosmic runes needed to change these unpowered orbs into water orbs. I have an anti-dragon shield to help out with the black dragons that are on their way over there. I'd say it's Also, in the bank, I have some antidotes because there are some poisonous spiders on the way as well. So if we get poisoned, we can just drink one of these. Now, as for teleports, I would recommend bringing Falador teleports since it'll save you more time than the method that I'm going to be using. I'm using my max cape to teleport straight to my house, and then I can hit the Ornate Rejuvenation Pool if I need it for stamina and maybe even the poison, and then from there I can teleport straight to Falador. The antidotes are extremely important because those spiders will poison you if they hit you. In 80 agility, so we can charge by using the POH method. Now, as you already know, we are starting in Falador, so we'll be running over to this Taverley dungeon. Once you go in here, since we have the shortcut, there is a 70 agility shortcut and an 80 agility, so if you have 80 agility, you're much better off since you can skip all of this running over here. You can just run straight over here, and then run over here to this map link, go up the ladder here, and then you'll be at the water obelisk. After we do that, we'll teleport straight to our house, and then back to Falador here, and we can bank right here in this area, and then do it all over again. So, let's go ahead and jump into it. So, this is future me talking now. I'm just letting you know that the antidotes are extremely important because those spiders will poison you if they hit you, and Protect from Melee doesn't actually help out against the poison. Even if you get hit a 0, you will still have a chance of being poisoned, and the poison is very annoying not only because it lowers your health, but because it interrupts the process of charging the water orbs. So instead of being able to AFK here, you have to constantly be clicking the obelisk every single time you take damage, which is like every 10 to 15 seconds. So I would highly recommend bringing the antidote, because later on you'll see that I had to be casting this quite a few times because of that annoying poison. It's not too much money, so I'd say it's definitely a worthy investment. Now, besides antidotes, you will also probably need stamina potions. Eventually, you will run out of stamina, and you'll be walking over here to the obelisk. Me, I just used the Ornate Rejuvenation Pool whenever I knew that I didn't have enough stamina to make it there. With 99 agility and a negative weight, I think I was able to make like 4 or 5 trips before needing to run. If I didn't have about 55 stamina before starting the run over there, I would hit the Ornate Rejuvenation Pool. Now overall, I'd say this is pretty comparable in profit to charging air orbs right now, but you have the added benefit that you aren't in the wilderness this time. With air orbs, you do have to venture into low-level wilderness, and you have the chance of being attacked by another player. But here, the only thing you have to worry about is, of course, those spiders and the black dragons. So when you cross the black dragons, make sure that, of course, you have your anti-dragon shield so you don't take massive damage from the dragon fire, but also make sure you throw up Protect from Melee because they can hit fairly hard, and they're usually able to get 2 hits off before I climb the ladder, so keep that in mind. Now, according to the wiki, there is a faster method of doing this. You could use the transport system, and of course you could move your house over to Taverley and run south from there instead of running from south. But I didn't feel like doing all that just for an hour of charging water orbs. And as I said earlier, agility is very important here. If you have 80 agility, you're going to be able to use that shortcut, which saves a lot of time. If you are under 70 agility, it's going to be a longer run to this area, and it might not even be worth it in the panic. But I mean, if you have 80 agility, you're probably not going to be here unless you're like a skeleton or something. There's plenty of other good moneymaker that you can do if you have 80 agility already. But yeah, I'd say this is a fairly chill moneymaker. No risk of dying really if you play it smart and you're navigating through the dungeon. And of course, it's pretty AFK once you actually make it to the obelisk. You can AFK there for quite a bit while your character automatically charges the water. Just of course make sure that you drink the antidote so you don't have to worry about being poisoned. The scenery here is also very nice. You can see some fishermen catching some lobsters and whatnot, so you'll have that to look forward to, I guess. And with that being said, that is pretty much the end of this 1 hour of charging water orbs. We'll go ahead and take a look at how many we were able to charge throughout this video. Alright, so after 1 hour of charging these water orbs, we managed to get 540. Let's go ahead and do a price check on that. Total value of around 566,000 GP. Let's go ahead and sell them off at the GP. Alright, so I've done some price checking, and unfortunately these water orbs aren't selling for market price. Market price is 1,049, but currently they're selling for more, around 958. I'll put them in for 957 just to be sure, and there we go, they've all sold. I let them sit there for like 975 at one point, and they weren't selling, so I decided to drop them down a little bit more. And there we go, 517,300. But if you plan on doing this this for a very long time, then consider leaving them in there for market price, and maybe they will sell. So you'll be able to maximize your total profit if you are able to sell them for the market price. But now we can go ahead and take a look at the total profit we made from this 1 hour of charging the water orbs. So if we take into account the cost of supplies, which was 264,984 GP, subtract that from the money we made, which was 517,320 GP.
Powered orbs. And then grab a skull from this guy right here, just for the first time. And then get down to 1 HP, but locator orb won't kill you though. So you pick one of these nettles over here. So what that just did is sent that inventory of unpowered orbs to my gravestone by the obelisk. And then grab your staff to charge the orbs. You need a looting bag, and it's like 180 cosmics to charge 2 inventories. I think it might be a little bit less than that, but. And then bring inventory of unpowered orbs. Run back to the obelisk. Oh, also bring a like a glory to teleport back once you're done. If your spawn is in Edgeville, you can get a ring of returning, and that will teleport you right to the top of this ladder. So it's a little bit faster than the glory teleport. But if you bank there, then might as well just do that. Now, if you take everything out of the gravestone, it will disappear. So that's why we were skulled the first time you died. That way, we lost all the orbs. Because if you right click and loot the gravestone and take everything out of it, it'll disappear. So if you check it, there's the unpowered orbs that we sent here. So then I manually cast them. That little green marker up here, when the XP drop hits that, I know I can charge the next one.
heck how did this become closed? Who closed my door?
It was me. I was hiding just off screen.
Oh, you. Oh, I've almost got all my buckets of sand into the house ready to go. I wonder how high this'll take me. It won't be enough. Unless I did my math wrong. Well, it'll be enough to start making unpowered orbs, I guess. Probably. Unless I did my math wrong. stop streaming by Shrimp.